There's not much to rant about there, because everyone knows that Kojima's fucking insane. Like, there's really not a lot for me to expose in fucking terms of game design in anything Kojima makes, because first of all, I'm not the target audience, and second of all, like, it's well known. Why would I try and make sense of it? Like, why would you try and make sense of something that doesn't make sense and intentionally doesn't make sense? Anyway, I am in fact going to have a quick lunch, so it shouldn't be too much longer, but I do need to eat. Oh no. Oh Jesus. I'm scared to look. Incidentally, for anyone that was interested in watching me play DayZ and hasn't seen back when I used to play it more on stream, I think I've got a, like, if you go way back in my highlights, like, way back, I think I've got some highlighted out segments of, like, encounters with players when I was playing with different people. So, like, I used to play with Pom. I think we had a run where we encountered, like, 5 or 6 different players. Playing with a bunch of my friends from a community I used to be at. There should be a few with some of the 345th guys as well, so there's a lot to scroll through to get to them, but they do exist. One ton per square meter. What? What? Oh no. Oh no, Panavia, what are you doing? The real oh no moment there is the fact that it has a wing loading that high and people still express surprise that it can't maneuver worth shit. Like, I don't know what they expect, but if you ever read accounts of anyone who did DACT against tornadoes, it was like clubbing fucking children. I'm still waiting for the hallowed day when some genius decides they're going to try and make an argument about how, you know, Western aircraft are so superior to blah 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 blah, and cite the tornado as an example as far as fighters or even interceptors go. I cannot fucking wait to roll out the you realize it didn't have a working radar until the early 90s, right? That line, that'll be fun. Because reminder, when the Tornado F3 entered service, its radar was not generally functional. It was not cleared to carry anything except AIM-9s. And, you know, being a Tornado, it couldn't maneuver worth shit. The fucking Tornado F3, well, F1 and F2 were hopeless, but by the time F3 rolled around and was actually operational, fully operational with all the stuff it was supposed to have, it was like, I want to say 92, 93, something like that. Typhoon itself was late. Typhoon was late by like a decade or something. Yeah, it's all stopgaps all the way down. Always has been. Well, I would assume that the whole point of Tornado ADV was that it was supposed to have these new U-Butte avionics, right? Which didn't fucking work as delivered. So, what's the point? Because the Phantom certainly would outperform the Tornado in actual, like, you know, every other respect, pretty much. So all I can think of is they brought it in as a stopgap until Typhoon came out because they wanted the Gucci electronics, which they didn't even get in the first place because they didn't fucking work. Having said that, the fact that Lightning was in service until 1988 should tell you something about the operational depth of the RAF. I think a few of the guys in Discord watched it. I didn't. I'm not that interested, to be honest. It's just, it looks very much like a B2 to me. A little bit of Billy Idol. Of course. That means it's my personal livery, you dork. I just remembered I was actually going to do Gunner Heat PC first, but that's alright. We'll do Ready or Not first, and we'll do some Gunner Heat PC. If I'm still conscious. If I run out of time or energy before I do some, you'll probably see me uploading some missions to YouTube over the next week anyway, because I've been playing it a lot off stream. It's cool seeing screenshots like that one that just showed, and seeing just how far the game's come over the past like year and a half. It's awesome. Considering it is 4 guys in a trench coat making it. I don't think it will. They have their priorities straight, and they have a lot of experience developing stuff, like more than people realize. I know it's come up on dev streams a few times, but Josh, Action Scripter, his background is actually developing simulations for the military, so it's not like this is their first time. Oh, that's Tim's favorite vehicle. Huey Tim loves that thing. It was indeed, just along the Chicago waterfront. It's quite a lot of fun to fly. I mean, it's simplified down, of course, because it was for the 40th anniversary stuff, so all the normies have to be able to handle it, but like it feels good. It looks and sounds good too, so I quite like it. Yeah, I quite enjoyed that one. I don't think I've like watched it for probably fucking 15 odd years, but I remember enjoying it when I did. Spruce Goose, that's literally what we're talking about, Gun. There was a screenshot of it. I'm assuming you were looking away, but the Sprucey Goosey was added to Misfits for the 40th anniversary. 40th anniversary stuff. I can't speak English, apparently. So it's a free add-on. If you have Misfits, you have the Hercules. The Spruce Goose, which was in fact actually made of birch. I'm actually curious. I'd love to be able to get my hands on some actual documentation for it, but like I assume it exists to some degree, but I don't know who you'd have to go through to get it, or if that like it might be in private collectors' hands and they might hoard it away like they're precious. But I'm genuinely curious what its projected performance was and what it realistically would have been, because there seems to be a general perception that the Spruce Goose wouldn't have actually flown, and it like the brief flight it achieved was all it was capable of because it was so big and heavy. It just smacks of like media hype from the time, like, oh, this big fat plane will never get off the ground, it's impossible, blah blah blah. Because really, unless the engines weren't delivering as much power as they should have been, I don't see any real reason it couldn't fly. It wouldn't have been fast, it would have had an abysmal climb rate, but like, it's a sound design. I don't know why the general assumption is that they only briefly flew it because that was all it could manage, versus, you know, not having funding for a proper first flight. But, for example, I was reading a while ago, apparently Glenn Odekirk, was not present on the day because he said, I know that Howard's going to try and fly it. He's going to get that thing off the water, and he would not want another pilot in the cockpit when that happens. Because they were doing fast taxi runs, right? They had the media on board and everything, and they were supposed to just be doing fast taxis to show that, yes, the plane can move under its own power. It's not going to fucking sink or implode or anything. And oopsies, it took off and flew for, what was it, a couple hundred meters or something? Like, I think it was less than a minute it was actually airborne for, and it was very low over the water, but it was one of those ones where you can kind of wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Oops, I didn't mean for it to take off. I guess she just wanted to fly that badly. Which would also be a very Howard Hughes thing to do. Did you ever hear the story of a Rolls-Royce liaison meeting with Packard? Execs try and work out a mass production. Yeah, I've heard that one. Doesn't really surprise me. British production methods during World War II even was still very much old-fashioned assembly line, similar to what the Germans were doing, just like not as bad. The Americans and the Soviets were the only ones with truly modern mass production, and in the Soviets' case, it was because they managed to persuade the Americans to basically build copies of their own factories and steelworks and stuff. Like, Magnitogorsk is essentially just a copy of Gary, Indiana, because the Soviets realized, like, this shit works. It's worked so well for the Americans, we're not going to change it. We're just going to ask them if they can build it for us. And because they're capitalists, they won't say no to profit, and that's exactly what happened. It's not like they couldn't do it for themselves, but why would you waste time and money doing all the research and all the hard, you know, trial and error experimentation when you can just pay the Americans to do it for you? Then take all the technical packages you've got from them and all the machinery you now have and start doing your own work on it, you know? Hispanos were kind of a meme in general early war. They're very problematic. You know, the EM2 is in H3VR. I think I'm going to stream it for you. I don't remember if you did. That's pretty cool. The EM2 is such a weird and wonderful rifle. Like, it kind of gets turned into a wonder weapon the way the Arrow and the TSR2 do. Like, it was good for its time. It was really forward-thinking in a lot of ways, but it wasn't magical. But still, it was a cool rifle, and it would have been interesting if it entered service. I'd love to have a chance to shoot one day, but I know it's never going to happen. This is the October Club version. I think I have both on the playlist. Yeah, if you say Gustav to me in the context of weapons, the Carl G is the first thing I think of. Hey, Korchak. Been good, man. Just having a quick lunch break, and we're going to do some copaganda. But it's mostly going to be talking about game design, not just playing it. Did a bit of DayZ. It went as DayZ often does. Had a few good runs, a few fucking terrible bouts of luck. We're back where we started. And quick DCS mission before that, and of course armour this morning. So it's been a pretty busy stream. And we might squeeze in some Gunner Heat PC after Ready or Not. Gurn, you should see if it lets you pull the rubber ring off the back of the Venturi. If it simulates what happens if that rubber ring falls off. For the uninformed among us, the Carl Gustav's Venturi tube has a rubber gasket around the back lip of it. The entire purpose of which is to stop it from annoying the fucking piss out of you when you fire it, because it rings. Like it hits a harmonic frequency or something, it just fucking rings. If that gasket gets damaged or lost, then it's not pleasant to be around. I mean, it's not pleasant to be around when it gets shot anyway, but it's especially less pleasant then. Hey, Cracks. Just having a lunch break. I forget what the limit for shots per soldier per day was. I got to play with them, but only ever, like, unloaded. I busted my knee before I could get far enough into my training to even have a hope of firing one live, but... Cool weapon. Not a lot of fun to have to lug around, but cool weapon. like, really simple, too, when you look at the mechanism of it. Like, really, really simple. So the new DCS modules are you looking forward to the most in 2023, Phantom? Well, actually, that depends. It depends on timescales. So I'm assuming the Phantom's pretty close to release. The A7's probably at least 6 months out, maybe a year or more. The A6, fuck knows when that'll ever happen. Probably like in a decade at this rate. So I feel like the Phantom's the one that's closest to release out of the Cold War things, and out of all of the modules all up, probably the Mudhen is closer to release. But I'm not against the Mudhen. I'm actually kind of interested in it. I don't know if I'll buy it, or if I do, it'll probably be like a bit later. I'm certainly not going to fucking learn it, but I might end up picking it up at some point just to have a cool toy to play with. It looks like a really interesting jet. It's got like a lot of actually cool capabilities. So I don't know if I'd say I'm looking forwards to that per se, but I'm certainly watching it with interest. MiG-23, I have no idea when it's going to be ready. And don't bother asking me, because even if I did know, I couldn't tell you. But I would hazard a guess it's probably a little further out than a lot of the other Cold War things in the works. Without getting myself in trouble, what I will say is information tends to be a lot more compartmentalized than you guys might realize, so I know nothing about Razbam's other projects, and I also don't necessarily know everything about the MiG-23 or the MiG-19. I help test them, I help find problems with them that need fixing, I, get updates of this or that to try out and see what works and what doesn't, but I don't necessarily know which bits of the code base are done, how far the model is along, unless Carlos sends me a render or something. So just because I ostensibly have access to this stuff doesn't mean I know that much more than you guys. $15 with weapon restrictions close-ish enough for very late Cold War. Really? It had that much glass in it? When it came out? When did it even enter service? It would have been like, what? Very late 80s, surely. Mind you, this is McDonnell we're talking about, so they were already pretty screen-pilled from the Hornet. Yeah, I guess I could see that. I could see that. ED should have started working on Full Fidelity MiG-29, then mentioned in one of the interviews that they will start working on it after Black Chart 3. I don't know what's going on with that, because Chiz posted in the Russian forums that it was not happening after, the current unfortunate fucking events. I don't know if that was just Chiz being Chiz and kind of catastrophizing a bit, because he does that sometimes, but I also noticed the post was missing. So either Chiz was overreacting and kind of speaking out of turn, or that is in fact the case, but ED want to announce it in a bit more formal of a manner. I don't know. At the moment, I'm working on the assumption that it's going to be postponed, if not outright cancelled. Don't know which, but hopefully one day we will get it. It's one of those things, when Chiz posts something, you kind of have to read between the lines a bit, because Chiz is kind of like me in a way, that he will, rather than explaining something long form, he'll just use a turn of phrase that might give you the wrong idea. Like, Chiz's method of describing a missile that's not in widespread squadron or regiment service is, it isn't real. The missile is real, it exists, it passed state trials, it may even be in use, but it's so rare as to not be a factor in any real conflict. And so, Chij logic, it isn't real. I do that sometimes as well. You guys may have noticed I have a certain flair for the dramatic, because I find things more interesting when they're funny, and I try and make them funny myself. It's also another reason you should always fact-check anything I tell you. Initial delivery 88, IOC 89. Fuck, that's fast. I guess, well, it's an existing airframe, so mostly it would have been avionics changes, new engines, but that's impressive. Do you know when they got to Europe by? I was going to say Germany, but I think the Eagles have always been at Lakenheath. I don't know if they deployed them anywhere else. Mudhens at Lakenheath and F-111s at Upper Hayford. Actually, speaking of service entry dates and stuff like that, this is pretty relevant to DCS players and Gunner Heat PC players. The year something is listed as entering service doesn't really mean much, especially if it's off Wikipedia, because usually they just use the year that the first deliveries were made or the year that the first production standard model was rolled out from the factory. There's often a lag time between that and units actually being deployed. For example, the M1A1 was in production in 1985, and so you know, people coming to GHPC Discord are like, when are we getting the M1A1? Well, you aren't, because it wasn't in Europe. Oh, but it was built in, you know, it entered service in 1985. No, it was built in 1985. They started standing up units in the US in 1986, which is attested to in a bunch of articles from the period saying, you know, next year the army will start to get their hands on the new tank and then it'll be rolled out to Europe. By 87. 87 is when the M1A1 started turning up in Europe. Likewise, the Apache was in production through, I think it was like 84, 85, something like that. The first units for the Apache were stood up in the US in 1986, and the first Apaches arrived to Europe in 1987. I think they had like 2 regiments. So there's a lag time. Likewise, people asking about Su-25 in Gunner Heat PC. The Su-25 had been in production for a few years by this point. In fact, it had been fighting in Afghanistan with some distinction. That's the point. They were in Afghanistan because Afghanistan essentially served as an extended kind of spicy combat trial / state acceptance program for the Su-25. So there were a few regiments that were equipped by 85, but they were pretty much all in Afghanistan or still training in the Soviet Union. The first Su-25 unit to arrive in East Germany, the numbers I have seen was for at the very end of it was the very end of 1985. It was stood up in Belarus, well, in the, you know, the BSSR, the Belarus Soviet Socialist Republic. And then it deployed to East Germany in end of 1985. Or sorry, like early 86 or something. Like right around the end of the year was when the unit was actually stood up, so it would have taken them time to train as well. There was a unit that was moved from Afghanistan to East Germany. They arrived in, I want to say, 87 or so. It was later. I was literally looking at the numbers for it the other day, but my memory's not that good short term. So either way, long and the short of it, Su-25 was present in theatre, but like a year later. So unlikely you'll see any 25s in Gunner Heat PC unless they do a bit of a hand wave and say, well, they were available and they were kind of thinking of moving them there anyway. They just hadn't done it yet. Whereas doing something like that with the M1A1 is not possible because the tanks were literally still leaving the factory. How close is it to full release? I'd say it's a ways off. You got to remember it's a very small team, so they're working with pretty limited resources. They got quite a ways to work through on the roadmap before they get there. So infantry aren't in yet, but from, you know, things that were revealed to me in a dream, I would say the infantry are getting pretty close. There may or may not have been a bunch of pull requests in the GitHub for infantry-related things recently. Just a slight little leak. The air support's starting to appear in game, but it's not anything but set dressing at the moment. They just fly around and look cool. It's funny actually watching the reactions on the Steam page. There's people flipping the fuck out, like, "Oh my god, I came to War Thunder, or I came to this game from War Thunder because it doesn't have planes, and now you add CAS cancer." It's like, my brother in Christ, it's been on the roadmap since day one. They've always said it was going to be there. Like, all of the knowers were sitting here shitting ourselves laughing for the inevitable moment that the War Thunder refugees realize that CAS is coming to GHPC. It's not going to be War Thunder CAS, so it's not going to be revenge bombing by the guy you just killed. But it's going to be, if you're in an open field when that plane appears overhead, you're in deep shit. Because unlike Mr. Revenge Bomber, you don't have much way of fighting back against him, and he probably won't miss. So they've got infantry to go. CAS is still got to be fully implemented. The AI's still got quite a lot of bug ironing to be done. Overall, I look, just because I know a few of the devs and I talk to them in my off time, it doesn't mean I have any real grip on how far along the development process is. But I would hazard a guess that probably within the next year or year and a half, we might see a 1.0 release. That is a total guess. Please do not pester the devs if they don't make that goal. Do not hold me to that either. Like, I've already seen people saying, "Oh my god, you said there would be no CAS, and now that the game's made all this money on Steam, you add CAS." Like, the devs never said there would be no CAS. They said the absolute opposite. What happened is War Thunder gamers saw other War Thunder gamers making videos like, "Oh my god, War Thunder tank only mode, no CAS, this is the best game ever," and they actually thought that that was an official dev release. It's like, oh my god, what are you... Ugh, I hate gamers, dude. This is me being a very good community ambassador, by the way. I shouldn't be so toxic, but sometimes it's just frustrating seeing people, like, not read. Yeah, the battle against snail thought in the Discord is ongoing. Very ongoing. And gets very frustrating at times, but we'll get there eventually. It's actually, it's kind of heartwarming to see some of the War Thunder refugees, like, learning how this shit's supposed to work and beginning to reach, like, enlightenment as to, oh, this tank that I always thought was a piece of shit isn't actually a piece of shit. It's designed the way it was because it was meant to work in this specific environment, which War Thunder simulates the absolute opposite of. Like, some of them are starting to learn and come to realizations. There's still a lot of funny takes, not even from War Thunder players, but just from people that think they know everything. Like, you don't see it so much from younger tankers, because, like, it's kind of self-filtering, I guess. The guys that want to do work while they're not working, are the guys that are really committed and interested in it. The guys that just want to sound cool because, oh, I served on the Abrams for a couple of years and that was the, you know, I did the bare minimum, whatever. They're not as likely to get invested in a project like GHPC as the actual guys that really miss it, and that was like their thing, was that they were in a tank. So you don't see it as much with them, but you do see a lot of people like, oh my god, these thermals are garbage, I can't see anything through them, they're unusably blurry. It's like, welcome to fucking Gen 1 thermals, dude. There's a reason they weren't used to engage. They were used to spot, like, warm areas, which might be a tank or it might be nothing, and then you switch to the day sight and engage. Like, with modern thermals, you barely ever use the day sight. You're just sitting in thermals a whole while, but back in the 80s, they didn't have that luxury. And fuck, if you're in the Soviet army, you didn't have that luxury at all. Despite the fact the Soviets did develop their own thermals, they just could never get them at the scale they needed for many and varied reasons. Soviet macro electronics being one, production abilities being another, politics. There's so much politics wrapped up in the Soviet MBT programs. That's why they had 3 very similar MBTs all in service at the same time, is basically politics. And the comedy of attempting to, like, wrangle a planned economy that was already kind of not doing its best. Tech bros arguing validity of tech viability. Yeah, like, it's like, tell me you have a skill issue without telling me you have a skill issue. It's like in DCS, you know, like, I know G-Man, as in G-Man from 345th, not G-Man from Cold War server. But G-Man gets really triggered whenever I talk about, like, blutards. And it's like, I know you're not a blutard, G-Man. You know, like, your shit. You learn the systems properly. You understand why they're the way they are. Same with Zabby. Like, they're knowers to a degree. You know, there are certain things that they don't know, same as there's certain things I don't know. But within the systems they use, they're knowers. And in fact, G-Man had to explain to me, like I'm 5, how certain parts of the Apache's fire control symbology works. And he did so better than I could understand it when Kazmo explained it. Which isn't to say that Kazmo explained it badly, just that Kazmo explained it using words that are above my IQ. So, actually no, sorry, it was G-Man and Zabby, they both explained it to me. They were kind of tag teaming, as they tend to do. Like, yeah, G-Man doesn't like it when I rag on people, you know, who are over-reliant on MFDs or something. If it's like, I'm not talking about you, G-Man. I'm not talking about people who learn the Hornet inside out like Pom. I'm talking about people who think that they should have a screen in their plane to fight a plane that's 40 years older because they don't know how to do the most basic shit. You know, the guys that wrote learn. Actually, I just brought this up the other day in, I forget whose Discord. It might have been actually Harry's, because we were talking about DCS again. But oh yeah, it was Harry's, because I was talking to Nico, because Nico's kind of put off DCS by the elitism of some people and by the full fidelity thing. Nico's a bit like an Enigma in that he likes to just hit the auto start and go because he doesn't like having to wait around on the ground. Like, I get it. Some people don't like learning the procedure. I do, and I also start the plane quicker than the auto start can, so... But, you know, you should have the option. I'm not going to frown on somebody just because they don't know how to manually cold start every plane they fly. It helps. Like, you have a better understanding of how the systems interrelate in most cases, but you don't need to. I'm not going to look down on someone just because they want to get into the air quicker. In fact, a lot of guys that are like that, like Enigma, for instance, are more dangerous in a dogfight because they focus more on actually flying. You know, they focus on aviation rather than the minutiae of systems. So, anyway, I was talking about this, and I kind of mentioned that the reason why a lot of these guys get dunked on, especially when they come to a PvP environment and they've been playing PvE or something, or the reason they're so over-reliant on technology and scream to be given the newest shit, is because they don't actually understand the aircraft or why it is the way it is. And this isn't, again, not to pay out on Chuck's guides. I've spoken about this before. Chuck's guides are a fucking excellent resource, and I use them myself all the time. I use Chuck's guides to quickly learn how to start an aircraft when I first get it, so I can throw it around the sky and see what it will or won't tolerate, or to quick reference something I've forgotten how to do. Chuck's guides are fucking brilliant for that, and because he writes them as they apply in DCS, you're learning how things work in DCS. What they don't teach you is how the real aircraft works, because Chuck isn't going to reproduce the entire aircraft's manual word for word. There's no point. Most of it's not relevant to DCS, and he doesn't want to do it, which is perfectly understandable. But if you don't ever read the actual real aircraft manuals, and all you read is Chuck's guide, you're not going to understand how your plane works. You're going to become the guy that complains when you grossly over-G your F5 and then wonder why your wings fall off. You're going to become the guy who complains because you didn't set your attack format up properly in the Hornet, and so you didn't see somebody that the radar could have actually seen, no matter how badly it's bugged on any given day of the week. Like, you did something wrong because you didn't understand how the aircraft was meant to be used. There's just so much of that in DCS. Which is why, like, the way I learn something in DCS is I will read Chuck's guide to get me, like, a primer on this is what the plane does in DCS, this is how it starts, this is, like, the most basic you need to know this shit in a server. I'll fly the plane for a while, and the more interested I become in that aircraft, the more I start reading actual manuals. That's what I did with the MiG-21. Like, you will notice, if you go back to some of my older streams, I talk a lot of shit that is patently wrong, and if you listen to, like, an older stream of mine compared to one now, I'm directly contradicting myself, because I thought I knew shit back then, and I didn't, because I actually went and read the actual manual. Like, that's how I learn. It's ass backwards, but it works for me. I will learn just enough to get interested in something, and then the more interested I get, the more intensely I research it, the more I learn. Learning is not a thing you do once. It's a constant process. I'm learning every minute of every day about all sorts of things. If you ever stop learning, you, like, check your pulse, because you're either dead or you're lying to yourself. Love how the Bradley gets poo-pooed on before. Dude, I was that. I was a victim of reformer brain. I fell for the Chadley memes. Well, the Badley memes. Now I know it's the Chadley. Like, yeah, the Bradley's the size of a fucking barn. Yeah, it's not very well armored. Who cares, dude? It's a good vehicle. It's designed to keep pace with the tanks, which it does. It's designed to have fucking unholy firepower, which it does. It's designed to have good optics so it can run ahead and do reconnaissance, which it does. Like, the Bradley's a good vehicle. Is it exactly how I would design an IFV? No. You guys know me. I like things to be squat and small. I like my Soviet brain designs. I think they have a certain elegance to them. But I'm not going to say that Bradley's bad anymore, because I fucking know better. So much shit is just perpetuated by the media or by popular myth or things like Pentagon Wars. Like, as a comedy, Pentagon Wars is fucking excellent. And if you actually understand the context of it, it's not intended to be a kind of an indictment of the reformers, but it kind of is if you actually understand the real historical context. So, like, it's not a bad film. I'm not going to say don't watch Pentagon Wars. Absolutely watch it. It's fucking hilarious. But just remember, in the back of your mind, you know, Colonel James Burton was a fucking US Air Force career officer who thought he had the answers to everything in terms of modern combat. Like the fucking Blitzjäger. Let's build the A-10, but even shittier, and with even less systems. I'd like to point out, by the way, when the A-10 entered service, and even Harry didn't realize this, because, you know, I've been talking back and forth with the GHPC guys about aviation, because they're more focused on ground stuff, but now they're starting to add in aircraft. Harry did not realize the A-10 was actually outstripped by the Su-25 technologically from the start. The A-10 later gained some capabilities the Su-25 doesn't have in its original model, but when the A-10 first hit service, it did not have a radar altimeter. I think it was using barrow out for slant ranging, so it was basically either bombing by tables or using QFE like you would use in a Viggen, or, you know, like we should be using in the MiG-21 or something like that. Like, the A-10 was kind of a bucket of shit when it came out. It didn't really have much of anything. It had a HUD, that was about it. It had one screen, and it didn't even have an autopilot. Which, to be fair, nor does the Su-25 original model, but when the Su-25 entered service, it had a laser rangefinder designator, it had a radar altimeter, it had a slant ranging unit which could use either that, or the barrow out, or the fucking laser. Like, well, that's the thing, the TGP for the A-10, yeah, like, originally it was basically binoculars. I don't even know if it could mount the early TGPs, like the ones that they carried in Phantoms, like Pave Tack and Pave Knife and stuff. I don't know if the A-10 could carry them originally. It had the Pave Penny Pod, which is that little bauble under the nose with a laser in it, but like it was just lasing without any sort of facility internally to figure out what to point the laser at. Blino meme's an NCD thing, really? Be about the first fucking meme they've come out with, which is actually, like, funny. Laser tracker not designate? Oh my god, it gets even worse. Jesus Christ. There's so many layers to this shit, like how the Tomcat, speak of the devil, how the Tomcat could have had a really good air-to-ground capability, and the Marines really wanted it to have a good air-to-ground capability, because, you know, for the Marines it actually fucking matters, because they need air support. But it wasn't funded, and so the Tomcat was never approved for loadouts that, yeah, it could probably carry just fine. Never approved for them, because they didn't want to pay for the testing. It all comes back to that sort of thing laid out in the Code 1 article. Or, is it Code 1? What's the name of the fucking magazine? Wait one, I've got to double check this. The Don't Stretch the Limits article. I posted it just the other day. I should fucking remember who wrote it. It was written by old mate Dryden, who was a test pilot. I don't know if he's the same Dryden that the Dryden Test Center is, like, named after. I doubt it, but maybe a relative or something. But it was written for an Air Force magazine, question mark. Yeah, Code 1 magazine online, April 1993. Don't stretch the limits. I will post the link in chat. Because it is incredibly relevant. Anytime we talk about military aviation or military anything in general, where he specifically lays out the different types of limitations, this is a big deal that people don't understand. You have economic limitations, you have political limitations, and you have physical limitations. The physical limitations are the ones you do not fucking push. The political ones are the ones where you know the aircraft can do more, but either somebody doesn't want it to be seen to do more because it will cancel their pet project, which is usually what happens with the US Air Force because they, oh my god, it's so bad. Or because your CO doesn't trust other pilots in the unit to be as good as you are, and so when you say, I landed in a 38 knot crosswind or a 35 knot crosswind, he'll say, the limit is 25. And you'll say, but I just did it in 35. And he'll say, no, it's 25. And then you'll go, okay, whatever, I'm not going to push my luck. And then the economic limits and the political limits tend to tie into each other. Like, nobody wanted to fund testing to see what happens if you carry or release bombs off an F-16 at Mach 1, because it wasn't seen as relevant. And lo and behold, the Gulf War comes along, and the F-16's, renowned accuracy is nowhere to be seen because the pilots are under fucking stress. They're not on the bombing range anymore. They're being shot at. And so they're releasing their bombs at like Mach 1 or 1.1, and the weapon computer can't handle it because of the pitot-static shock. It can't process anything near supersonic or transonic. So their accuracy went out the window. Could they have tested around it and made it so the F-16 could accurately bomb supersonic? Yeah, probably. Could they have tested to certify the weapons wouldn't break off break apart, or there wouldn't be hung stores or weapons bouncing back up out of weird airflow and hitting the wing? Yeah, they could have tested that. Did they want to? No, nobody wanted to fund it. Like, limitations exist for all sorts of reasons. The Tomcat suffered a lot because of political and economic limitations, both how long it took to get the better engines. It should have had them from the start, but it ended up getting stopgaps, so, a chunk of, it was like a third of the fleet, or more than that, maybe half something, ended up with the TF-30s from the F-111, which were meant to be a stopgap. A lot of the avionics systems were stopgaps, so they only appeared in certain production lots. Like, the Tomcat service was a train wreck. And then the fact you have people over-G'ing the jets to try and prove something to Eagle pilots doesn't help. And so you end up with an aircraft that had, being realistic, the Tomcat was similar to the MiG-23, but not quite as severe, in that they were aircraft that were really great when they were conceptualized, but it took so long because they had such torturous, fucked up procurement programs, including multiple failed projects beforehand, that they finally arrived at the Tomcat and the MiG-23. And then in the MiG-23's case, they released it in early access in real life, and in the Tomcat's case, it had the bad engines it wasn't supposed to have. Well, not bad, but not suitable. And so you had these two aircraft that really could have been so much more, and they both enter into service kind of like, they were really good for a couple of years, and then they're basically obsolescent already. Like, the AWG-9 and the Phoenix were already obsolescent when they entered service. They were old hat. You've got to think, the Eagle was in trials at the same time the Tomcat was being delivered to the fleet, and the Eagle's radar was like fucking alien tech compared to anything the Tomcat could dream of. The AWG-9's one big party trick was that it could see things pretty far away, and it could work with the Phoenix. But in most other respects, it was largely late 50s, early 60s technology. It was very old tech. So was the Phoenix itself until they made the 54C. So the Tomcat was a really kind of a weird aircraft in that it never lived up to the potential it had, and it kind of never could have because of the specific way that it came into being. And towards the end of the service, they actually did end up doing a lot of lasing for other, for ground strike packages, for Mudhens especially, and F-16s. I think even Tornadoes they were lasing for. And a lot of reconnaissance stuff with the TARP pod, because it turns out the Tomcat was actually really good at that, and that was something that Tomcat was always supposed to be able to do, but they kind of hadn't bothered until way too late in its production, way too late in its service. This is the thing with a lot of military equipment. Just because the military adopts it doesn't mean it's fucking good. Doesn't even mean it's the best form it could be. The military will often cut corners on shit. And so you could have, like, the most Jesus plane or most Jesus tank ever. The military will cut corners. Like the Abrams. The Abrams should have had CITV from the start. The technology existed. It was proven. Congress didn't want to fund it. The M1A1 actually had the cutout in the turret roof for the CITV for it to be installed, and they never funded it to be installed. CITV didn't arrive until M1A2. And then it was obviously retroactively upgraded on a bunch of the M1A1s. But, like, you know, even the Jesus tank of the late Cold War was actually just stopgap on stopgap. T-80 was the same. T-80 was full of fucking stopgaps. Then you have the Copers that see a single prototype and 30 years later are still complaining about why the military didn't choose it. Yeah, or like why they retired things early, like the Tomcat. Look, full disclosure, I would have loved to see an alternate universe where Super Tomcat 21 happened. Would it have been the right idea, though? No, not really. The problem you have with variable geometry is that it's too complex. It's expensive to build, it's expensive to maintain, it adds weight to the aircraft, and it does one thing. It does one thing very well, but that's just not something you need, and manufacturing it's very difficult. Tomcats and MiG-23s alike had a recurring problem where if the wing box had any weld imperfections in it at all, or if the aircrew slammed the thing down too hard or pulled too many G, they would crack the wing box, and that wing box is titanium. Once that's cracked, you can't repair it. That plane's done. It's junk. Cannibalize it for parts, it'll never fly again. Skittles, who stops by here sometimes, F-14 maintainer, he told me about one cruise they were on, a Tomcat landed heavy, and when they got it down to inspect it, wing box was cracked, that jet was shoved into a corner of the hangar and stripped down for the rest of the cruise to repair the other aircraft. The MiG-23 has about half the life resource of something like a MiG-21. That's why the MiG-23 is only in service in a handful of countries still. And a lot of countries, you know, that operated the 21 beforehand, the 21s outlived it. The Cubans still fly MiG-21s. They don't fly 23s anymore. Like, variable geometry does some things very well, but there's a lot of trade-offs to be had, and as much as I wish it was, you know, not the case, because it's objectively produces the most beautiful aircraft, it's just not worth it in a lot of cases. That's why we don't do it anymore. Alright, I've waffled on for long enough. I've had my lunch. I'm just about to finish my tea. We will hit up some Ready or Not as soon as this song's done. Usually don't keep building planes because I want to free up cash for new stuff. Yeah, amongst other things. It's a reason the F-22 is so expensive, is there's no economy of scale, because Lockheed built like 200 and something of them and then scrapped the tooling to work on F-35. The relationship between 22 and 35 is quite interesting and quite... it takes twists and turns in directions you wouldn't expect. Only 140 Tomcats out of the 630 built for the US ended up getting the new engines between B and D production and retrofits. See, it was even less than I thought. That's... oof. 187 operational. Yeah, they fucking lost a shitload of them down at Tyndall the other year when they had that really bad storm. That was... I can imagine there were some very, very, very knotted underpants when that happened. That would not have been fun to deal with. Hang on, I've got to make sure I actually launch the right game here. That would help. Where is Copaganda? I was playing some more Stalker the other day. I might do that on stream again sometime soon as well. I haven't tried that new mod. I think it's Gamma. It's based on Anomaly or something. It's like an Anomaly mod pack. I don't know. Who knows? But you have to try that at some point. I haven't yet. Actually, because it's, you know, I'd been away from Stalker for a while, I'd kind of forgotten just how much stuff Anomaly actually adds, like how good some of the features are. It's quite impressive. F-22 is a bit of a product of its time. Super Yobba, but being 90s development's a bit constrained impossible upgrades. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, hang on. The game's going to want to restart too, because it's downloading some maps. There's a bunch of stuff on Workshop for like SWAT 4 map remakes and stuff. They look pretty good. There's also a lot of like weapon replacements that are kind of meh. Go ahead and restart it now. For the purposes of what I want to talk about, I'm probably not going to play the SWAT 4 remake maps this stream. I'm going to play the native Ready or Not ones. And we will be stopping and starting gameplay, so like, if that bothers you, like if you just want to see pure unadulterated ready or not gameplay, I'm going to warn you now, this isn't going to happen this stream. It might in future streams, but this stream is the one where I want to talk about game design and how the game has changed over its development from the public viewing side of things. Everything is a stopgap. Yep. Truer words never spoken. Like, I think I spoke just a stream or two ago about the Spitfire Mark 9. The most iconic, recognized version of the Spitfire, except maybe the Mark 1. I think even more than the Mark 1, to be honest. Certainly more of them are still flying. The Mark 9 was like the ultimate World War II Spitfire in terms of the most of them being present, the most of them doing combat. Like, the Mark 14 and stuff were more performance, sure, but they were not as big of a presence. The Spitfire Mark 9 was a fucking stopgap. Like, it was a stopgap modified from Mark 5 airframes with this fucking Merlin 60 series whacked into the front of it. And then they just made refinements over production. A lot of the earliest Mark 9s were literally rebuilt Mark 5 airframes. .35 is also a pre-9/11 program. They had to try to save money with a jack-of-all-trades joint program. Yeah, and the US likes doing that anyway. The US has a really big boner for, like, things that can do everything well, but nothing spectacularly. Although, to be fair, the F-35 does, like, modern networked battlefield things pretty fucking spectacularly. The US just likes that approach, and it works for them. And it makes sense with what they need for their military. Like, they've got a massive military. They can't afford to train to the same level as some, so they need equipment simple to operate, relatively simple to maintain. You know, it might require specialist knowledge, but it's easily trained specialist knowledge. And piggybacks off their industrial capacity. And they need something that can do whatever they need it to do in a pinch. Like, it needs to be able to do anything. It needs to be able to fight a peer force, it needs to be able to fight guys in pajamas. Like, that's just the approach the US has always seemed to have. Even during World War II, a lot of their equipment was very obviously generalist in terms of its design theory. And then you go across the Soviets and you have pretty much the opposite, which is very interesting to me. Okay, finally, we are going to play the Copaganda. In fact, before we start, we're not going to play the Copaganda. What we're going to do is this the right scene? This is the right scene. Happy days. And yes, I am using Edge at the moment because if I open Firefox, it will open every window and my PC will explode. Don't judge me. I am literally at the point where I open a separate browser while I'm streaming to avoid opening my main browser. Oops, ADHD memento. We're going to look at some of the early videos from about 3 years ago while the game is still in development. Now, from memory, this is before it released into early access, so this is before players got their hands on it. And this was when I started to really get excited for the game, because there are certain details in this that will become relevant, and I want to talk about. And sorry about my green screen. The late afternoon sun is fucking with it. There's not much I can do about that. So, let's go ahead and hit play.
Void Interactive has been busy since their previous trailer, working hard on Ready or Not, with much more left to go before release.
This all looks fairly familiar so far, right?
Building more locations, and crafting the campaign and its story. During this period, the team has developed an alpha build for the supporters to play and test, while main development...
Right here. First thing I want to talk about. You see this. You see this. This. Rear sight. Blurred out. It's a ghost ring. It ghosts. Front sight. Sharp contrast. Background. Kind of blurry because you're focused on your front sight. This is how iron sights work. This is how this should be done in every game where it's technically possible. Now, it's not technically easy to do this, even with modern engines. So I will say that. This is not as easy as you might think it is for a developer to do. But if you can make it work, which they clearly could here, this is what you want to be doing for iron sights. File this one away for later. It becomes relevant.
One of the primary reasons to get the game in supporters' hands at this time is to give confirmation of a tangible product.
I know that the in-game music from the menu is probably drowning out the narration, and so am I, but the narration's not really the point here. The visuals are the... Again, see the sights? There's some effort there to get iron sights right. And again, iron sights. Right there, ghost ring. That's how iron sights work.
Successful pre-sale campaign from both standard edition and supporter edition sales. Every
campaign.
Void Interactive to increase its development
Well,
speed.
like with GHPC, the campaign's probably going to be the hardest thing to develop. So I can understand them leaving that until later, not doing it yet. But
the diverse and passionate community surrounding the game. During this campaign, Void Interactive has listened to the community's request for changes.
In this case, the campaign they're talking about now is the actual
after review, it was clear that the deal
discussion with players.
This included a successful mousepad campaign.
In this case, about pre-order benefits. Nobody cares.
On the game early in its development.
So we can see mocap here. Yep.
As an behind the final will shape the rest of as it's becoming development is an extremely difficult and complex process that requires rigorous patience.
There are certain visuals from the in-game scenes that are relevant here. Some of the weapon types, some of the things like the HUD hasn't changed so much, but the character design, the iron sights being the big one.
Firstly, Void does not want footage of the in-development system shown to the public.
Video blew up in the Chinese community. I wonder why.
Held internally at the moment. That will be reached once the game has.
I haven't used night vision in Ready or Not yet, but I'm gonna have to try it today because I want to see what it is like. Because here you can see it. It's kind of shitty. It blurs a bit around the edges. You don't have great depth of field. It's focused to infinity, so even this is probably not blurry enough. But, like, there's an attempt there. Night vision... It's one of those things that you can kind of get the concept of it from watching videos or looking at photos taken through tubes, but until you actually have to use the shit yourself, you won't understand how janky it is, even the modern stuff. It's better than nothing. Absolutely. It's fucking amazing compared to nothing. But even, like, Gen 3 tubes, I think is what we were using, especially for me, someone who has to wear glasses and can't see where I'm going without them, you have... basically a pair of toilet rolls, or a single toilet roll, depending if it's monocular or binocular. We had monoculars. It's a fucking toilet roll or two in front of your eyes like this. And there are a couple of issues with this. First of all, your actual perspective is pushed out from where you expect it to be. So your proprioception's fucked up because you are seeing like a bit in front of yourself, if that makes any sense. The tubes are kind of long. They get in the way of things. You can't shoulder your rifle and look through the sights, especially if it's got like a carry handle like the M16 or if it's got like an optic on it, unless it's mounted way far forwards. Like you could mount an EOTech or something way far forwards and it would kind of work. Well, it would work because it's collimated, but like iron sights, longer optics that you have to have a very specific eye relief, you can't do that. You cannot do that with nods because they get in the fucking way. The tube will physically hit the weapon, and aside from that, you're not going to be able to see it anyway. Like, through irons, they're focused to infinity. The weapon's just a blurry mess. You can't use your iron sights because you can't fucking see them. Troy AVP, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So, when I see most games model nods, they don't even really make an effort. Some do. A lot of the basics games will get right, like, oh, lights flare out really badly. Yeah, they do. Or, you know, the sort of graininess of it. Yeah, that's really noticeable. And certain tubes, if you kind of focus your eyes just right, you can see like a sort of hexagonal pattern, which is I guess the cells of the tube. However it works, I'm not a specialist, so I don't know black magic. You can see little details like that, and games replicate that. You know, the blurring around the edges, the really old Gen stuff, like Gen 0 stuff, particularly the older Gen 0 Soviet tubes, they distort around the edge. They're like the one optic I've ever used that has a visible fisheye around the edge of it. You know, rifle optics don't tend to do that. Like, normal scopes don't do that, even though games often fake that effect for immersion. You have basically an optically flat image, you get a bit of chromatic aberration around the edges, but that's about it. Well, with really early nods, you actually get fisheye, like really noticeable fisheye. Like the NSPU, the 1PN34 or 1PN58, that's really notorious for it. The PNV57s do that. I've got a pair of PNV57s. The active ones that the tank drivers used, they're interesting and unbelievably shitty. in a fun and kind of way. But there's a lot more to it than that. Things like the focus. Like, if you've ever wondered when you're playing DCS, what do you think of Hell Let Loose? I need to play it more. I've only played it a couple times. Helgado very generously bought it for me a while ago. I have played it a few times since. I just haven't really been able to get into it, partly because time zones and partly because I don't know who else plays it. But it's alright. I'm more of a, like, I tend to more prefer the post-scriptum side of things, where it's a bit more slowed down, a bit less, like, reliant on quick reflexes, because my reflexes are dog shit. I'm pretty bad as a gamer. But I did enjoy it. It was still fun. And I got to watch some pretty awesome big brain plays, like using a satchel to clear a church tower. That was pretty neat. So I think it's alright, but I need to play it more before I can have a full-on sort of detailed opinion of it. Focus, need to look at your weapon better. Better manually twist the lens so I can see. Yeah, or just up you go. Like, oh, you need to read something? Up you go. It's like, you know, when you play DCS and you see that the instrument panel's just a blurry mess, that's because the optic is focused to infinity. It can't see things right in front of it because it's focused way past them. That's why the HUD is still in focus. That's why collimated gun sights and EOTechs and red dots and things are still in focus, because they are also focused to infinity. Like, they're projected to infinity. That's how a collimated sight works, or a HUD. Same thing. Same mechanism. But things like, you know, your instrument panel or your weapon, if you're infantry, it's not going to focus. So this is why you see at nighttime you use lasers. You use IR lasers typically so that they're not visible to the naked eye, particularly if you're fighting an enemy that isn't expected to have much in the way of nods. But, like, if you're fighting at night, that's what you do, because you can't use the sights of your rifle. It's just not feasible. It's awkward because of the size of the tube and where it's located and how it interacts with the sight, and it's awkward because you can't focus on the sights anyway. So you tend to use a laser instead. And night fighting generally happens at fairly close range anyway, because even with a good tube, you can only see so far unless it's, like, really bright out. In which case you may as well not even use the tube, you know, just if it's full moon or something, full moon cloudless. Wouldn't you only see the point rather than the beam? You can see part of the beam if it travels through dust or, like, vapor or something, you'll see it. I don't remember if you could see it clearly under nods if it was an IR laser. I think you can. Like, you see videos of guys doing, like, mock lightsaber battles with PEC 15s and shit, so I think you can still see the beam, but it's been so long since I've used this shit, I don't remember. All I remember is that I was struggling to not trip over my own feet because of the disorientation provided by that. Like I said, your viewpoint shifts forwards a bit. I was having trouble adjusting to that, and I was having trouble seeing because they were pressing my glasses really tight into my eyeballs. And so I tried taking my glasses off, and that made it even worse because there's no vision correction, right? So it was a whole ass mess, an experience, and while they're fun to use to mess around with, I did not really enjoy having to use them for any practical purpose. And there's other things too, like the shutter effect. Like, if a bright light goes off, more modern sets will close the shutter so you don't blind yourself or overload the sensors. That's actually modeled in GHPC with the packed night sights. I don't know if the M60A1 does it. I haven't noticed. I can't remember. But the T72 and the T55, they will shutter their sight when you fire the gun. Even if the gun doesn't fire, like if you get fire gated and you go to fire the gun but it doesn't go off, you'll see the shutter close to protect it from the flash of the gun. Auto gated, yeah. And we had that demonstrated because we walked into the fucking one of the equipment sheds, with the lights turned off, and then one of our corporals goes, "Hey fellas, over here," as he stands in front of the fucking main light in the building and just goes, turns it on, and immediately just all of our sets pinged off straight away, and we started bumping into each other because we couldn't see shit. Like, they didn't just auto-gate because he turned the fucking lights on, they actually shut down to protect themselves. And so we were all bumping around into each other until we went, oh right, I can see again. So I'm curious to see how it's modeled in the actual game, since from this early footage it looks like it's, you know, maybe the weapon could be a little more out of focus, but it doesn't look bad here.
Has hit full release. The second reason,
that really sharp
Void
glare off the actual point of the laser as well
that
is a
discussion
thing.
to be amongst those who purchase the supporter edition and play the game. While we would all like to celebrate,
See the blurring around the back end of the weapon here, around the sort of back strap of it?
talk about and show the game, we can't get ahead of ourselves in this journey forward. Void would be gracious to all that follow this request, until the public beta. With that said, Void Interactive is extremely humbled by the amount of feedback, praise, and critiques given by the general public,
Okay,
content
that's
creators,
the end of that one, basically. So that's our first sort of thing we've seen. We've seen some really good iron sights that, you know, more than 90% of shooters don't even attempt that, and the majority that do attempt it don't quite get it right, or they get it outright more wrong than if they hadn't tried. So we've seen that. What else can we see here? Let's go. We're going through the old videos, right? Because the old videos are what show you kind of what we were all expecting. Let's go to the original reveal trailer, which is a really good trailer. Notice the weapons. There's not really a lot of rails going on there. There's some, but there's not a lot. Ah. What is this? What is this? That is a Walther MPL. That is a rare Pepe. That is a pretty interesting, cool, vintage, like, what, 80s SMG? I don't think I've seen one of those in-game, or if I have, it was in the hands of a suspect. Where did it go? I haven't used a ballistic shield yet either, so I don't know how that works these days. This guy. This comes back to something we'll cover in another video, because they made a whole video about it. But they had this death system that they wanted to do, right? Which makes it really kind of confronting when somebody is lying on the floor coughing their fucking lungs up, like old mate here. And you can see, like, there's not just a sort of perfectly round pool of blood like it's GTA, you know, GTA fucking Vice City or something, where you kill someone and this pool of blood magically grows under them. Like, there's signs of struggle there. He's, like, slicked in blood. He's coughing and twitching and moving around. Like, this is a dying person that we're seeing, right? And again, that will become relevant once we actually get in-game. Something that you know, a lot of people kind of picked up on pretty quickly is that the theme of the trailer is kind of dark. Like, yeah, things are bad now, but this seems to be like, what if shit got worse? Which the game actually kind of, like with this, the game kind of touches on, but it doesn't fully get there at the moment. So I don't know if that's, they're planning some big reveal with future content updates, but it's just, it's emblematic of something I'm going to talk about as we actually play. And what it feels like to me, and what I would kind of... There's your Walther MPL again. What I would kind of conjecture might have happened behind the scenes at some point. Again, conjecture, I don't know. But, so there's our... that. Where is our death system? Here we go. So you can see, like, people don't just ragdoll immediately, they kind of take a while to go down. It looks like they're using Euphoria or something similar. GTA players will be familiar with it. You know, people stagger around when they're shot and they kind of fall over. And I think there was another one on this that I wanted to highlight, but before we get into just going through videos, let's actually get some gameplay in. So give me a moment here. I'll move myself to this corner, since I think I should be out of the way of most of the important stuff in the bottom left corner. And we'll actually get the game to pop up on OBS. Hello. There we go. Alright, so let's just hop in single player for a bit. I do want to play this with friends on stream at some point, but today we're just kind of talking through it, so I don't really want to subject any of my friends to putting up with my bullshit as I do that. I'm trying to remember what the controls are. Okay, so that's... I seem to recall there was... Whoop. That's not the button I was looking for. It's been a week or two since I played, so I'm trying to remember what the... Yeah, okay, so that is a toggle. So it looks pretty good, right? It looks pretty good. The lighting's pretty slick. Hey, bud. What's up? I'm getting a cold shoulder. But you know, you can't really say it looks bad at all. Very colourful, very pretty. We got some watchers up here, just chilling above the kill house. I'm not too sure I'd want to be standing on the catwalk when it's in use, but oh well. I feel like their animations are kind of incomplete, because I think she's like picking her nostril instead of actually smoking or whatever she's supposed to be doing. You okay? You're meant to be a cop. You look a bit strung out. I'm slightly concerned. I'd also like to know what the fuck they were shooting up here that left those casings. But let's head downstairs, because this is where we start talking about some of the things in the game as they are now versus some of the things that we saw in that dev trailer from 3 years ago. And we got some more random cops just vibing up here. Lovely. It actually, one thing I'll say right now is the rim lighting. It's got kind of Fallout 4 disease, where the rim lighting is too strong. You see how he's got kind of almost this halo effect around, not around him, but on him? Like it's called rim lighting, right? It's accentuated lighting around the edges of something. But some games overblow it a bit. Fallout is one case. Fallout 4 is one case. Very severely. Like, people look like they glow in the dark in Fallout 4. You'd think Fallout 3 would do that, since there'd be a lot more federal agents in that game. But anyway, it's kind of the same thing here. I don't know if they've done that deliberately, because Ready or Not has a lot of dark and highly contrasted environments. So they wanted to like give the player kind of a bone as far as spotting their teammates and spotting other characters highlighted against the darkness, but it's a little much. I would tone that down, because it kind of comes out and it takes away from the material definition. It makes them look kind of like soft plastic, like foam or something. Well, the character models don't actually look bad. They just... The combination of the rim lighting and a few other things, and maybe the animations not being perfect yet, makes them a little... Does it have RTX? I don't remember. Let's check. Graphics. Advanced settings. I don't think so. I don't know what reflex low latency is, but I don't have that turned on. But I don't think it does. So I've got my frames pretty much cranked. You'll see I'm at 75 frame limit. That's because I've got a 75 Hz monitor. There is literally no purpose in me rendering more than 75 frames a second. DLSS is not relevant to me because I'm running at 1080p, so I don't need to downscale because my PC can handle this at full res. Motion blur, yeah, I usually turn motion blur off in games, but I've kind of come around to using a slight amount of it because I've noticed that it can help cover up like when the game stutters a bit, and particularly when I'm streaming, because on the stream shit like that doesn't pass well, and also it tends to eat up bitrate. It kind of works better, like for instance, especially in Armour or DayZ or things like that, or GHPC, where there's a lot of foliage on the ground. If I pan the camera around quickly, it's going to just turn the entire screen to fucking pixels. Whereas if I have motion blur on, it's going to naturally blur that out a bit, and it'll take some of the detail out of the scene, and so the encoding space is freed up. So it's still going to pixelate a bit, but it's not going to pixelate as badly as if I have it turned off. So, like, motion blur, I still don't like it that much. I definitely don't turn it all the way up, because it looks like it's just obscene when you turn it up to 100% in games that have it. But in Gunner Heat PC at the moment, I think I'm using like 20%, and in this I'm using 40. And in this I could probably even stand to turn it down a bit. Reflex does some synchronization between the CPU and GPU to minimize latency. Nice games for no compromise. Definitely recommend to enable it in any game that supports it. Okay, well we can do that. Enabled or enabled plus boost. I guess we'll do enabled plus boost. We'll see what that does. Hopefully it won't fuck up the stream, because sometimes settings like this will not play nicely with OBS. Game to GPU render, complete latency is from the start of frame simulation. What settings do I want for this, Super? I don't understand technological stuff. Do you play against just AI or other live players? At the moment, I don't think there's any PvP. There was an announced plan to do PvP way back when the game was, you know, early on in dev. They wanted to have like a rogue element SWAT team versus a, you know, not rogue element SWAT team. I don't know what's happening with that. I don't know if it's still in the plans or how far along it is or anything. So it was planned to have basically mirror match PvP between two SWAT teams. I don't know if there was ever any intention to have players playing as suspects, which would have actually been really cool. But at the moment, it's just co-op, essentially. Co-op or single player. Could try enabling them all. Yeah, I guess we'll see. So yeah, no RTX, it looks like. Gonna tuck in for the night. Friend side texted me a little while ago to let me know he'd be in my neck of the woods. Oh, nice. Well, have fun tomorrow, man. Sleep well, and thanks for hanging out with us. Same, dude. Same. Yeah, like the lighting is pretty nice, right? Nice, sort of soft, moody colored lighting. There's a bit of depth to it as well. Like, you know, it feels alright. Can't really fault it. So we'll just take the weapon I've got now, which is my usual setup in this, and then we'll play around with some other stuff. Make some, like, different kits, I guess. The gun range is not actually complete at the moment. I don't know if they plan to, like, make this more complete or something as development continues. The shoot house is functional, but this is like, you know, it just seems very haphazard at the moment. And then I can't even go there because old mate's in the way. So say I want to come over here and I want to engage that bad guy peeking out there. Look at the sights. There's nothing. They're perfectly sharply in focus. There's no depth of field. Now the game does, from memory, have some sort of depth of field. I swear I saw some. Maybe they haven't implemented it. Maybe that's why the iron sights aren't iron sighting properly. But again, with a pistol you see the same thing. So, you know, whatever, engage your target. There's your other one. But it's interesting to me that they had iron sights pretty much dialed in perfectly, more than any other game I've ever seen. Like, seriously, the way that they portrayed those iron sights in the trailer, those are the best, that's the best approximation of how iron sights are supposed to look that I've ever seen in a video game. Any video game. Some have got pretty close, some have got pretty close using really old technology too, but that is right up there. We're just going to grab default for now, and we're going to change our weapons around, because what if it was just the shotguns that have those sights, you say? You didn't use a shotgun, but in the trailer they did. Well, we can do something about that. Here's an M4 Super 90. Let's go back, and what have I got on? Anti-flash goggles. Let's get rid of face wear altogether. Actually, no, here's another thing I want to try. So we'll roll with this. Let's speed my character up a bit instead of walking. Same thing, see? Remember in the trailer, the rear sights were completely ghosted out? There's no depth of field happening here. None. I mean, it's a shotgun. It's a gun that shots, but there's nothing fancy happening with the irons like you saw in the trailer. So I do wonder if this is a feature that they perhaps took out to finish something on, or if this was a deliberate design decision. If this is something that isn't in the game at the moment because they had something important to fix with it, or something more pressing that they wanted to implement first, fine, whatever. But if this was a conscious design decision, why I worry. Like, why would you go from doing something 100% correctly, more than anyone else in the industry has, why would you go to not even attempting it? It just doesn't make sense to me. We also have the fun thing where I have no impedance to using my iron sights when I'm wearing a CBRN mask. If you try... Okay, so granted, this is an American Type 1 with the one big face visor, and maybe the shape of it's a bit different, whatever, but if you ever try to fucking shoulder a weapon and use the sights with a fucking respirator on, have fun with that. It's... If you guys have ever seen, and this is why I have my MP5 in this setup with a flashlight, actually, for my cool guy points. If you've ever seen videos of, like, the SAS operating in the 80s and 90s, with their sort of iconic original kit, you will notice they have a very narrow beam sort of flashlight on their MP5s, which is on when they're indoors. Not a laser, but a narrow beam flashlight. They're not using the sights to aim, they're pointing the beam at something and then pulling the trigger when the beam hits what they want to shoot. Because with those fucking S10 respirators on, they can't use the sights on their weapon effectively. So that's what they're doing. Again, maybe with more modern American gas masks, like whatever the SWAT guys are using, whatever the ready or not SWAT guys are using, maybe that's not a concern, but from my own, you know, experience trying to fucking look down the sights of a rifle with anything on my face, it's not really viable. For example, if we take another shotgun, for example, I don't have that one because I don't have the fancy, you know, big whale money DLC, but take a different shotgun and let's change our face wear. Look, see how much this sticks out? Like, that is going to hit your fucking rifle or your shotgun or whatever. That's going to get in the way. How can you have a fucking cheek weld when you've got all this shit hanging off your face? You're supposed to be able to get a cheek weld. Your face is going to be like this, right? So we now have a ballistic face mask, which I guess is at least slightly less obtrusively shaped. But again, how are you going to get a cheek weld with this shit? So then we go back. And you notice as well how in the trailer it had much more noticeable vignetting around the top and bottom of the screen to limit your field of vision when you had something like a face mask on or a ballistic shield or something. It's gone now. There's a very slight vignetting effect, but it's a graphical effect to make the game look pretty. It's not there to, you know, give you the sense that you've got this fucking thing blocking your field of view. Tarkov cheek armor cringe equipment? Yeah, I know, right? Again, look at the sights. There's just nothing. Okay, well, maybe the last shotgun I have access to will have them. Like, I can tell you right now, no, but we can show it. So let's go 870 CQB. And then, just for the hell of it, we'll get rid of all our face wear altogether. Do we get any appreciable iron sighting effects? No. This is a fucking ghost ring. That ring, as you saw in the video actually, that ring should be very hard to see. It should be just a faint suggestion of a ring. That's why it's called a ghost ring. This is similar to the battle sight on my Lee Enfield, right? I've shot stuff with ghost rings before, but I shoot something with a ghost ring very frequently, my Lee Enfield. Its battle sight is essentially a very early form of ghost ring. It's not quite as thin as this one, so it lingers a bit more in your field of vision, but you basically see a faint suggestion of a circle and then the front sight in the middle of it. That's the whole point of a ghost ring, is it doesn't obstruct your field of view. It's quick and easy. You just put the dot in the center of the ghostly ring and you pull the trigger. Done. That's how it's meant to work. And they had that working in the trailer, and again, I don't understand why they would have that feature in the game and then remove it. And then just to satiate my own curiosity, because I haven't used them, we're going to try the nods, and we'll try another weapon too. Maybe something I haven't used yet. Actually, no, let's talk about that too, because we go through the weapons list. In the, in one of the trailers I showed you, we saw a Walther MPL. That thing's fucking, like, holy shit, that's a connoisseur gun. In another trailer, the SWAT team was using, like, they actually showed from the player's perspective, the player was using an original Armalite AR-18. Not the AR-180B or whatever it is, the polymer remake thing. An original AR-180. And it looked like it was a, British-built one. It looked like Sterling-built, because the Sterling ones had a really nice deep bluing on them. So they had an original AR-18. Well, where is it? I don't know. I can't select it. This is the closest we get. It's a modern remake of it, which has an AR-15 lower, an AR-18 upper, and then polymer and rails all over it. The G36 that we saw in the trailer. Where is the handle? Like, you get me? A lot of the trailers showed, and screenshots and things early in development showed M16A2s, or M4A1s, or, you know, CAR-15s, shit like that, like old stuff. 90s and 2000s stuff, really iconic stuff. Like, even the MP5/10, this is the, you know, the Fed gun. It's railed. Like, I get that they want people to be able to attach stuff, but why is it default railed? Why do we have rails on it even before we add any bullshit to it? That's why I like this as well. It doesn't have them. But you see what I'm saying? Like, they had all of these interesting weapons in the trailers, and then the only AK we've got is a cut-down SLR's, I think, Bulgarian-made for the civilian market. It's a cut-down SLR with rails and a polymer mag. Like, all of our ARs are just, you know, modern ARoids. There's nothing interesting about them. UMP, at least, is in its original unmolested form. And we got our less lethal stuff as well, which I haven't tried using yet. Like, even this... Oh, that's right, there's an Elcan Spectre in the game. I forgot I put that on this rifle. But, like, even the FAL, right? Railed, cut down. I get it's a SWAT team, they'd probably want cut down weapons, but still... It's kind of weird to me that they made this jump from, in early development, you see all these really cool, iconic, classic weapons that are identifiable as, you know, SWAT team weapons. And then it seems like partway through development, they've made the decision, actually, no, we're going to make it modern. Like, they seem to have gone from, we're going to remake SWAT 4, but with more features and under a different name so we don't get sued. It's turned into, yeah, but now we've got modern stuff. Like, I don't understand where that jump happened, but it was clearly sometime between 3 years ago and now. Because in all the original footage for the game, you don't see a single fucking tack rail piece of shit in it. Like, you don't see any of this stuff. You see classics. You see in the hands of both the SWAT guys and the suspects. In fact, in some of the trailers, and I'll probably try and pick through to find which ones it was, because I can't remember, a bit later, in some of the trailers, you can actually see they've even taken the character design from SWAT 4, where you had, on the back of their helmets, you had their name tape, and then they had little, like, phosphorescent coloured patches to tell you which team they were. So blue team had little blue highlights on their uniforms. Red team had red highlights. Ready or Not actually did that. Now, I don't know if maybe somebody said, hey, you're infringing on something, you need to change this, or if they just decided to do it of their own accord. But they actually changed the character design as well to what we have here, which isn't bad at all. They're, like, perfectly workable character designs. They look fine, but it's just interesting, that jump in style. Like, it's complete... Not a complete 180, but it's like they looked at the game and went, we're just gonna completely change tack on this. Oh, also that setting is making those things appear up there. That's what it's doing. It's not actually doing anything else, so I'll turn that off, I think. I don't need to know all that shit. Let's see what else I got for pistols. We got a Beretta 92, Old Faithful. Yep, no rails on it. Hooray. Got a 5.7, Glock 19. See, the pistols aren't too bad. There's not really a lot of rail shit in here unless you actually add some. Taser, USP. This is fine. Don't want to be a dick, but why do you have such a hard-on for old weapons? They look more interesting. Modern weapons all look the same. They're all, like, they basically all look the same. In fact, the only way you can tell this was an AR-18 at any point is because of the cocking handle. The lower is from an AR-15 for the most part. In fact, the whole part, that is an AR-15 lower in full, I think. They just all look the same. Modern weapons don't interest me at all. And, they, like, there's not really any increase in capabilities, aside from you can stick more shit to them. That's it. That's pretty much it. You can just stick more shit to them. And maybe they're cheaper to produce with modern techniques. Again, no iron sight effects. Let's see what the night vision looks like. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, I know that it's going to flare out because we're in a brightly lit room, but... Oh, no, 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 no. That is not how this works. It's interesting because they seem to have actually added some depth of field blur to the weapon. Nowhere near enough, but it has some. I can still aim down my sights, like, there's nothing stopping me at all. That's probably not as glared out as it should be, honestly, if I'm looking right at the lights. But you see how it's like, it's quite clear. Now, I know modern, like, Gen 3 night vision is pretty clear in good weather, and if it's well looked after and the lenses are clean, but, like, it's basically just a screen overlay at this point. You're basically just doing a screen overlay. With a slight blurring effect when you bring up your weapon. Like, that's it, you know? That's it. That's all there is going on here. I'm actually curious what it looks like with a laser. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over here and we're going to stick a laser on our poor mutilated AR-18. How do I add shit to the... Oh, I think I need to go up to the other bench to put modifications on it. I'm pretty sure. Maybe not? Oh, no, I'm dumb. I have to go over here and then modify weapon. It's kind of a weird interface. Brakes, why? Like... The barrel. IR laser. Yeah, let's go with an IR laser. Let's see what that looks like. It's because we're in a brightly lit area, but, like, they're super crystal clear. It's literally an overlay. So if I take them off, you'll see there's no shift in perspective or anything. Actually, there's a slight... Sorry if this is giving anyone a migraine. I'm just trying to compare. There might be a very slight difference in field of view, which pulls the perspective in a little, but it's not much. Thermals, no, they're not even thermals. They're just, this is meant to be image intensification. Like modern passive IR. I'm not going to be able to really see the laser that well without blinding myself looking that way. So let's, if I can remember how to even turn the laser on. I gotta look up, oh, actually no, I remember. I've got it bound. There we go, there's my laser. Okay, well, there's something interesting. The beam is visible and does not line up. Does not line up with where the endpoint is if it's pointed at anything close to you. The actual point itself is... Sorry, I know I'm blinding you guys a bit. The point itself is kind of not that bright, not that big. Laser point's usually like a couple mil across, as in milliradians, so you can actually fucking see the dot from a distance. Like, a point like that, you're not going to see it from very far away. They're intentionally quite bright. That kind of shimmering effect that you saw in the trailer when you look at the actual beam itself, that's not present, really. They aren't being projected from the same source. No, I don't think they are. So, right away, the nods give me the shits, because this is... There is fisheye around the edge of them. You see that? There's fisheye distortion around the edge of them. But... What? No. You're kidding. Okay. I don't know if you guys can see this on the stream, but if I kind of side-eye what I want to look at, that's more the color and brightness I would expect through these. Like the color, brightness, contrast, whatever. That is what it should look like around the edges. Maybe not quite so blurry, but like outside that fisheye, that's what I would expect to see. Instead of like perfectly clear with a few speckles and dots here. And like they basically just put a bit of a noise filter over it. And then that fisheye effect around the edges. And then it blooms out whenever you look at light sources. That blooms out too much. You'd be able to turn the gain down on these anyway. Like, this isn't a brightly lit area. There, that's not super brightly lit. Can I find somewhere even darker to use them? That's kind of bright-ish. But, like, I don't know. The gain seems way high, and they have this... I don't know how you describe that effect, but you see that? It's almost like a graphical aliasing issue, like or not an aliasing issue, like an artifacting issue. Stalker does that too with night vision. A lot of games do that with night vision. Games that don't really kind of simulate night vision that well tend to do it. It's weird. Alright, well let's bung that away. So we've established that the iron sights, which were so good in those trailers, are now gone. The equipment is now like a whole generation or two more modern. I mean, I can kind of understand how that might have happened. Oh, modern shit sells better, time to appeal to the Kumas. We'll come back to that topic, because that's why I think a lot of this has happened. Conjecture, I don't know anything about this game's development, I could be completely off base, but I have opinions, which I will share with you shortly. Something else, I don't know if this weapon will do it, but a lot of the ones I tried will. Let's just make sure it's full. And then let's make sure the giggle switch is on. It is. And I'm not going to pull the mouse. I'm not going to do anything with the mouse. I'm going to hold the mouse exactly where it is. Again, for demonstration's sake. It just... up. Now I'm compensating a bit. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I have very clear memory of watching people, like pro Counter-Strike players, pointing at someone's feet with their AK and the bullets hitting their chest. Now, as far as I'm aware, this doesn't have hit scan projectiles, so it's not quite that bad. But you see, like, if I just pull the mouse vertically downwards, my bullets all go to the same place, because they're, like... The recoil is just an aim punch, straight up. There's no back, there's no side to side. Like, yeah, the AR design has an inline stock, so it recoils more or less straight back into your shoulder, but, like, I don't care how well trained you are, or how many automatic weapons you've shot. Like, nobody is going to hold a weapon that steadily on target that it doesn't affect them. And all they do is just... And see, the pistols have the same thing, it's just up and slightly to the left. Very slightly to the left, but there's nothing else. Like, if you can drag the mouse down at the right speed to counter the aim punch, recoil may as well not exist. There's no... There's nothing. Now, I've done very little handgun shooting in my time, but I don't remember it being much like that. And the reason I bring this up, because a lot of games don't have good weapon handling. Like, a lot of games do far worse than this. So I'm not saying that this is like, oh my god, this is so bad, every other game does it better, because most of them don't. My point is that the way this is done right now, it feels like the Tarkov brains have been at it. So when I talk about, you know, what people ask to be included in GHPC, or their complaints about this or that should be done differently, or why isn't this like it is in War Thunder? It's snail brain, right? It's the cult of the snail. Gaijin thought. Tarkov thought is the same thing, but for first-person shooters. You have people coming across from popular shooters like Tarkov, especially Tarkov, because it has the trappings of simulation. Those of you who haven't seen my like 40-minute rant video about actual simulation versus the aesthetic of simulation, this is what I'm getting at. Tarkov is the aesthetic of simulation. There's not actually really much simulation going on there at all. In fact, in some places Tarkov does reasonably well. Its thermal sights, from what I recall, are quite well done, although not that many games do thermal sights for infantry stuff anyway. I don't remember what its night vision was like. I don't think I ever actually used it. But this kind of sterile... This is an automatic weapon. These things bounce, especially at rate of fire like this has, or slower. If the weapon's got a high enough rate of fire, it's straight back into your shoulder and you just get one firm push. That is when you would actually expect to see a straight line stitched up to the ceiling. A lot of weapons don't do that. They judder about in your shoulder because the rate of fire is just low enough that you're trying to compensate for it and you're making the problem worse. So you'll see the gun's bouncing back and forth in your shoulder, and it's kind of the muzzle's dancing left and right and up and down and all over the place, plus the actual pushback, you know, as it pushes you above your center of mass, rotates you around your hips. There's like no movement in this. Like there's a slight judder on the sights and that's about it. It doesn't even really impede your aim. The only thing that impedes you fucking hitting people with full auto in this is just whether you can counter the recoil. Because the sights remain almost perfectly aligned. I should have that playing in the background while I play this. Man, that was It was shit what they did to him, but the fact he was able to turn around and get that out of it and turn it into a win of sorts, that was impressive. Did you have to traumatize my kids? But yeah, like, you see what I mean, right? It's sterile, it's Tarkov, it's Counter-Strike. You get me? It's the mainstreamers have been at this. The fucking normies have had their way with this game. I mean, at least with the pistol, you get some fucking disruption of the sight picture between shots, right? Obradus, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We're more so talking about the game and what it is and what it could have been versus actually playing it at the moment. So I hope you enjoy that kind of thing. Man, I feel like it's a different game. I feel like the game I saw in those trailers, both when I first watched them and now, it's a different game. And it feels like something big happened, like something cataclysmic happened. I don't know if they fired the dev team and hired new people. I don't know if there was a change in the, higher up the chain at Void. I don't know if this is because they partnered. I think they did a partnership with Team 17 or something. They had a big video announcing it. I don't know if this was them selling out to a big publisher. Those of you who watched listen to the, watch because he had gameplay going at the same time. Enigma's interview with the Gunner Heat PC guys, specifically Josh, Action Scripter, Cavi, Blake, Harry, and Lancer. They mentioned that their goal was to become self-sufficient through the Steam Early Access release so that they could afford to fund the rest of the game's development according to the roadmap. Because they cared about their own artistic integrity. They didn't want a publisher to come along or some angel investor to come along and say, hey, I'll give you all the funding you need to make this game if you change this. Because that is inevitably what happens a lot of the time when a small indie group gets picked up by a big publisher or when a partnership happens. And I don't know if that's what happened here between Void and Team 17 or between them and anyone else. But to me, this fucking smacks of an indie dev or a small-scale dev. I don't actually know much about Void's history. I think they were an indie dev, I don't know. But Void coming out and saying... Or was Void even the original team behind SWAT? It might have been. It might have been one of those cases like with Operation Flashpoint and Armour. I don't remember. And like I said, this is all conjecture. I don't know that much about this game's history besides what I saw in trailers. But to me, this feels like whatever team was working on the original game 3 years ago that we saw in those trailers and dev updates is either not working there anymore, or they had somebody decree from higher up that the shareholders insist they change this to be more like that Tarkov game that everyone's playing, and they change this to be more like that Counter-Strike game that everyone's playing. Like, that is what this feels like to me. And this is why, it's such a promising thing to hear the Gunner Heat PC devs say, we're not selling out to some publisher until we are absolutely certain that we will not lose any of our artistic integrity and we get something out of it. I think they actually said in their Discord before that they've been approached by publishers and they turned them down because none of them were offering, the sort of guarantee of artistic integrity that they want to make their own tank game the way they see fit. Because they don't want a publisher to buy them out and then say, well, actually, since we're funding development, not you, you have to make this more like that War Thunder game that everyone's playing, or more like that Armored Warfare game, or that World of Tanks game, or whatever. Like, or, even more like Steel Beasts, or Steel Armor Blaze of War. Like, they don't want some higher power who controls the purse strings telling them, no, this is actually how it's going to be, because that's what sells. We've done the market analysis. That, if you want to know what is killing sim gaming, it's not just the snail. The snail is a symptom. It is not the fucking cancer. The cancer is this. It's when a fucking big load of investors come in, or a big publisher comes in with a shitload of money behind it, and buys out a promising small project that has a cult following and says, we'll fund you to make all your hopes and dreams come true, except you have to change this. And by the time they're done saying you have to change this, no, this needs a bit of tweaking. Oh, we think it would sell better if you did this. No, the investors think this needs to happen. By the time it's done, the game doesn't even resemble what it was supposed to be. And it just comes out as being either a major disappointment or feeling too much like the thing it was supposed to be an alternative to. And I just realized I forgot to turn that setting off, so we'll go and get rid of those. I don't need that readout for whatever is going on. I do like that you can change between green and white phosphor, but it doesn't really matter at the end of the day when the night vision is not very well simulated, in my opinion. So let's get rid of that. There we go. Wonder if microprose would give them the freedom they want. New microprose is not old microprose. It's very important to keep that in mind. It has the microprose name because they bought it out. I don't know anything about the guys behind new microprose. They've funded a lot of really cool projects, and they seem not to have fucked with any of them too hard. I can't say that for certain, but they seem to have mostly let the creators do their things, but I don't know. I think probably until they're more of a known quantity, then maybe it would be best for the GHPC devs to stick to their guns and just fund their own project until somebody realizes, hey, we should not fuck with this, but this is going places. And being able to develop the game with their own funds on their own terms lets them basically dictate the terms of any agreement that happens in the future, which is how it should be. The devs dictate the terms of the agreement to the person investing, not the other way around. The other thing with new microprose is it's not just picking up good projects, it's picked up a few that I think probably are squibs, to be polite. So it seems more like new microprose is taking a shotgun approach and just funding whatever looks cool or whatever gets attention. Some of the things that get attention will inevitably be really good games that have a really clear-cut, unfucked with artistic direction, like High Fleet, for instance. And then some of them will be, you know, YouTuber vanity projects, not naming anyone. But, yeah, like, they did say, they didn't name any of the devs, I don't think, or not devs, any of the publishers, I don't think they've been approached by, not publicly. But they did say they have been approached by various publishers, including some big names, and none of them had offers that they were willing to accept, so... High Fleet seems esoteric enough, it seems they didn't have enough, or didn't have influence on it. Yeah, good luck trying to influence Constantine. The only thing that influences fucking Constantine is what him upstairs tells him to do, I think. With the MP5, you notice it less, because the MP5 is pretty soft recoiling anyway, but, like, you still see it. There's a bit of movement in the sights. Still not as much as I'd really expect. Like, yeah, I get it. You're playing a trained SWAT dude. He's built like a brick shithouse. He's trained to use automatic weapons, but, you know... having done a bit of automatic weapon shooting myself, it doesn't matter how well trained you are and how well prepared you are. There's a reason you don't fire full auto unless it's a blind panic or you're trying to get someone to put their fucking head under cover. Like, it's not that easy or accurate. Especially over a longer distance. At short range, yeah, whatever, but at longer range, good luck. And particularly with weapons with worse ergonomics or a lower cyclic rate or a bigger drop between the actual line of recoil and the where the stock sits in your shoulder, like the bigger cone drop, it gets worse with those. Really worse with those. So, what I'm kind of getting at with this is it feels to me like the original project for this game was essentially SWAT 5. It was essentially like just SWAT 4 with a few new features, better graphics, and, you know, revamp for the modern sort of gaming palette. You know, for the more discerning gamer that can't handle, you know, 2000s graphics and very janky early era Havoc physics when coffee cups get launched around 1,000,000 miles an hour because you just looked at it too hard. Feeny, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So that's what I feel the game probably was originally, and then somewhere in development, and this was, you know, relatively recent because those videos are 3 years old, somewhere in its development, something came along and changed the whole paradigm of what this game was supposed to be, and it was enough for them to rework a lot of it. Because, like, the visual effects that are pretty hard to get to work in a game and look good are not something you just remove on a whim. Like, those are things that you don't just pull out overnight because you felt like it. Those are things that you don't just forget to add into a particular build. Like, they removed stuff. They changed stuff completely. They redesigned things seemingly from pretty much the ground up, which might be why Ready or Not started to kind of get a reputation for taking so long to arrive after it was announced. But that's the impression I get, is that something has fucked with this game. And I really... I'm glad I didn't spend the money on doing it, because at the moment, like, I'm not saying I regret my purchase of the game. It's still fun, but it could have been so much more, and I wish it was so much more. But I almost wish I could have been a fly on the wall during the earliest early access release for the big, big funders, so I could see how the game looked then, before any of the community had any input on it, when it was only the devs doing what the devs thought the community wanted, and no community input had been had yet. I would have loved to compare that to the trailers that we just saw, and then to what it looks like now, because I'm curious how much of this is the devs being fucked over by a publisher coming down and saying, no, the investors say that Tarkov is the next best thing, so we have to be more like Tarkov, and how much of it is the players being like, no, this is how it's supposed to be, that you should be like Tarkov, which you can already see people doing to GHPC. They're like, no, this should be more like War Thunder. Like, no, you idiot, that's the exact thing they're trying to get away from. Or like, this should be more like Steel Beast. No, Steel Beast is Steel Beast. You're not going to dethrone Steel Beast. That's just its own thing. Like, you don't touch that. You're not going to win that fight. And, most people aren't going to buy it, because if they want to play Steel Beast, they will just play Steel Beasts. Or, if they want to play War Thunder, they will play War Thunder. The only reason the War Thunder refugees have come across is because they thought they wouldn't get bombed by planes. That's literally it. Or they thought there wouldn't be Russian bias or whatever. Or, they actually realized, like, oh shit, these guys are going to make me pay for the game once instead of nickel and diming me for the rest of my life. But other than that, they don't actually dislike any of the mechanics or gameplay of War Thunder. In fact, they think they're great, and they want every game to be like it. I feel like that kind of mindset has happened here, that Tarkov brain has happened here, just like Snail Brain has been trying to enforce itself upon GHPC and numerous other tank-centric games over the years, and plane-centric games for that matter. And so you end up with this interesting kind of, like, weird limbo state of a game where you can... It reminds me of Red Orchestra 2. I'm going to say it straight out. It reminds me of Red Orchestra 2, both in the amount of promise it had and how hyped I was for it. Maybe not, because RO2 tempered my hype brain so much that I can't even get hyped for stuff I know is going to be good anymore. That game ruined me. But it has that same sort of feel. Like, it does everything right in the trailers, and then I can only speak for RO2 here. It did almost everything right in the early access beta for the digital deluxe edition people, the people that chipped in an extra $10 or whatever it was to get that. The basically paid closed beta or closed alpha, whatever. It was closed beta. There's no way it was alpha. That same sort of feeling. The feeling that what was hinted at, what was shown, what was, I don't want to say promised, but I'm going to say promised, and what came out are somehow not related to each other. Something happened. Like, my sort of joke about RO2 was it felt like the game was actually thrown together by 3 interns in the fucking janitor's closet while the rest of Tripwire were working on Killing Floor 2. And then when they actually announced Killing Floor 2 not long after, I was like, I knew it! But it's that same sort of feeling. The game there's so much under here that you can feel. If they just hadn't fucked with it, this would be amazing. There's just so much waiting to pop out, and just a little bit of adjustment is all it needs. Just that little bit of TLC. It's like RO2. RO2, literally, like, one particularly committed modder and then a couple of other particularly committed modders that jumped ship because 3 or 4 groups started the same project. I was involved in starting one of them, but then we realized Dibbler was further along than us, so a bunch of our guys hopped over to help him. But, the modders basically made RO2 what it should have been from the start, but it was too late by then. The game had died. It had basically been a squib. Maybe it was a commercial success for whatever Tripwire paid in developing it, what with their 3 interns in the closet, but it was nowhere near what it could have been and what it should have been. And this kind of gives me early feelings of the same impression. Now, having said that, this game seems pretty popular with people. A lot of people have been playing it on Twitch. They seem to really like it. A lot of my friends really like it, and I can't hold that against them. It's a pretty, if you take it in the context of what it could have been and what it appeared to be from trailers and what SWAT 4 was, especially for its day, you're going to end up jaded like me. If you don't have that context, or you just don't focus on it, then yeah, it's a fun game. It plays pretty well. It's got a bunch of neat features, whatever. It's just that gnawing feeling for me that there could have been more here, and there probably was. but it's gone fuck knows where, and it might not, probably won't, come back. Because whatever caused this, whatever decision caused this, has already been made and probably was attached to a rather large sum of money or, you know, consequences. And so it's probably not going to get reversed. Let me just catch up on chat for a bit. Instagram gun oppeniner, LARPA guns. Yeah, exactly. SWAT 4 is like $4 on Good Old Games. Still love SWAT 4. So I have a shameful admission. I never owned a full game, and I didn't obtain it through seafaring means either. I actually only had it as a demo. So I think I had a single level. It was the garage level. But it was a full level of the game with all the game's features. The only thing that made it a demo was it was one level. And so I played the shit out of it. I played that one game demo more than I played this by a long shot. Same map, same scenario every time. I did not care. I played it until I had it down to a fine art. I'd play it and experiment with the physics. I'd play it and experiment with how much shit I could get away with before Tok told me I was going up in front of a fucking Crimes Against Humanity tribunal. Like, I spent so many hours on a single level of SWAT 4. And yeah, I'm going to have to pick up the original game at some point. I might even own it already with the amount of shit I pick up in sales without even realizing I've done it. Please, Gay Ben, leave my wallet alone. But yeah, SWAT 4 was just phenomenal. And this really looked, for a long time, like it wanted to be SWAT 5 in all but name. And it looked like it was headed that way. And it hasn't got there. It took a wrong turn somewhere down a dark alley. In fact, it took a wrong turn down not even as dark an alley as the game appeared to be heading for, because all the implications of, like, social collapse and horrible, fucked up, evil crime rings and cults and shit, they allude to it a lot in the trailers and the promotional material, but we're only just starting to see it with the Atom update, and it's kind of... what it is versus what it could have been is it feels like a lot of punches were pulled. Like, again, this reeks of shareholder meddling, publisher meddling, and shareholders bitching about my profits. It reeks of interference from above to say, you can't put that in a game, it will hurt our margins, that kind of commentary is too close to politics, or that's too divisive, you can't have it, you have to imply it instead. You guys get that sense? Those of you who have played this, do you feel that? Because that's what I feel. The game alludes to some pretty dark shit, but it never actually gets there. The trailers are fucking groveling in it. The trailers are fucking pulling bits of entrails about themselves merrily, like, this shit's so fucked up. Oh, this is gonna be a horror game, not a fucking SWAT game. And then you actually play the game, and the only real horror element to it is when you get fucking head-eyes by John Wick as he comes blazing around the corner with a fucking high point. And then you see, like, some vague reference to, I don't know, like, trafficking or something in a level that's like, it's not even explicit. Maybe they really did realize it was too topical to bring that one up. Oopsies. Hey, Conkers, good to see you, man. So, yeah, like, that's... just overall, it feels like not only were the punches of this game pulled, both in terms of the authenticity and the actual, like, overarching story and scenario this world's set in, the context of the game. It doesn't just feel like the punches were pulled, it feels like they fucking dressed the boxer up as the fucking Michelin Man. Like, there's just no impact behind it that was really there in the trailers. It really felt like it was going to be there, and it's just gone. And it kind of just up and left. It went somewhere. Someone made it go somewhere, and I would like to know who and why. And is it coming back? Because I would prefer it did. I bought this game because of what I saw in those trailers, and while it's a perfectly functional game, I probably would have paid a lot less for it if this is going to be more how it is. Because, as it is, I already don't enjoy Tarkov, because I realize Tarkov is, again, the aesthetics of a simulator, but deep down it's just a Twitch shooter like Counter-Strike, but with extra steps. Like, it's not a bad game, don't get me wrong. I have a lot of friends that are, like, Tarkov fanatics, and I do enjoy it from time to time, but we've already spoken about the economy and when we were doing our DayZ stream, and why Tarkov's game design is kind of just a dead end. The gameplay loop is quite literally Logan's loop. You get to fucking, 30 years old, or in this case, level 30, and then oh, whoops, there's a wipe, gotta go back and grind from the start again, because otherwise, Pestily or someone is going to end up waltzing around with a fucking T14 Armata attached to his skull because he's so high level and has so much gear that, like, the economy just doesn't exist for him anymore. You know, like, good players in that game can just accrue so much shit so quickly that they have to have wipes. Otherwise, the game becomes completely stale and new players will just leave in droves. Yeah, with the exact same quests over and over from 2014. Exactly. Fucking exactly. Like, I don't even do the quests in Tarkov. They're not fucking fun. You know what I do in Tarkov? I ask if some of my friends are playing, especially the ones who I know are jumpy and incompetent, because it makes it more fun, because so am I in Twitch shooters. And then we end up team killing each other because somebody forgot to shout out which room they were in, or misidentified which door they just walked through. That's fucking fun in Tarkov. Or doing stupid shit, like stacking 20 fucking flashlights on the end of a shotgun and just compelling people with the power of the sun. That's fun. I like that shit. That, like, or doing like a LARP run as a fucking angry Afghansi with like the fucking 6B5 and the AK-74 and the bad attitude and nothing else. Like, that shit's fun. Fuck, hatchling runs used to be fun, now they're not. But, like, Tarkov is a game that's fun sometimes in spite of the dev's best efforts. Like, Nikita seems, in particular, to just want to make that game as miserable as possible, especially for new players. He seems to want new players to actively avoid it. I don't know what the logic is there, but I get the same sort of feeling. Like, it just... This game would have grabbed me so much more if they just stuck with what it could have been. Remember the anal staircase from the trailer? Yeah. We showed that trailer because I was pointing out. I'll show it again. Again, look. Here's my iron sights. Here's my iron sights. Crystal clear. Depth of field? Never heard of her. Let's go. Excuse me as I tab through a bunch of different windows here. Let me go... Sorry about me hopping back and forth across the sides of the screen. Look at this. Look at this. M24. Iconic US military sniper rifle from the 80s and 90s. Oh, sorry, the 90s and 2000s.
Hard on ready or not.
And hang on, once we get to the range. This is the shotgun I was using before, see? Same ghost ring sight.
And crafting the campaign.
Actual functional firing range. I mean, we've got a kill house that's functional now, but like actual functional firing range for the pistol. Instead of the half-finished one we've got now. Like, if you've got this, if this is prototyped and working in-game, why would you delete this and then go back to what we just saw, where the targets aren't reactive, the range isn't even completed, like there's just random shit laying around like it's halfway through fucking construction. I don't understand it. I don't even remember if that radial menu's still a thing. I don't use it anyway. Look. Hang on. Let me playback speed. Slow as balls, please. Let's... How's that for ASMR? Look at the ghost ring. It's an actual ghost ring. Is it perfect? No, not really. There's probably a little more area covered by the blur than there should be. Like, it's... As in, the blur makes it look kind of thicker just because of how graphical processing works versus human eyes. But, look, the weapon is blurred out. The rear sight ghosts out. Like this, the background is... It looks slightly unfocused, but it could just be YouTube compression. But that is how iron sights are supposed to work. And not just ghost rings. Any iron sight should blur out like that, because when you use irons, you focus on the front sight. Not the rear sight, not the target, you focus on the front sight. And so the rear sight should blur out. Like the, on my Lee Enfield, for instance, the battle sight is a ghost ring like this. The actual, the sight you use for finesse, when you need to make longer range shots, is a ladder sight with, like a solid chunk of metal about that size and a literal pinhole through it. But that little pinhole, when you're shooting through it, it appears to grow. It's like, I talked about this on stream before when I was talking about iron sights in games. If you do, like, this one, like, that's a tiny hole, right? But then you put it up, like, close to your eye and you try and focus through it, it ghosts out a bit. Obviously, it's a bit exaggerated because of the distances and whatever, but, like, if you, like, if I do this, and I'm trying to focus on my camera, I get a double image. But if I focus on my camera now, I can't because I can't see my camera because my eyesight's that bad. Right, attempt number 3. If I focus on my camera now, my fingers blur out. And not enough that I can see through them, but enough that I can see a bit more around them than I normally would. Like, if that makes sense to you guys, I know a lot of you have shot guns before, but a lot of you probably haven't as well. Like, a lot of my viewers probably don't have a lot of shooting experience with iron sights. It's an acquired skill. Like, getting good with iron sights takes a while. It's much easier to just use a red dot or something because you don't have to worry so much about parallax or focusing on the correct thing or anything like that, which is why they've become in vogue. But I don't understand why a game that got this so right 3 years ago, right? Fuck, 3.5 at this point, something like that. Why did you go from this back to none of this? Crystal clear, unblurred sights, because the side effect of that is it's going to make aperture sights shit. Like, you guys who watch my armor streams will have noticed whenever the 345th does a mission where our weapon has aperture sights or peep sights, everyone's looking for an excuse to throw them away for a fucking AK. Like, we play missions as Finns with RK-62s with actual good fucking peep sights on them, and guys are binning them for AK-74s the first lot of Russians we kill. Because they're like, oh, the sights are shit. It's not like the AK, it's got rubbish sights, I can't see what I'm doing. It's like, in armor, yeah, there's no attempt to simulate this, so the backs, like the whole rear side of the RK-62 blocks your view horribly. It does on the FAL as well. Like, this is why the FAL's rear sights are not popular in video games, is because video games don't fucking do it justice. In real life, these are the kinds of iron sights you want. They're the most accurate, they're the quickest and easiest to line up, they're the best to use. But in almost all video games, they're dog shit because they occlude screen space and they block your view of your target. They shouldn't. They should do what you see here. They're not impeding the view of the target at all. In fact, it's more clear when it's not paused. You can see it's not really impeding the view of the target that much. They could probably do some transparency fuckery to fade it out even more, and it would be literally perfect. I just don't understand why you would undo that. What else was it in this trailer that we wanted to look at? Oh yeah, you got the shoot house with the fucking 2-gun action challenge fucking, you know, stance plate where you do all the fancy shoot through this and over that. Look, again, ghost ring rendered properly, doesn't include the screen. Let's talk about nods, night vision. Oh, here's the laser getting shone in your eyes, by the way. I haven't had that happen in the game. I don't know if it does this anymore. We should test that at some point. Maybe when I get some friends together. Look at this! Look at this! This is presumably a binocular. Binocular nods don't look much different. You just have a slightly wider field of view. You still don't have much peripheral. But this is what nods are like. It's like looking through a fucking cardboard tube. They're shit. Like, they're better than nothing, but they are shit. And this is how it should be. With the, you know, maybe not necessarily scan lines, but with, like, noise and jitter and kind of this weird glimmering effect sometimes. And the, you know, the sort of crystal clear image you get in the game now, maybe, like, brand new, fresh off the factory stuff in good conditions will do that. Maybe. On a good clear day. Or, well, good clear night. But this is what I remember seeing. This is what I remember seeing. This is what I expect when somebody says night vision. And you can see, like, they even have, even at this point, I said they have all these Gucci weapons, but they even have, like in the game now, that actually looks, I can't tell if that's the arse end of an MPL or if it's something else because the night vision's blurring it out. But it's got some attachments on it. So it's not like you can't add attachments to shit. It's just that we've gone from all these cool weapons that they show in the trailers to, like, 50 shades of AR-15, but all of them look identical. And then, like, an AR-18 upper on an AR-15 lower. And then one cut-down AK with rails on it. And then a couple of MP5s. At least they gave us the MP5A2. Thank Christ. Let's look at some of the other stuff. There was another trailer that showed some more of the weapons. I want to say it was... Let's just go through them. Fuck it, let's just go through them. Because some of these will show gameplay. So this is 4 years ago. This is older than that other trailer. And you can see they don't have the iron side effects here. So they must have done it at some point. They've prototyped it. They've shown it in a dev trailer, and then they've abandoned it. But what do we have here? This is an M4. It's a fucking M4, like you would get in SWAT 4. You've got a rail on the rifle. Those little knobs there, that means it's sitting on a rail. You can take the carry handle off and put whatever fucking optic you want on there. Look at the front end of it. It's actually a SOP mod M4, it looks like, with the removable heat shields that you can put rails on. Like, why do we not have this thing? So if I want to be old school with my carry handle sight and stuff, I can go ahead and do it. Why have I got, like, all these samey ARoids that all have rails everywhere and, you know, they're all flat tops by default? What happened? Where did it go? Why? Like, I don't understand why you would add all these weapons and assets to the game, because look, it's in the game, it's working, it's complete. Weapon art assets in particular aren't that difficult to do, even modern games. Like, weapons are one of the quicker things to do, especially with a talented artist. Like, I've seen good artists knock out a couple weapons in a week, and they all look like that quality. It's not that bad. Yeah, you've got to, like, animate it and stuff, but if you've got the basis for a similar weapon, it's, you know, you can do modular stuff. Like, if you look at the way Harry's doing the aircraft for GHPC, they're modular. So the MiG-21 variants, if you look at, like, the screenshots I put in my Discord earlier, they're modular. So he can add or remove parts. So he can basically change the shape of the spine and a couple of other parts to switch between an MF and a PFM. Or an SPS, as it would be in German service. Like, he can do stuff like that. The Phantom, modular. Like, this is the way you do things. It's efficient and quick, and it looks just as good, but I don't know why they'd add these weapons and then either take them out or only give them to suspects instead of the player. It's just odd to me. Let me catch up a bit more in chat, because I've fallen very far behind. Check out the drink machine. I've seen the video of that. That is cool attention to detail. So it's not like the devs can't do attention to detail. The fact that you can shoot a water cooler and the water drains to the level of the bullet hole and stops, that's fucking awesome. Like, not many games even think about shit like that, but they've done it here. So it's weird. It's what really makes me feel. It's not like the devs have decided to phone it in. It's not like they fired and rehired the whole team, or at least I don't think so. I get the sense that the devs wanted to do this really ambitious, really visceral SWAT successor, direct successor to SWAT, and then somebody came along with a lot of money and said, "Nah, you want to do this. You know, you want to do Tarkov," and the devs are like, "We want to do Tarkov," and now you can see the result. That's what it feels like to me. It's not just the water coolers. There is quite a bit of cool interaction with the world, and then there's less interaction with the AI than they showed in the trailer. So again, you get this kind of hot and cold thing going on, where the game is better in some ways than you would have expected from watching the trailers, and then in ways that really matter for this type of game, it's regressed, at least from my perspective. They say why they downgraded the iron sights. They might have somewhere. I haven't been following development closely enough to actually see like what they've said on the forums or what they've said about this or that feature being added or removed, but I personally don't see any reason to remove them other than either the Tarkov brains whined about it not being authentic or being bad for gameplay, because like I've said before, the people that cry the hardest about more realism don't know what they're talking about, and they don't want realism unless it makes them feel big. You know, they have no personal experience, or they have enough to argue in bad faith against a feature they don't like because it hampers their gameplay. Gamers, basically. Fucking gamers. So yeah, I don't know. I would hazard a guess either they were told from the publisher, you need to change this to make it more appealing to the masses. Otherwise, you know, remember whose money you're spending to make this. Or the community had a massive fucking whinge fest about it and the devs bent the knee. Which is another thing I like about Radian, which is, you know, the GHPC team, is that every single member of Radian I've interacted with, and all of the members of Radian I've seen interact with with the actual community at large. If somebody asks for something fucking stupid, they'll either tell them no, or they'll tell them no and then give them a very, like, not rude, but, like, a very blunt reason why not, in a kind of, like, why did you even ask kind of sense. Or they will actively troll the players. That's the most based kind of dev. When the players ask for something fucking stupid that would completely reorient the game away from its original artistic vision just because they want it to be more like another game they play, and the devs tell them no. Or they, even more based, they do the absolute opposite. Like, people were complaining about there being too much smoke and haze when you fire the gun, and, oh, I can't see what I just shot at. And then literally the next patch, they like doubled or tripled the lingering time of the fucking muzzle blast. It was just, oh. Like, I had known for a while that GHPC was going to be, like, my sweetheart game development project for probably, like, the next half decade or so. But that was the moment I knew I had found the right devs. I had picked the right horse, was when they went and did the complete opposite of what the War Thunder Brains asked them to do in the next patch. Unique design languages. Yeah, with the old weapons, absolutely, yeah. A lot like why are classic cars interesting, or classic aircraft, classic boats, yeah. Like, this is the thing, everything's starting to converge towards the optimal form. Everything's turning into crabs, except crabs are actually cool. You know, you look at because I was looking at photos of the Boxer the other day. We are replacing the ASLab with it. The Boxer is like another half again as big as the fucking ASLab. It weighs 3 times as, well, yeah, 3 times as much as an ASLab. It weighs a T-64. The fucking Rheinmetall Boxer, right, wheeled APC, IFV, whatever the fuck you want to call it, it weighs a T-64. 38.5 fucking tons. Not all configurations, obviously. Some are lighter because they don't have the turret or whatever, but I think the configuration we're getting is 38.5 tons. It's a T-64. Like, what the fuck? And it's huge. But it looks the same as everything else. Like, if you... outside of national markings and certain weapons I can identify by eye, and, like... it's even at the point where you used to be able to identify Soviet-designed vehicles because they were squat and they had a certain look about them. The Soviets had a certain look about their equipment. It was very... nothing was there that didn't need to be. It was very... Antoine de Saint-Exupéry would have loved it. Like, there's nothing more to add because there's nothing more to take away. Just perfection in terms of min-maxing shit, right? Like, not to say they were the best weapons ever, but, like, for what they were envisioned to do, they were designed like a fucking scalpel, and they have a very distinct visual language to them because of that. I look at a modern Russian IFV, like, what's the fucking new one called? Is it Boomer, or is Boomer the other appropriate name? Is it the other one? I don't fucking know. Boomer and BMP fucking 69 420 and a Boxer and a Patria, and, like, I can't tell the Boxer and the Patria apart until you put them side by side. I just go, oh, the Boxer's the bigger one. Like, they all look the same. It looks like Playmobil sets. Like, they have that chunky aesthetic that Playmobil toys have because of the fucking add-on armor packs and shit. Just everything looks the same. It's the same with guns, it's the same with planes. Everything's converging to look the same, and that's why I like the old stuff. It has charm, it has character. Like, there is functionally basically no difference in this or Tarkov or any other game that has all these Gucci weapons in it between a fucking HK-416, a fucking LR-300 if they had it, and any other piston-based AR. Basically none, right? It looks very slightly different, and there might be some minor differences in, like, ergonomic characteristics, which the game abstracts anyway, because it doesn't simulate them realistically. But other than that, they're functionally identical. They're all piston-based ARs. They basically, like, they have slight changes made to the innards just so they aren't infringing on each other's fucking patents. Like, it's all just becoming grey goo. That's why I like the older stuff. Because it's got character, it's got soul. It fucking sucks in really cool and funny and interesting ways. Like, that is what makes something interesting to me, is not when it's good, it's when it's fucking shit. But it has a reason to be shit. And if you put up with the shit bits just long enough, you find out actually it's really fucking good. You know, like that... the feel that it has something more to it. The feel that there's like a machine spirit under there of sorts. That's why I like older stuff. I don't hate modern stuff. Well, some modern things I do, but I don't find them interesting either. It's why if you ask me a question about modern Russian military equipment, I can't tell you. I have no fucking clue. Anything that happened after 1991 doesn't exist in my brain because it's just not interesting to me. Haven't played this since release, and I honestly don't remember so many of these things being dumbed down this badly. Yeah, I really need to see if I can find gameplay footage from players that were in the early access thing, because I'm curious. I really want to see that now. I don't know if I'll do it on stream today. I'm running out of voice, but I do want to see that. Counter-Strike has spray patterns, which... Yeah, Counter-Strike even has spray patterns, which is already more complex than what's happening in-game at the moment in Ready or Not. And just, like, if you look at the way the weapons handle... Let's go back to the fucking dev blog again, because I just want to... I want to harp on this one a bit.
Features,
where was it? The range.
And crafting the campaign and its story.
The way that just the weapons seem to handle, something about them.
An alpha build for the supporters to play and test, while main development continues forward.
Like, it doesn't just... I don't know. I kind of wish they'd showed a rifle as well as the shotgun and the pistol, because then you'd genuinely see if it was just the same thing as stitching a line straight up, or if there was some sort of interesting recoil jitter happening. But just the general feel I get watching the gunplay in this, and the gunplay that I feel playing the actual game, something is different. Something feels very different. And you see this with the pistol animations too. I wasn't paying enough attention in game to notice, so we'll check again in a minute, but you get that thing with the pistol where pistol recoil is quite complex, and I kind of seen it in videos, but it wasn't until I shot some handguns myself that I really realized what was going on. Is instead of just the pistol bucking back, which is what you expect, right? You would expect, oh, recoil pushes it back, it pivots you at the wrist, the pistol's going to go back and up, muzzle flip, right? Everyone knows that. But you don't just have that simple motion of the pistol coming back and up. You have the pistol comes back and up, and usually to one side, because you're tending to pull one way or the other, unless you're like fucking Jerry Michalek or something. The pistol will come up and back, and if it's a fucking self-loader, it will kick forward slightly. So you'll get this motion where it comes up and back, and then it bounces forwards a little, but it won't go back to where it was originally, unless you've got really, really good shooting form, and even then you still usually need to compensate a little. Like, you have that complex motion because the fucking momentum of the slide is adding to the recoil. It's not just the bullet leaving the barrel and Newton's forces and all this stuff. It's the slide coming back, this big mass on top of the pistol, especially if it's a blowback, because, you know, blowback relies on a heavy slide to not unlock before the chamber pressure's safe. So you have this mass coming back on the pistol above its center of fucking gravity, above your, you know, this, and then the slide stops, it comes back, it stops, which gives you a bit of a kick, and heavier slides will bite because you'll get more of a noticeable kick back from it as it stops, and then it rockets forwards and it'll bring the pistol forwards with it because the weight is shifting. It's like with a machine gun. You'll notice this even with a light machine gun, like a Minimi. When you close the bolt, as in when you pull the trigger, because it's an open bolt weapon, but when you've got a Minimi and you dry fire it, like you've just stripped and reassembled it, cleaned it, whatever, you've cleared it, there's no ammunition in it, you're safe to ease the springs by dry firing it. When you dry fire it, you'll feel the gun jump forwards in your shoulder and hear like clunk, because an open bolt machine gun is throwing this massive amount of mass in the bolt and the carrier straight forwards and then slamming it against the barrel, because it's, you know, it fires as it does that and then it comes back. So with machine guns in particular, you get this juddering because the gun's jumping about as this massive fucking bolt and carrier is rocketing back and forth constantly. And whenever you go to fire it, it jumps forward. So, like, that's one of the reasons why open bolt is not generally a good thing for accuracy, is because first you have the delay as the bolt goes forwards from the sear. So between the point you pull the trigger and the moment of firing, there's a much larger delay than if it's a closed bolt and the only thing that moves is the firing pin. You've got that delay, and then you've got this jumping motion as it goes forwards, and then it comes back with the recoil. So that's why open bolt weapons tend to be frowned upon for accuracy, but they're good for cooling, which is why machine guns do it. It's really noticeable. It's really, really noticeable. Like, there's complexity and momentum in the way that guns feel, and most games don't reproduce that very well. And just from watching the animations here, it looks like they did. At least in terms of the animations. I don't know about the actual handling, like camera punches or whatever, like the way that recoil usually is done is punch the camera and have an animation. But, like, just, I don't know, something about the gun handling here looks better to me.
Which will be integral to improving the experience. The alpha allows void interaction.
Oh, I guess there it's mostly animation. So okay, I'll give them that one. Maybe the gun handling didn't change that much, but the iron sight certainly did. And all that means is they got more room for improvement as far as I'm concerned. Now, what was the other one I wanted to show? There was another trailer, and it was from back in, you know, the same sort of era when they were still 3 or so years ago, still really heavily... Maybe it was the gameplay pre-order trailer, I'm pretty sure. This is a longer one. It's a good one, too. Feels like when Game of Thrones got rid of the good riders and had those Egghead Remorons phone autocorrect in action, I see. Right, Season 8 and completely ruin a decade's worth of great writing. Yeah, like... It's kind of like actual tech debt when you're developing, which is something people don't really think about as well. Again, look at the weapons. You know, you can't just phone in a new crew to work on something that somebody else, that was their baby. Because they often didn't leave notes. They didn't need to because they were working on it. You know, there's so much lost in translation when you bring in a new team. And I don't know if that's what they did here, but it has a similar feel. I think here it could be a new team, or it could just be that they were told, this is what you're actually going to do.
Action and tactical strategy, wrapped in a unique, detailed, and twisted facsimile of a modern...
doesn't give me a whole lot of hope in actual simulation. Have to depend on creators with great integrity. Yeah, unfortunately. It is what it is. You know, back in the glory days of the late 90s and early 2000s, when sim games were at their peak, you know why sim games were at their peak? Because the normie investors hadn't figured out how much money was in it yet. It was passion projects, and it was being invested in by people who were actually... They had more in the game than just money. They had skin in the game as well. Now it's just another way to get, you know, a black return on a fucking balance sheet. It's just another way to make number go up for somebody that has no connection or care to gaming at all, let alone simulation gaming. Ross have a stream without bitching about capitalism challenge, impossible difficulty, but it is what it is. This is what happens. Aviation's experiencing it too, as it becomes more and more mainstream and people see it as a cash cow they can get into, it loses its soul. Accessibility is one thing. Accessibility is great, but sometimes, if you're not careful, accessibility will bring other things with it that you don't want. And it's because people want a free meal, you know. If everything's a fucking commodity to invest in... My baby. There she is, my baby. A fucking Armalite AR-18, a proper one. Look at that shit. Oh my god, it's beautiful. I think that's a Sterling rifle too, because it looks like it's got the right metal finish to be a Sterling rifle. You have no idea how badly I have wanted a good AR-18 in an actual shooter for the longest time. Oh my god, you get almost everything but. You get the Italian Beretta rifles that are based on AR-18s. You get the Steyr AUG, which is basically an AR-18 but back to front. You get the fucking L85, which is like a crayon drawing copy of a AR-18 back to front. You get fucking, like, the G36, which is an AR-18 but HK branded and with proprietary bullshit all over it so they can charge you 10 times what it's worth. You have every flavor of AR-18 except an actual fucking AR-18. Like, God, please, is it too much to ask that I just have my one rifle so that I can, you know, put on my green football jersey and listen to the appropriate songs about what happens when the RUC come marching up the street? Is it too much to ask? Horror movie, sorry, the horror for me is when you get stuck in a tiny room because the AI followed you in and won't move. I've had that happen a few times, including staircases. They're really bad with staircases, actually. The AI, they're not the best. They're not really... They remind me of the SWAT 4 AI in a lot of ways. I wouldn't be surprised if they're basically the same as the SWAT 4 AI in terms of like how they work. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but I wouldn't say it's a good thing this many years later either. I don't know. Something just... I get the point is you play this with friends, because that's why it has multiplayer and everything, but yeah, I don't know if the AI are still heavily work in progress or if they're pretty happy with where they're at now, but they need some more tweaking.
Where other titles only allow you to kill.
The lighting isn't much different. Still got that nice, colourful sort of... It's almost like a film noir with the coloured lighting and the strong contrast and stuff. That hasn't changed, and I like that.
Gun down, drop it.
Less... Hey. Less lethal weapon. This is your pepper ball gun. Remember this in SWAT 4? It's a fucking MP5 with a hopper on it. It's like a paintball gun. And now we have another AR-15oid, except it has orange paint on it. It even looks like a fucking AR-15. The only way you can tell it's less lethal is it has orange paint on it. There's no other external difference. Like, yeah, I guess that's how, you know, pepperball guns are these days, but, like, where's the soul, man? You know? What's this? This is a PM. I think the PM's still in-game, but you only ever see it with suspects. Like, there's still a bunch of really cool weapons in the game, but you only ever see them dropped on the ground after a fucking suspect's either been shot or put it down. Like, I've come across all kinds of interesting guns in-game, and I've never been able to pick one up myself. Or use one myself. Like, fuck, the things I would have done for some of these weapons instead of another AR-15 with rails and a piston, because, you know, we need piston AR-15s for some reason, even though literally the only application of that is a military rifle for special forces in certain conditions.
The playing field becomes equal.
What's wrong with direct impingement? Who fucking knows? Let's have a look at... Hang on. You've got that occluding the sight. I wonder if it still does that. I'll have to check at some point.
With an abundance of non-lethal alternatives, such as beanbag shotgun.
A lot of bitching. We're discussing game design theory and how it feels like something cataclysmic happened during the development of this game that made it not be the thing it appeared to be when it was... You know, when they were showing the reveal trailers and the dev trailers and stuff. Once we get through this video, I need a drink. I'm legit gonna lose my voice. I've been talking so much today.
Guns, tasers.
Look at those interiors, goddamn. Well, the game's pretty. Like, the game is really pretty.
Coercing targets.
Always has been. But I want to say, if you look at the... Like, okay, so the room lighting's maybe still a little strong here, but if you look at the models they show in the trailers... I feel like the suspect models in game at the moment, they look like they were made using Fuse. I don't know how many of you have used Fuse. It's like a free thing you can download on Steam. It's basically like a... You can generate 3D models of characters for people that can't... Like, they don't have any innate 3D art ability. So you're basically taking pre-made stuff and kind of kludging it together to make a character, and then you can inject it into a game. If you've ever played... God help you if you have, I'm sorry. But if you've ever played fucking Hunt Down the Freeman, I'm pretty sure the character models for that were all made in Fuse. There are a few other games as well where I'm pretty sure they're using Fuse characters. Some games get away with it because it doesn't really matter. Like, the characters aren't seen that close up, or it works better with the game's art style. But, I don't know, just something about some of the suspect models at the moment, they don't look that detailed. Like, they just look kind of generic and kind of, like, not graphically where you'd expect them to be.
That require solving. Each scenario is intelligently randomized.
I haven't used this. Is this still a thing in the game? I don't know. I usually just use the mirror gun. I might have to try and use some of the other equipment.
Protection, traps, and more.
Walther, no, that's... Fuck, no, I need to go wash my mouth out with soap. That ain't no fucking Walther. That's a fucking... M76, I think. It looks like an M76. Holy shit.
Provided within the game is a wide array of tools to assist...
AR-18. My beloved. Like, look at... It's beautiful! Where is it? It's gorgeous. Why is this not in the game? Why can I not use this? Also, where's his magazine? Like, fuck, dude. If you gave me the choice of this, an MP5A2, like I already have at the moment, the one unfucked with non-rail bullshit gun in the game at the moment that I can use, if you gave me this, the MP5A2, an M4 or M16 of, you know, the original, you know, carry handle optic or carry handle iron sights variety, removable or not, I don't care. Those three guns, I'd already be happy compared to what I have now, because 90% of the gun selection right now is literally just the same gun, but with a different brand name associated with it, which they can't even use because they don't want to run afoul of licensing.
Or SWAT team in navigating and securing the environment.
And that's the most annoying thing. Functionally speaking, this is an AR-18. They already have the AR-18 in-game. The one that you saw earlier with the 15 lower and the 18 upper is basically the same thing. You know, kind of low-ish cyclic fire rate, everything else basically the same. Like, an AR-18 is not that much different from a 15, aside from it uses a piston instead of direct impingement, and it's cheap stamped metal. It has a big heavy bolt carrier in it. Like, there's not a lot of difference between the rifles, right? If they have the code base for a fucking AR-18, why do we have this bullshit modern thing? Why don't we have this gorgeous machine?
Or SWAT team in navigating and securing.
No, ARs are fucking based. Original ARs are great, dude. Like a slick side M16A1 is my dream fucking rifle, followed by like an AR-18, as seen just a moment ago. Look at the nods. Look at the fucking nods. This is outdoors in a brightly spotlit area in the rain.
During the mission planning phase.
Like, yeah, it's kind of bloomed out. I might, depending how bright that light is, the gain might be a little high. But like, look at it. It's almost maybe a little too crappy, but it's not egregiously wrong. It's more or less, you know, what I remember it looking like. It's kind of shit to use.
Power?
Oh, they're binocular.
Slip in phase. For example, knock out the power and slip in under the cover of darkness. Use tactical ladders and door rams to access.
Do we have ladders? We do have door rams. Command marksman. Where's the marksman team? Like, I get it's early access, and this kind of stuff isn't going to be done and in-game yet. I get it. But, like, it's been a while. It's been a few years. Where's the marksman team? That was a core asset in SWAT 4. They were fucking useful.
Load up on CS gas and breach rooms in a white haze.
Where is all this stuff?
Behind a tactical shield.
That's in-game, at least, and the CS gas. I haven't used the tac shield yet, so I don't know what it looks like at the moment.
Best fit for your team. Every decision.
Okay, to be fair, actually, some of the AI do look about the same as they used to. Like, I don't think her models change much. Because I seem to have a fairly limited pool of actual people, and then they just change their clothes based on the level they're in. But something about them looks different. I don't know if it's the way the lighting interacts with them or what. I don't know, dude. Something's changed. And it's not like they didn't have any more modern weapons. Like, they've got a SCAR. That's a SCAR-L right there. So it's not like I'm saying you're not allowed to have new weapons. Like, have your SCAR-L, dude. I don't care. But look at these fucking chads. Look at this. M4, M4, M4. Beautiful. Also notice the character models are a bit different. They're a lot more like they were in SWAT 4. So you've got like the full face fucking ski mask thing going on. You've got the, like, they're just generally a lot more, they look like they're wearing, you know, those fucking fire retardant suits like the SAS and shit used to, and like they had in SWAT 4, and now it's just they're wearing normal tactical stuff. M16? No, that's an M4. Oh, sorry, that's an M16, you're right. They have M4s, though, as well. Or are they all 16s but cut down? No, they're 16A fucking 4s. You're right. That looks like an M4 from the barrel, or from the handguard length. That's an M16A4, or A3 maybe, they look the same. And that's probably an M16 as well. Because, yeah, longer handguard, solid stock. And then you've got your telescope. Is that a telescoping buoy? That might be some sort of Colt carbine, because Colt made weird fucking mishmashes of M16 and M4 features all the time. But you've got your short fucking handrail there anyway. Carbine length. So my mental fart aside, you can see what I mean though. Like the whole vibe of the game is different. The HUD as well. SWAT players will recognize this. You got your little coloured box telling you which team the guy's in. You got their name. When you issue an order, or when you look at a particular person, you get the colour of their team and where they are. Look. See the highlights on their uniform? Their uniforms are black with a coloured highlight for which team they are. The team leader is gold, and then you got red, and you got blue. That's how it was in SWAT 4. That's what, like, where I said earlier, it looked like SWAT 4, just with a different name and brought into the modern era, like, graphically and gameplay-wise. That's what I meant. Like, even the character design was, like, SWAT 4. So I wonder if that was maybe, like, somebody issued them a C&D because they didn't own the rights anymore or something, or, like, I don't know what. Maybe they just thought it didn't look cool enough or something, but just these little hints in these development trailers and gameplay trailers showing how much things have changed. Some for the better, a lot of them, in my opinion, for the worst.
Attention has been put into every facet of the player controller, ensuring an immersive, tactical first-person experience with an unprecedented level of depth and detail. Players can lean variably in any direction and incrementally change speed on the fly. Entry points like doors can be interacted with in many ways. Players may open them regularly, kick them in, or incrementally swing.
That hasn't changed. You wouldn't be able to have a fucking dynamic entry game without that shit. Even Armour should have that. There's a mod that does it that I used to run, but Armour should have that by default. I don't remember if Reforger does. I don't think it does. Again, big time SWAT 4 vibes here. Look, he's still got rails and shit on his weapon. Like, you can still add bullshit to your weapon if you really want to show everyone how cool you are. But just the visual language of it, the coloured team indicators, the name, the...
But be careful. Some suspects may booby-trap doors with alarm systems, explosives, or other objects. The world of Ready or Not is unforgiving and brutal by nature.
You see some bodies like that as scenery objects in levels, and some of them are pretty plainly unfinished at the moment. Like, you'll see there's just flat shaded textures on parts of their body which haven't been finished, or like you can tell that they were assets meant to be viewed from a distance because they're really low poly, or like they just don't have a lot of surface definition on them and they're actually in places you walk right past them. It just feels kind of like, this is the thing, you see all of this, yeah, they're probably prototyping it specifically for the purposes of a trailer, but the fact they had this in-game and working,
areas and claustrophobic spaces where one wrong move could make all the difference.
Calico, fucking iconic 80s gun.
Players command their own unit.
Uzi, you still find Uzis with the suspects. There's the AR-18. It does have a mag this time.
Tactical Operations Command, the directive unit tracking your progress.
The
utilizing integrity and patience
RPD
in your mission will balance the odds of success. Chaos is dictated by the suspects and...
See, there's your old less lethal gun. It's a fucking MP5-ish with the stock pulled off. It's got a fucking paintball hopper on it. It's a really visually distinct weapon, right? It's got a really distinct look to it.
Will be high, so sometimes plans can go awry. Projectile types and velocity simulation put a spin on the already raised stakes. Bullets will penetrate through surfaces.
They definitely still do that.
Material.
Because you get gamered through doors a lot. If they hear you on the other side of a door, they'll just blast through it. Again, like, the bones are here for a great game, but something has changed. They could still do it, but I don't know if they will at this point, because they'd have to basically backtrack a lot of the stuff they've changed between these videos and the actual game. They're talking about multiplayer here.
Their command. The game also includes a fierce tactical PvP environment, where the Metro SWAT team will be faced against a rogue movement hell-bent on bringing the city to its knees. Void Interactive has aimed to cover all areas of gameplay by offering a fiercely competitive and entertaining set of multiplayer modes. But we will go into more detail at a later date.
It's kind of understandable they haven't done that yet. For the same reason that Gunner Heat PC doesn't have multiplayer yet, it makes more sense to make a complete single-player game so people feel like they can get the full game experience and then go do it with their friends. Because if you jump the gun and do multiplayer before you have a good single-player campaign, you end up with the Wolfpack problem, which is Wolfpack's a great game, but if you don't have a lot of friends that play it, or if you have difficulty or being on at the same time, or if one of you is a bit nervous about getting into a U-boat because you don't know how they work, you can't enjoy the game. I've had Wolfpack for a while. I've played it twice, briefly, and I'd like to play it more, but every time I do, either I can't get the people together, or I have something come up that I have to postpone it, or like, this is the problem with doing multiplayer first. So I can understand them not putting multiplayer in the game yet, so I'll get that out of the way now.
Which includes the ability for you to host your own dedicated servers, or modify the game in order to add new weapons, textures.
They were that threatening, it'd be a National Guard thing. I mean, yeah, but...
Ready or Not is now available for pre-order through Void's
It's called
website.
Ready or not Nasty Girls. It's going to be a little contrived. I don't recall if any of the other trailers really had a lot of stuff that I can't just show in-game now, because a lot of the newer trailers basically just show the game as it is in its current state, so... This is where they did their partnership announcement with Team 17. Actually, if you look at this trailer, you can still see a lot of the visual elements of SWAT 4 going on here. The character design, the color coding, very SWAT 4 still. It might have. Well, whatever they've done, whoever they partnered with, something's gone on. So actually here you can see that the iron sights... Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know if they just put that feature in for one trailer and then took it out. Like, they were prototyping it and throwing shit at the wall and they decided not to do it, or what? Or if it was kind of there and then... I have no idea, but it should come back. Date of this video? 1 year ago, so yeah. Here's a gameplay video from 2 years ago. I'm not going to play it on stream, but I might watch it later myself. I'll go through some old player gameplay videos to see what changes I can spot, and I can try and maybe piece together when the timelines diverged. See, this is as they're starting to add more tactical bullshit. So you can see this kind of transitional phase where they've got the SWAT forward character design still, but they're starting to bring in the newer guns and stuff. Might have been the Team 17 tried to rein him in a bit, maybe it's why it fell through. I don't know. I don't know. All I can say is, why is autoplay on? What the fuck? This is what happens when you open things in a browser you don't usually use, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who or what caused the change we've seen, but I wish that they hadn't. Pretty much all there is to it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just grab my usual kit and we'll actually play the game. We'll do some missions. What have I got? Breach. This is what I usually use. It's like my main thing. But before that, I'm going to grab myself a drink so I don't completely lose my voice. So I'll just head up here and then be right back. Do you play the game or just watch videos? I'm about to play the game. We've been talking about the game's development, in fact. So I will be back in just a moment. Good thing I had to tab out there anyway, because I didn't realise it hadn't hooked the right game scene. One moment, please. As I swap to the other side of the screen. I'll be back in a minute. I have returned with beer. Because it's about that time of day. It's entirely too fucking hot in this place. What do I want to do? Gotta remember how to... Okay, right. Like I said, I haven't played for about a week, and before that I hadn't played for about a year, so... Might start with this one first. We only have barricaded suspects for it, so that's what we'll do. I'm not especially good at this, so don't get your expectations up too far. But we'll give it a serious go. Perfection or unsubbing? You're not going to get perfection. You should know that by now.
Copy. Coming to you.
Entry team, suspects have taken refuge in the area and are refusing to cooperate.
Okay, let me
Move in.
slow myself down nicely. Okay. Don't see anything under the door. I do like that you can crack it open and then push it with your body. That is a really nice feature. Yeah, the imaginary lock, I know, right? Oh, also, since we're rocking the MP5, we make sure our giggle switch is on. There's not much point getting stack up on this door because it's such a small space, so I am personally going to mirror under it. No traps. Nobody in there, but the door to the outside is open, which I don't really like. Okay, and then let's stack them up on that.
Cover this area.
Roger that.
And I'll cover the
Copy
door.
It's unlocked, sir.
Okay.
Open the door. Clear it.
Roger that.
Moving up.
I'm gonna close this one. Just taking it fairly slow. Because taking it fast is a good way to die in this game. Just checking here, I don't think there's anything actually in here though. Where the fuck are the other two? You two stay there. Stay there. Where the fuck are these guys? Oh, they're still jerking off in the corner. That's actually kind of a good thing. They're kind of covering the way we came in. Sort of. Like I said, the AI don't seem terrible, but they also aren't the best at times. Whoops, that's the wrong button. No, you don't put your hands up. I want you to stack up and check what's outside.
Roger that.
We'll actually stack them up.
Mirror gun ready.
See anything?
Cover this area.
Affirmative.
What are you doing? Okay, here they come.
Door is open.
Now mirror under it.
Absolutely.
Uniforms are shiny because we got wet in the rain, I guess. Hot.
Mirror gun ready.
Okay.
Open the door. Clear it.
Roger that. On the move!
Try and keep this mission fairly low key as long as I can. Unreal Engine shiny. Like, the game doesn't look bad at all. It looks quite nice. It could look better though. Some of the levels are a little rough around the edges, some of the character models too. Generally the effects are pretty nice. Okay. Whoa, fuck!
Hands up above your head.
Fuck me.
Move to my front.
Heading there now, sir.
We've got a dead suspect here.
Talk to entry team. Copy that, entry team. Notify
That's a
trailers.
dickhead that owns the place as well. What the fuck did you come from? Where the fuck did your gun go? There it is. I guess we're entering through this door then.
Moving and clear.
All right, copy that.
Let's watch the other way in case they come out the front.
Moving up.
See, it shattered the windows. What is
All right, let's
melee?
take away.
That. Can I push that out with melee? No, I can't. I mean, it's something though. There is a lot of attention to detail with that stuff. Oh my god. Yeah, this is, yeah. Whey!
Down on your knees. Police, get down. Hands up above your head. Get down. I want to see you.
Fuck, they're feisty this time.
Hands up.
AI's really aggressive today. The last couple times I played this mission, they didn't fucking push it like this. Jesus.
Moving and clear.
Whoops, didn't mean to open that. That's a feature that SWAT 4 used to have, the team member TV.
All right, light stick away.
The annoying thing is there's so many doors open. I was hoping we could gradually compartmentalize the rooms and work through that way, but
Dead suspect.
looks like that's not an option.
Talk reporting. Copy that, entry team.
The suspect has
Notifying
expired.
trailers. Talk to entry team. Roger that.
Truss them up even though they're dead, because sometimes they aren't dead, and if you don't fucking zip them, they'll pop up behind you and just shoot you in the back. I just heard a door open. Let's, do we not have anyone CS gas and stuff like that? I thought we did.
Blow the lock and clear it.
Apparently not. Weird. Okay. Oh.
On the move!
Light stick away.
Is there any specific evidence we need to get? No. Okay. Oh, there's...
No dynamic.
Cover that door.
Ready to knock something down.
Get on the ground now.
Talks to element. Copy. EMTs and trailers are standing by.
Stay still.
I just wanted a future for my boys!
Good to go.
This is talk. Great work, entry team. Keep it up.
Can you... No, okay. I don't like crossing in front of them, because if somebody happens to run down that hallway, I will probably get shot in the back.
Let go of me, please! I'm begging you!
Good to go.
Talk
There's a
reporting.
fucking door there as well.
Entry team. Keep it up.
Get on the ground
Oops.
now.
Can I not report you? Did I already report him? Did someone report him?
Put your hands up. Hands up. Do it now.
Nothing going on here.
Moving clear.
All right. Roger that.
Through the door and clear.
Split the team here.
It's locked. How do we proceed?
Just boot it.
No dynamic.
We're kind of not doing stealth anymore.
Moving up.
Oh, there's another one here. Hello.
Get down.
I think I wasn't going to notice you.
Hands up.
Light deployed.
And meanwhile, my buddy here is stuck behind the couch, it looks like.
I'm begging you!
Oh, now he moves.
Helicopter ready for trailers.
This is talk.
What's in here?
Copy, entry team. Notifying trailers.
Not a whole lot. I think this just goes outside. Yes, it does. Okay, cool.
Move in and clear.
Copy that.
Police, hands up.
I won't move!
This is protocol.
I don't understand! What did I do?
Civilians stand by for trailers.
Talk to high ground. Copy. Move on.
We'll give it the old shotgun treatment.
Blow the lock and clear it.
Roger that.
Interesting, none of them have grenades or anything. Or C2, usually they do. Like, does it randomize equipment at the start of a mission or something?
Use the wand. Jump.
Affirmative.
What are you doing?
No need to worry. There aren't any traps here. No suspects visible.
Open and clear.
Light stick out.
Copy that.
Choose what equipment to give your teammates? I'll have to check up on that. Last time I played this, they all had all the equipment I don't carry, so they had like stun grenades. C2, all the fun shit. That's what I'm gonna do. Boot this in. Okay.
Low light deployed.
We'll go back in the fun way through this door. Because why not?
Provide cover.
Roger.
Use the mirror. Check the
Roger that.
Let's close that behind us.
Open the door. Clear
No
it.
need to worry.
All right, copy that.
There aren't any traps here.
Full mag. This entryway gives me the fucking heebie-jeebies every time. Can I tell those two? Yeah, go up there.
My front.
Getting there now.
Cover
sir.
that. Gives me the shits otherwise.
Hands up now. Drop your knees.
Is there anyone in here? Nope. Already came through here.
Suspect is breathing, but unconscious.
Talk to entry team. Copy. EMTs and trailers are standing by.
We already got him. Did we get his gun? Yes, we did. Okay. And then this might go back through that door. Just kick it through and clear it.
Door, clear the room.
Roger that, sir.
It's not the sucker.
All right, lights stick out.
Oh, we already came through here. So we've basically been through everything on the ground floor, I think. I don't think we've been through the dressing room.
Go, go.
You got it. Locking down the door now.
Okay. Nothing in here.
All right, lights stick out, sir.
So we now need to go upstairs, which will be very fun. Oh, especially because somebody has already been up there.
Provide support on me.
Copy. Coming to you.
I think this just goes to the roof.
Hands up.
Oh, I do have fucking shit. Got C2, but I don't have any fucking grenades.
Move in and clear it.
Copy that.
Mind your heads.
Drop the weapon now.
On the move.
Fuck. See, it's still got, like, despite my complaints, it's still got the rudiments of a really good game here. It's just, I don't understand why it isn't what it could have been. Oi! 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 Who the fuck? Get out there. I think we just lost somebody. Move, 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 move. Did we? No. I count 3. Where's 4?
Police, hands up.
Shit. Trying to remember what my... Hang on. There was something specific I bound. I'm trying to remember what it is. Oh, really? It's that? Okay, well, whatever. So I'm not muzzling everyone when I'm not actually trying to shoot.
We've got a dead suspect here.
Talk to entry team. Roger that. Continue with
Dead, huh? Dead. Hmm?
point out of your ass real quick. Talk to high ground. Great work, entry team. Keep it up.
You're lucky you're not fucking dead with that. We got one team member unaccounted for. Oh, there he is. He's in the stairwell. Okay, we're all good. Fucking excellent. And we are all good on objectives.
Move over there.
Oh, no, I want to fall. No, fall in. There we go.
Report on me.
Copy that. Falling in.
And that's the mission done, so I think we can go ahead and finish it now. Except it hasn't actually... Is there a button to finish the mission? I forget, because it hasn't actually ended it for us. Usually it does. I'm pretty sure we've reported everything as well. What is it? Miscellaneous? Pause menu? No. I don't think there's a button to do it, so is it just return to lobby? Like, what? It says we've done everything.
Hands up, do it now.
Oops. We reported everyone too, I'm pretty sure. Should have everything. He's been reported, his gun's been bagged, like... Should be done. Page down? Nope. I seem to remember there was a control to do that too at one point, it just ain't working. Every single person in here is accounted for. And even if they weren't all accounted for, it'd give you the option to complete it. Oh, right, we're missing a gun.
Talk to element. Excellent work, entry team. Report to center for debrief.
Okay, so where do I tell it what I want the rest of my... Oh, right in here, I guess. I'll tell it what the rest of them have, plus I can change my uniform and shit. Oh, you can change your armor as well. I feel like that might be recent. Front and back. Let's make it front and back. I'd make it front only, but I have a bad habit of walking past people, so best not to. Edit slots there. Oh, I do have grenades. I guess. Yeah, one flashbang, one CS gas. Door wedge. I guess I was just pushing the wrong buttons to use them. Page down's in co-op? Okay, yeah, that would explain it. Well, at least now I know I have grenades, even if the rest of the team don't. What? What? Oh, right, this is where you can change your uniform and character and stuff. Let's go with the default. Let's do the hospital. Oop. What am I gonna do? I haven't tried bomb threat yet. I feel like I'd be better off at doing that with human players. Because otherwise working with the AI I'm too slow and methodical, I'd get blown up. Let's do normal barricaded. Difference between barricaded and raid is basically that the raid one is the AI is more aggressive, and they're pretty aggressive in this level anyway, so it doesn't make a lot of difference.
Coming to you, sir.
Talk reporting.
I would wait for a sale at the moment. Holy fuck me!
Proceed with the mission.
Let's not go through that door. Jesus fucking Christ. We'll come back to that. Yeah, so I kind of went on a long thing earlier in the stream about, like, what this game kind of hinted it could have been and what it currently is.
Cover this area.
It's kind of
Roger. On and now.
already open, so that's a little risky, but we'll tell them to stack on that.
Copy that. It's unlocked, sir.
I know, one side of it's open.
Move in and clear it.
Yeah, copy that.
Get the giggle switch on as well. Are you gonna go? Bruh.
Provide cover.
Moving up.
Cover this area.
Roger. Open and unlocked.
I'd say it's probably definitely. It's probably quite a bit more fun to play with friends than just with the AI. Wait! Fuck, that's not what I wanted to do!
Put your hands up. Hands up. Above your head.
Massive misclick. You guys okay? Good thing you're wearing armor.
Mirror for suspect.
Fucking grenade comes rolling back. But yeah, like, just especially playing just with the AI, or like if you're really focused on the gun mechanics or shooting mechanics, it's not what it could have been. They might go back and revise it and make it live up to its potential, but I've kind of like said my piece, I guess, about. Yeah, they don't have any other gear.
Take out that door and clear the room.
Yeah, copy that.
They did last time I played, so I don't know what option I fucked up to not be able to tell them to carry all that stuff.
Let's not just...
Guys, just go.
Guard the lock and clear it.
All right. Roger that.
I'm running a few AI mods here as well, I should note. So this isn't the complete stock game. The AI without these is a little, like, more John Wick at times. Though not to the extent it used to be.
Police, hands up.
Get rid of that. Just see with a gun. Oh shit!
Hands up. Get on the ground.
This has gone badly off the rails.
Now, drop your knee. Hands up.
Move in and clear it.
Copy that.
Just worried he's going to come around that corner and blast me.
Got an officer unresponsive.
On the move.
Talk reporting. Copy
Suspect
entry
is
team.
down.
Proceed with mission.
He's stable and he's ready for evac.
Talk to high ground. Copy. EMTs and trailers are standing by.
Guys, come on.
Stay on me.
Coming through you, sir.
Fuck. There's RPD, man.
Suspect killed.
Hands up.
Talk to entry team. Copy entry team.
Wait!
I said now.
Jesus! Oh, and you were playing dead, you shit.
Talk to entry team.
That'll be a penalty for unauthorized force, like I give a shit.
Suspect is down but breathing. He's stable and he's ready for evac.
Talk reporting.
Drop the
Copy.
weapons now.
EMTs and
Drop the
trailers are
weapons now.
standing by.
Drop your weapons.
I'm not stuck now.
Drop it now.
Not until
Drop
I
the
do
weapon
what
now.
I came here for.
Drop your weapons.
No,
Drop it now.
it's not worth it.
Drop the weapon now.
Fuck you.
Drop your weapons. Drop
I'm
it
not
now.
stopping.
Drop the weapon now.
I'm not going anywhere.
Drop
with
your
you.
weapons.
Hello?
Drop it.
Handgun.
Drop the weapon now.
The fuck? Okay, that was interesting.
Suspect killed.
Talk to entry team.
Jesus Christ.
Affirmative entry team.
Shut the fuck up. I think there's some in there.
Provide cover.
Roger, on the move.
Can't report these guys because they're just mission scenery. Like, this is the thing, there's a lot of fucking bodies that are just scenery. You can't interact with them in any way. It's like, why can I report some
Provide cover.
Roger.
dead bodies, but not others? It's very... Shut the fuck up! I'm gonna close this. And then I'm gonna tell you to stack up on it.
Post up and cover.
Please?
Roger that.
There's a doctor in there, I'll go deal with them in a minute. Oh yeah, there's LOD issues where the heads disappear for some reason. I mean, it's in development, so you'd expect some issues like that, but... Okay, there's a stairwell. We won't touch that yet. That's a little sketch. I want you guys to...
Open and clear.
do that.
Roger that.
So, he's already reported.
Relax. Civilian officers ready for trade.
This is talk. Roger entry team. Great work. Keep going.
How'd he ragdoll? Oof. Oof. Painful. Good thing I came back though and checked that weapon. Guys, I don't think there's anything that interesting in the women's toilet. Like, really. Play! Fuck! Alright, the rest of you go in there.
To my front.
Police, hands up.
I will check in here.
Hands up above your head.
As I suspected, nothing. Fucking stairwell. I'm gonna wedge that. Someone's done the funny in the War Thunder forums again. Oh no, which funny is it this time? Or dare I ask?
Hands up.
The mirrors are really weird. It's got like cube maps, but then it also has some element of real-time reflection or SSLR or something. Like, what the fuck is going on there? Very bizarre. All the mirrors in the game are like this, I don't know why. I mean, yeah, in development, whatever, but weird. Average vampire. Yeah, I know, right?
Suspect is breathing, but unconscious.
Talk reporting. Copy. Clean house and we'll take
Oh,
them out.
spooky LOD. It's Roland the Headless Emergency Ward Doctor, apparently.
Get down. I want to see hands.
Suspect DOA.
Talk to high ground. Affirmative, entry team.
Mirrors are weird in Cyberpunk too. Yeah, I kind of recall that Cyberpunk mirrors are a bit fucked up. Can I not report you? You're ragdolled. Why can I not report you? Like, the bodies that are just scenery, whatever, but the ones that are ragdolled, you would expect to be able to report them.
Stay on me.
Copy. Coming to
How
you.
much I got in this mag? Mostly full. Okay. It's the guy hit with a grenade, I think, so he must just be wounded. The windows are reflective in the same way. Shot with aim 120. Variants. Oh, bruh. Why are they like this? And of all the shit to post, American shit, like, my brother in Christ, you're gonna get fucked so hard.
Suspect is bleeding out. Needs medical aid.
Talk to element. Copy. Clean house and we'll take them out.
Open and clear.
Alright, copy that.
I was saying because I can totally, like, I'm not surprised they did that. I'm surprised they even put it in the game in the first place, because I knew it was going to cause problems. Like, I don't even play the game and I knew.
Put your hands up.
It's like, fuck, that was a doctor and not an actual fucking gunman.
Relax.
I'm not even supposed to be here.
Sucks for you, bud.
Talk to entry team. Great work.
You think we were?
Keep it up.
Okay, staircase time.
Move over there.
Oops, fallen.
On me.
Get in there now.
Slow down a little too, I'm moving a bit fast. Probably why I keep walking in front of people. You may have noticed I'm not really using the sights, because like I said, I'm doing the old school cool kid thing of just using the flashlight beam to aim. And at this kind of range, I don't really need the sights that much. Plus, if the game accounted for the fact I'm wearing a fucking respirator, I wouldn't be able to aim down the sights because it'd block my fucking cheek weld. Can't go in there. The way it, like, large parts of the levels are blocked off, I don't know if they're going to open these parts of the levels out in the future, I suspect not, but it just, I don't know, it feels kind of gamey. I get that they can't have an entire fucking working hospital in the game, but still, you know what I mean? Back up
Provide cover.
and mirror under it.
Roger that, sir.
Been at it all without. I don't think they should have gone into the really modern era stuff. It just, the game isn't set up for it, and the players aren't. They're not ready for it, and they never will be.
Copy that.
DCS players are bad enough, and DCS players think their fucking shit don't stink.
All clean, sir. No suspects visible.
Open the door. Clear it.
On the move.
Got 2 doors we can take here. We'll do that one.
Cover this area.
Roger that.
Provide cover.
Oops.
Go.
Getting there now.
No, you stay there.
Provide cover.
And then mirror.
Use the mirror. Check for targets.
Absolutely.
Third person view with the HMD queuing to lock R27 takes me. I'm not surprised.
Suspect in sight.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They said unlocked, didn't they?
Move in and clear it.
All right. Roger that.
Move it. Down on your knees. Get down. Hands up.
Fuck! Jesus Christ. Dead-eyed dick here just fucking domed this dude. You heard it was one shot. He just immediately turned and fucking shot him.
Suspect killed.
This is TOC. Copy that, entry team. Notifying morgue.
Oh, he didn't kill him! You fucking shit. Grazed him.
Roger. Trailers inbound.
I'm gonna do a stupid and open this by myself. Ooh, a darkened room. What could possibly be in here? Absolutely fucking nothing. Shut the fuck up.
Hands up. Do it now.
You had a near miss. It could not be a near miss if you keep that up. Whoa, shit, there's bad dudes in there. Okay. You can, move and clear that as a team.
Copy that.
If you'll not run into me, please.
Moving up.
I don't like this hallway. What you fuck?
Get on the ground. Down.
I need to close this so I've got a bit more.
Get down. I want to see hands.
Whoop! Nope.
Objectives
Nope.
failed.
Push my luck too far.
Report to TOC for debrief.
Alright. Let's try it again. Hey, Cosy. The unauthorized use of force is me poking that guy with the muzzle of my gun. The baddies in this are literally like fucking terrorists. Hence the aggressiveness. Okay, now my flashlight's on. Don't do there. You guys to stack up.
Provide cover.
Roger. We'll take care of that. It's online, sir.
Let's not go that way. Let's actually go that way.
Provide cover.
Affirmative.
A little less exposed. We'll come around the side.
Roger. Open and unlocked.
Mirror for contacts.
Affirmative.
Yeah, I know, right?
Clean, boss.
Alright, just going.
Through the door and clear.
Copy that.
Moving up.
That door goes back outside. If there was anyone there, they would have shot at us already. Let's stop that.
Absolutely.
Roger.
Mirror for
Open
contacts.
and unlock.
Roger, on and now.
What?
Clean, boss.
I hear somebody talking on the other side. I ain't so sure about that. Yeah. Yeah, Super told me. That's going to put them into a pretty shitty fucking hallway, but... Or into the cafeteria, actually. They're going to be a bit exposed on the sides.
Drop your weapon. Drop your weapon now.
Man got fucked.
Drop your weapon. Hands up. Do it now.
Come light up.
Nice. Well done, boys. You
Suspect is breathing but unconscious.
get fucking zip tied. Give me your RPD. I like how the RPD turns into that little bag. That's funny. It's a nitpick, but it's funny. Okay, this is clear.
Put your hands up. Quick, we have to hurry.
We are hurrying. Chill out.
Don't move. Stay put.
Oh shit, I just heard a door open.
I want
Fuck, 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 fuck!
get down. I want to see hands.
You shit. Oh, I nearly bled out there.
Civilian is secure.
Fucking hell.
High ground. Great work, entry team. Keep it up.
Police, hands up.
Suspect is breathing but unconscious.
Talk to element. Copy. EMTs and trailers are standing by.
Okay, you guys, you did some good work in there, but I need you to go in there.
Provide cover.
Roger. We'll take care of it.
Let's see what happened in here. Oh, for fuck's sake. Wait, he had a fucking gun?
Down on your knees.
Shit. The AI reactor sound in this, so
Needs medical aid.
Talk reporting. Roger that. Medical
if you accidentally yell out, sometimes it can be a bit of a oopsie. Mirror it.
Use the mirror. Check the targets.
I hope not. I mean, it could still be under ITAR, but I guess if it's just variant changes, maybe not.
Open and clear.
Technically restricted. Yeah, you'd still probably get fucked for that. Not as hard though if it was actually like big boy bad no-no. Yeah, you guys need to like stop being so fascinated by the women's bathroom and actually like clear stuff. And not wander off alone? What the fuck? Dude.
Low light deployed.
Fuck.
Provide cover.
All of you get in there.
On my way.
Police, get down.
I need some help in here.
Yeah, yeah.
Put your hands up.
Chill.
Hands
What do
up.
you want me to do
Drop your
next?
knees.
Aren't the cuffs for the bad guys?
Civilian is secure.
This is talk. Great work, entry team. Keep it up.
Right, stairwell. Wedge.
Hands up above your head.
The fucking head LODs, Jesus Christ. Okay, you guys can stay in the middle of the room and cover me while I check these. These are usually empty. I don't know if the AI even go in them, to be honest, into the little ward rooms. But, we'll check them either way, just in case. Suspicious.
Cover this area.
Copy that.
Near the suspect.
Roger that, sir.
Let's look it go.
It's safe.
One guy's saying on the forums, though, interesting if I show where the source come from, it happens to be restricted, you'll take it down, right? Hmm. Yeah, it might be. It might just be some old document. People get, like, weird about documents. You'll have people say, oh, that's, like, there's no way you could have that, that's top secret. It's like, fucking shit that's been out of date for 40 years and it's already been released to the public domain by the military themselves. But then you'll have people just casually post something that's actually, like, really fucking highly classified. Make your mind up.
Open the door. Clear it.
All right. Roger that.
The number of people that, like, legit believe that there are no available flight manuals for Soviet-era Warsaw Pact aircraft, like, just, they don't exist, or the ones that we have access to are propaganda somehow, or, like, you know, you couldn't possibly have them. Oi! The fuck is he shooting at? God damn it. We'll try the hospital another day. We'll try the hospital another day. I'm kind of not feeling it at the moment. We might actually do... I know I said I wasn't going to do any this stream. I might do them another time. But we might actually do one of the SWAT 4 remake maps, just for the sake of it. How do I tell my team what I want them to carry? Is there a way I can do that in here? Oh, cool. I would assume you do it in the locker room, but I don't know. Or, no, not in here, I guess. We do it here? Self. Oh, here we go. I'm dumb. Yep, this is how it works. Okay. Yeah, you get a shotgun. You can have that. You can have that. Light armor. Yeah, whatever. Oh, you can change the fucking material? What? We'll stick with that. Ceramic. Go back. Oh yeah, what the fuck? Bruh. Whoop. No. We'll just leave that. Flashbang. CS. Now the Stinger as well. How much is he carrying? Probably a reasonable amount. I can add slugs too. Okay, we'll just leave that. Actually, no, we'll go 3 buckshot, 1 slug. Oh, and I don't want to exit out of that. I want to go to another team member. He's got kind of similar gear to me. Ceramic. Munitions. He's got ammo. Yeah, okay. Why does it say ×0 there? Don't know. Maybe it's like 0 slots free or something. Now let's get 2 flashbangs, deployable. Oh, no, I don't want. Let's change this. We'll go pepper spray, anti-flash. Yeah, let's just leave that. Oh, I did it again. Shit. Okay, Charlie. See, we got the whole classic team going on here. I might actually... I'll give them all flashlights. So we all have them. Okay. Kevlar, we'll go ceramic. And then we'll add 2 of those. And then deployables will add... Whoops, no, shit. Fuck. That's not what I wanted to do. Lockpick gun, huh? It's a weird way of categorizing things. I guess that filters out lethal stuff? I don't know. But that's not really lethal. Yeah, we'll just go with 2 sets of C2. And I fucking did it again. Jesus. My brain is fucking square at this point. This many hours into the stream. Let's... Wait. You've got... You have 2 flashlights? What? Okay. Interesting. There we go. Mirror gun, light armor, we'll go ceramic on all of them. No, I don't want to edit slots. I want to edit what he actually has. Which means no! Back! No! Bad! What am I doing? Brain, please. Who's I was working on? This guy. There we go. Okay. Oh, right. Okay, he has mags loaded. Right, I see how this works. So the others don't. I need to fix that. He can carry 2 flashbangs and 1 CS, and then he can carry a couple door wedges, because I'm going to need some more of those, I think. And leave that. And I keep going back to this menu, even though I don't need to. I can go ahead and ceramic back. We'll go light armor, because I keep having skill issues with the heavy shit. I don't think I can carry as much with that, but that should... Yeah, I get kind of 1 of each. That should be good enough. And again, I pressed the wrong fucking button. What I'll do as well is flashlight, over barrel, modify this, and then we'll do this. There we go. Now we're going places. So then these guys need mags, right? They've got them. He doesn't. Why does he not? What the fuck? Oh, okay, I see. I see. There we go. And he's got mags. And then he's got mags. Okay. We actually have equipment now. Bezos, yeah. Yeah, 2 flashlights. And that's not the button I wanted to press at all. There we go. That's it. Oh, this is the... I see why. I see why I wasn't using this one. This is the big boy flashlight, not the narrow beam. I want to use this to aim flashlight. I mean, I could use both at one time for the memes, but I'm not going to. Modify weapon. Clean it. Attachments. Now, how... Bruh. Modify weapon. Muzzle? No. Optic? No. Don't tell me I can't put that back on. Don't tell me that's some special thing that they've removed from the game for me to be able to put on my weapon. I'm gonna lose my shit. Where's old mate with the... Oh, here we go. Well, that... No. Fuck, dude. I think I busted it. I think I busted it. Shit. I might actually have to use my fucking sights now. What is this? Can the gunsmith do it? Please? Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Oh, I've done a terrible thing. Okay. I think I've just undone it. Yeah, okay, good. I've undone it. Thank God. That nearly ended terribly. You can see, like, the massive difference. This is a pencil beam, the other one's like an actual full-blown, proper, like, power of the sun compels you flashlight, which I kind of don't want. Not on this weapon. Okay. Victory Imports, I think, is the garage from SWAT 4. This is the one that was in the demo, so I played the shit out of this back in the demo for that game. So let's do this. See how it plays out in Ready or Not. I forgot about the registration plate on that mass hole. Look, it even has an actual briefing.
Talk reporting. Entry team, suspects have taken refuge in the area and are refusing to cooperate. Move in.
Bro. This is where I always went in, through the roof.
Okay, we're with you.
Dude. Oh. Okay. See you later, Blackhawk. Just up and leave. I don't think I can mirror under that. Shit, no, I can't. No traps. Don't know if the AI can see flashlights and react to them or not. Well, they know that something's on. Something's going on.
Hands up! Hands up! Police, get down! Hands up, above your head!
Whoa! Fuck.
Move over there.
Copy that. Moving out.
Go around me. Jeez.
The suspect has expired.
Talk reporting.
Tech 9s.
Roger
You
that.
fucking faking it?
Standing by for transport.
Oh!
Great work.
Hands up
Keep
now.
going.
Police, hands up!
Fuck me!
Talk to element. Roger that, entry team. Tag him and keep moving.
Hands up! Hands up, above your head!
Move over there.
I might have to try it without that AI mod, because it might be making them more aggressive than usual. I mean, they were already super aggressive vanilla, so... But they've changed the AI recently, so it might not be needed anymore.
Proceed with mission.
Get down now.
Hello.
Get down, I want to see hands.
Fuck you.
Don't make me shoot.
Man, this brings back some memories.
Down on your knees.
We've got this under control.
Yeah, it did.
Gotta hire more cops for fuck's sake.
Also, hey, good to see ya.
Civilian cuffed and ready for trailers.
Talk reporting. Roger, entry team. Great work.
If it went on for much longer, I would have lost my voice, so we're just playing at the moment. And also demonstrating that despite my many gripes, the game is still actually fun. It's just... It could have been more fun.
Alright, just get me the hell out of here.
We've got this under control.
City's gotta hire more cops for fuck's sake.
Civilian cuffed and ready for trailers.
This is talk. Roger. Trailers inbound.
You need to relax.
So this one, those of you who played SWAT 4 will recognize this, but this is basically a remake of the SWAT 4 map.
To entry team. Roger. Trailers inbound.
It's also why it looks a little more dated than the vanilla Ready or Not maps, which are very pretty. Break room should be to the left. There was usually some dudes in that. Alright, I want you to go there.
To my front.
Moving up.
Suspect deal.
See that gun down.
Talk reporting. Affirmative, entry team.
Could you not, please? Fuck me. I like how he yells out he wants him to drop the gun after I hear a fucking shotgun blast. Tempest service since the addition of Persian Gulf? Not yet. Guys, posted some pages from an F-16A manual to in the employment of the AMRAAM from 1982 with the cool screen interface with it. Super early development stuff. Ooh, nice. I mean, not nice if it's still covered under ITAR or classified or any of that stuff, but, you know, if it's not, delicious. It's realistic, yeah. Yeah, fucking earth. It's also pretty much how I used to play it, this map in SWAT 4, if I can speak English for once.
Suspect killed.
Shoot first, ask questions later. Back in that day, ragdoll physics and like havoc physics were cool and novel things that most games didn't have. So I may or may not have intentionally failed the mission a bunch of times just to watch people ragdoll around, you know.
Get down, I want to see hands. Put your hands up.
Guys on the fucking shop floor do.
Down on your knees. Hands up now.
Oh,
Drop
fuck.
your knees.
Cleared myself.
Make him secure.
Get on the ground now.
Secured and ready for trailers.
Is any down there?
Hands up, do it now.
Talk to entry team. Copy. Move on.
It's interesting, I can't give them orders to stack up on a lot of these doors yet. I guess the AI nodes aren't finished yet.
Provide cover.
Moving up.
Move over there.
Oops,
On
full in.
Affirmative. Moving into your position.
On this side. I can't mirror under these either, which is interesting. Well, I guess because they're like, you know, industrial fire doors.
Hands up. Hands up. Police, get down.
I don't like that I can't see your right hand, buddy.
Get on the ground now.
Or that there's people behind you. Fuck, that was a good shot.
Police, hands up. Hands up.
Don't think I don't see you.
Hands up above your head. Stop it now.
Go there.
Move to my front.
Moving up.
Suspect is breathing but unconscious.
This is talk. Roger that. Medical assistance is standing by.
Oh, not yet. Not yet.
Hands up, do it now.
I don't want any trouble.
Stay still.
Are those handcuffs?
Still cuffed and prepped for evac.
Talk to high ground. Roger. Trailers inbound.
Does this open out into the rest of this space?
Get down. I want to sit down on your knees. Police, hands up.
Okay, you don't have a weapon.
Hands up. Drop to your knees.
This opens out into here.
Get down. I want to see hands.
On my 6.
Affirmative. Moving into your position.
Deal with him in a minute. Let's secure these guys
We've
first.
got a dead suspect here.
Talk to entry team. Roger that. Continue with your mission.
The choice of weapons hasn't changed. I remember in the original SWAT 4 mission they had fucking Tech 9s out the arse as well. That goes back upstairs to where we came in from memory. This is a bathroom.
Put your hands down on your knees. Hands up now. Drop your knees.
What do you want me to do next?
No!
Get on the ground now.
No, you're kidding.
Do you know what you're doing?
Okay, so the SWAT 4 map remake
Prepped for evac.
has working mirrors. It's an RT camera. It's not a true real-time reflection, but it's a working mirror.
Oh God!
Suspect killed.
Talk to entry team. Affirmative, entry team.
You
Suspect standing by for
faking bitch.
Hands up. Do it now. Put your hands
Yeah, I know.
Officer, I'm not one of them.
Talk to element. Great work, entry team. Keep it up.
Hands up.
Get behind him.
Police, get down.
Hey, asshole, not me.
Civilian is secured.
Talk to high ground. Copy, entry team. Notifying trailers.
There's a bunch of them in here. I'm pretty sure.
Hands up. Above your head.
Fuck, 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 fuck.
Now! Jesus Christ, help! Shit!
Can't tell them to move in there. God damn it.
Get on the ground now.
Go there.
Provide cover.
Getting into position.
First time I've been picked up.
Mm.
Police, hands up. Hands up. Hands up above your head.
Okay, I don't mean any disrespect.
Calm down.
Bit optimistic he didn't get killed there. Plates probably stopped it, but yeah, that was pretty sketchy.
Civilian good to go.
Hands up. Do it now.
Talk reporting. Roger that. Trailers en route.
Okay. That should basically be clear, because that goes to the outside.
Move over there.
Push them up a little further.
Suspect is breathing but unconscious.
This is talk. Roger that. Medical assistance is standing by.
Where's his gun?
I can't feel my hands.
Too bad. Where the fuck is his gun? Probably laying on it.
Get down. I want to see hands.
Oh, no, there it is. Went flying. PM. Those go back through to where we were before. There's the team in there.
Need to get into position.
I'll push in here. Probably nothing here. Yep. Empty. Alright.
Provide cover.
Moving up.
Where does that go to? Hoi! Nice one. Just make sure everyone in here has been reported. I think they have, but we'll just double check.
Please, I just want to go home.
Good to go for the attack.
Talk to entry team.
Whoops.
Roger, entry team.
That basically goes where the rest of the team is. I think we got all the suspects. Oh, just old mate over here. And a few to report.
Suspect DOA.
Where is his gun?
Roger that, entry team. Tag him and keep moving.
There. He's already reported. He's already cuffed.
Relax.
What the fuck? Go after them, not me.
Already did, that's why they're all fucking dead.
Talk to entry team. Copy that. Put him on safe and let him hang. Great job.
Hey! Bit cleaner than the last time I played that mission, which would have been like fucking 15 plus years ago, but there we go. I do feel like the AI is like not very inclined to give up at the moment. Maybe it's just because I'm not being aggressive enough. Maybe you're supposed to blow down doors and kick shit in more often. Shoving his face in the blood puddle? Yeah, I know, right? Oh, humane treatment. LSPD style. So these are all custom maps down here. And most of them are SWAT 4 remakes. There's a couple of these I haven't even done off stream yet, but I'm not going to get too far into them. I think we'll do one more and then call it, because I've been going for 13 hours almost. Again, oops. Let's do the car dealership. Go have a bit of a stoush with the Russian mafia. I almost want to give some of my guys less lethal stuff, so they'll be less inclined to dome suspects the moment they appear. But at the same time, oh yeah, actually, I'll give them tasers. That should do it. I'll give some of them tasers. So you can have a taser. There you go. And then you can have a taser. Wait, you can put attachments on it? I guess you can put a flashlight or something on? Oh, no, you can't put anything on. Never mind. Cool, that should do it. I doubt they're going to use their tasers, but, you know. I played this mission once off stream, and it could have gone better, put it that way. I don't think I failed it, but it could have gone better.
Sir, right behind you.
Talk to high ground. Entry team.
Eagle switch.
Refugee in the area and are refusing to cooperate.
Staff list. Okay. Again, we'll take things kind of slow. Not suspicious at all. Totally legit. Okay, there's nothing in here. Excuse me, boys. Right. That does not seem like the best way to go. That opens out into the dealership itself. I don't really want to do that path just yet. I don't know if that goes anywhere. That's presumably where we came in from. Oh yeah, there's our van there. Can't even open it, it's just blocked off. That actually goes out into the car yard. So it's like, do I want to come up halfway into it there, directly across from the dealership, or do I want to cross here? I might cross here. Stack them on that.
Roger. Copy that. Open and unlocked.
Okay. Mirror it.
Mirror for suspects.
Roger. Negative.
Okay.
Open the door. Clear it.
Roger that, sir.
Moving up.
You guys gonna push out? Just stand in the door, I guess. Interesting. Very interesting.
Drop your weapon. Police, get down.
Fuck, I'm lucky.
Move to my front.
Going and gone.
Police, get down.
Just in case. I heard that.
Provide cover.
Roger. On it now.
Affirmative. Look at that. It's open.
Mirror for suspects.
Roger. On it now.
Go police him up in a minute. Let's keep an eye on him in case he's not actually dead. I'm pretty sure I fucking domed him though.
There aren't any traps here. No contacts. It's clear.
Open the door. Clear it.
Roger that, sir.
There might be guys that can see down this straightaway here, so...
Trim light out.
Oh, that's not what I meant to do.
Low light deployed.
Get down. I want to see hands.
Nor is that.
Suspect DOA.
Yeah, I thought so.
Talk to high ground.
Got him in the throat.
Roger that. Continue with your mission.
I think this security room is just a dead end. Yes, it is. Right. Stack on that.
Cover this area.
Copy that.
The outside's usually pretty quiet on this one. Well, from my one time playing it, my extensive experience playing it one time. But once we get inside, it gets pretty fucking gnarly.
Mirror for contacts.
Alright, copy that. No need to worry. There aren't any traps here. Looks empty.
Through the door and clear.
Roger that.
Moving!
That's where it tends to get hairy in there. Can I not tell you to... Okay, never mind. What I'm gonna do is... Oi! Outside. Where the fuck that came from?
Drop it now! Drop the weapon now! Drop your weapon! Hands up now! Drop your knees! Cover me.
Copy. We're moving out now.
The fuck did he come from? And how did he not see him? Jesus Christ.
Suspect DOA.
Talk to element. Roger that. Continue with your mission.
Right. What I was going to do is go in and wedge that door so that they didn't roll in behind us like that. Right, you lot. Go...
Move to my front. Divide cover.
Stack on that.
Divide cover.
Consider it done.
Once they're all in, I will wedge this, so that doesn't fucking happen again. I assume when you wedge the door, it blocks both of them.
Affirmative. Locked. Want to knock it down?
No, I want you to mirror it. If I can actually see the door.
Move over
Oh,
there.
for fuck's sake.
Moving up.
It's so finicky from here. Mirror.
For contact.
There you go.
All right. Roger that.
I'm gonna wedge this one as well. Because they can loop back around behind the dealership and come in those two doors, so we'll close those
No need
off.
to worry. There aren't any traps here. Looks empty.
I'll have them
Move to my front.
Copy. We're
stack
moving
on
out
that.
now.
I guess you can only open one of the double doors for some reason. I'll move in with them, I think. I'll come in through the top door and they can go in through that one. Oi! Go, 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 go. Fucking bitch. Just fucking... Hey. Door. Yeah, let's
Charge the door.
do that.
Clear with stingers.
Copy that.
Fire in the hole.
Wait! I think I just fucking nailed one of my own guys with that. This is really not going according to plan.
Hands up.
This is talk. Copy that entry team. Proceed with mission.
This is weapon. Shit.
Drop it now. Drop the weapon now.
These guys really don't like using tasers, huh? This is the dickhead that shot me, right? Where the fuck is his gun?
Divide cover.
Go down there. Oh, there's his gun. By the way, if you guys want to see something neat, which I mentioned earlier, it comes out of the hole, and watch where the water drains to. Just about where the hole... It's actually just above it, but... close enough. So there is attention to detail there, it's just... for some reason, half the attention to detail got removed from the game at some point between 3 years ago and now, so who knows. I could do that in the fish tank too, but that would be mean to the fishies, so we won't. Fuck me. I don't like this room at all. Go down there.
Over there.
Getting there now.
Suspect is bleeding out. Needs medical aid.
Talk to entry team. Copy. Clean house, and we'll take them out.
Put the gun down now. Drop your weapon now.
Suspect is bleeding out.
Hands up. Drop to your knees.
Talk reporting. Copy. Clean house, and we'll take them out.
Hands up. Do it now. Get down. I want to see hands.
Bad idea going in here alone, but we'll do it.
Get on the ground now.
Okay, there's my team there, so they can kind of cover me. As long as no one's hiding in here. Staff lists. That's what we're looking for, but it's probably upstairs. I don't think I even got upstairs last time I did this. Actually, yeah, I didn't pass this one last time. I got fucking shot or something. Oil tanks in one of the old Medal of Honor games. I'd be surprised. A lot of older games have like really surprising little details like that, just because they had the overhead to do it, and because dev times weren't so long for like every little fucking bit of the environment. Like they could just add more detail. Don't fucking think I don't fucking see you.
Below the lock. Deploy flashbangs.
Roger that, sir.
Does this open? Oh, fuck, it does. Jesus, this place is a rat's nest.
Suspect is breathing, but unconscious.
Talk to entry team. Affirmative. Make them stable and proceed with mission.
Hands up.
Do you like the way they do the left, right as they go through a door? Oh yeah, let's not. Not yet. We'll come back for that. Okay, I saw somebody moving behind this, so they fucked off around that gate. That's probably where old mate came through, is through there.
Open and clear.
Copy that.
Taking cover behind a glass door. Big brain maneuver right here.
Moving up.
Open clear with flashbangs.
Alright, copy that.
I hope they actually interpret that order correctly to go upstairs. Stinger, I wanna...
Readying flashbang, boss.
You dipshits! I meant the other fucking door. Okay. Well, you can cover me.
Moving up.
That was a fucking CS gas grenade, I think. You guys should probably not go in there since none of you have masks.
Move to my front.
Moving up.
Police, hands up.
Shit.
Put your hands up. Hands up.
Provide cover.
Moving up.
Get on the ground now. Down on your knees.
Don't touch me.
Down on your knees.
Touch me. My hands are up.
Please get down.
Ooh. One actually surrendered.
You need to relax.
What the fuck? Go after them, not me.
He's very excited, vibrating like that. Civilian? 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 Bitch, what? What? What kind of fucking civilian is he? Jeez. That's not the staff list, of course. The fuck did he hide his gun? There is no way, dude. You're not a civilian. Get the fuck out of here. I want you to...
Open clear with flashbang.
do that one, because I suspect they ran in there.
Okay, ready flashbang.
No traps, open door.
Get down, I want to see hands.
I'll come back to that. Can I turn the lights off?
Hands up now.
No.
Drop your knees.
I think you can shoot lights out, although I don't remember for sure. I haven't really tried it. Kind of a waste of ammo. Oh, can I? Oh. Oh, really? There's another one in there too.
C2 banging.
Fuck that room up.
Right, roger that.
Slopping as a terrorist, yeah. Yeah, totally.
Fire in the hole.
Just in case they try and push through here. Might have gone downstairs. Or around. Oh my god, this place is really labyrinthine.
Hands up above your head.
Get down and show me your damn hands.
Hands up.
Hey guys. Whoop. Whoopsies, my bad.
Arms
Put
up.
the gun down now.
Moving and clear.
Use your weapon. I said now.
What the fuck? Go after them, not me.
Another one dressed in fucking plate carrier and shit. And a balaclava. Oh no, it's totally not me, dude.
Keep going.
Where the... Oh my god. Oh Jesus. Oh, fuck me. This place is fucking
Suspect is
huge.
down but breathing. He's stable, and he's ready for evac.
Talk to entry team. Roger that. Medical assistance is standing by.
What the fuck? How fucking big is this place? Alright, you lot. Shit.
Move over there.
Okay, roger that. On the move.
We still got all four at least. I've taken a few hits. I nearly bled out earlier, but we still got all four. Oh, fuck. Man's got a shitload of tats, and, boy, you ain't got no right to have the mark of fucking state quality on you, because, you didn't win that one. You ain't no fucking quality product of the Soviet Union. Oh, fuck.
Move to my front.
Roger. On the move.
Hands up. Do it now.
Don't make this ugly. Put your hands up.
Get down and show me your damn
Get
hands.
down. I want to see hands.
Hands up.
This place is a fucking
Get on the
mess.
ground now.
I think there's someone through that room.
Put your hands up.
I don't have anything. Let me go.
Civilian cuffed and ready for trailers.
Talk to entry team. Roger, entry team. Great work.
Does this go anywhere? That's the waiting room. Very cheery fucking waiting room. That's blocked off. Don't go anywhere. This goes somewhere. Into a junkyard? Jesus! Fuck, this level's huge. Okay. Should probably check this.
Moving and cleared.
Yeah, copy that.
Oh, you want to run into me rather than go around me. Okay.
Open and unlocked. Moving up.
Another door? Fuck. Oh, this is sketch. This is sketch. Okay, that's a dead end. So at least that's one place we don't have to worry about. This goes back to the main building, I think. This is possibly where we shot that guy coming down the stairs. I'm gonna mirror under it though.
Low light deployed.
I don't think there's anything even there. Shit open. Oh, right. This goes into... nothing! Absolutely nothing. Cool.
Trim light out.
There's another door there, which we will get them to stack up on. Mirror.
Check for targets.
No need to worry. There aren't any traps here. No contacts. It's clear.
Open the door. Clear it.
Roger that, sir.
Moving up.
Yeah, this is legit.
Low light deployed.
Cover this area.
Copy that.
Use the mirror. Check for targets.
Alright, copy that.
Oh, bit of a freeze. Performance in this is a little stuttery at times, I'm not sure why. It's kind of transient, comes and goes. Considering I'm running at max settings though, it's not too bad. Like, it seems reasonably well optimized for being early access. And, you know, looking pretty decent.
Through the door and clear.
A shitload of CS, but none of these guys have masks, so getting them to use CS might be a bit of a bad idea. Have my entire team gas themselves and then get rolled up on. Does this lead anywhere?
Alright, light stick away.
No, it doesn't. Okay, well that's excellent. Oh, and I hear dudes in there. Okay, guys, let's not be here anymore.
Falling behind me.
Coming to you, sir.
The sneaking feeling some of them have moved into here since we went around that junkyard. So I'll tell them to go back in.
Cover. Fall in.
Oh, I forgot spacebar is full in. Bumped it.
Move over there.
Okay, going and gone.
Roger, closing it now.
This whole area loops back around to the main showroom. Through a fucking rat's nest of sleeping quarters. And they like popping out of this fucking side as well. Oh, yeah. Hmm. There's a door there. Can't see anyone in here. Just gonna... Oh. back in here.
Move to my front.
Getting into position.
I'll switch places with them and cover this room. They're going to go through that way, which is what I thought they would do. Does this go back to where we... Oh my god, the frames. Please. Does this go back to where we were? I think it does. Oh my lord, what the fuck? Doesn't like something in that direction, that's for sure. Okay, yeah, we got some dudes in here. 1, 2...
Mirror for suspect.
Alright, roger that.
Roger that, entry team. Tag them and keep moving.
Looks safe to me. No suspects visible.
Open and clear.
Meanwhile, I will do the funny in here.
Roger. Look at that. It's open. Let's stick out.
Staff lists? Oh, beautiful.
Collecting evidence.
Moving and clear.
Oh, that's fast command, that's what it is. It's not necessarily fall in on me, it's just do the thing. Did we... Yeah, we checked upstairs, didn't we? We went right through there. But that doesn't necessarily mean nobody's moved in behind us, because all these doors have been fucking left open.
On my 6.
Coming to you, sir.
This is where the...
Hands up, above your head.
Get down and put your hands up.
Police, hands
Get me the
up.
hell out of here.
This is... I don't like this bit. I'll get my guys to move there.
Cover.
Roger, on the
You
move.
need to relax.
I didn't do anything wrong.
So many blind corners in this section.
Civilian is secured.
And a bunch of doors that all open out onto where we are.
Entry team, keep it up.
Mirror for contacts.
Roger that, sir.
Don't think I don't see you.
It's safe. No traps here. I don't see any suspects.
Oh, I fucking saw one.
Put the gun down now.
That might have been him. They can stay here and cover me. That was a bad noise. That sounded like a trap. I don't think it was. Could you not, please?
Mirror for contacts.
Copy that.
Suspect killed.
Talk to high ground. Copy that, entry team.
Okay.
Proceed with me.
Air gun ready. Looks pretty safe to me.
Should probably wedge up more of these doors and then
Can't see anybody.
unwedge them when I want to go in, but... Okay, you stay here. That goes through to the other room. Oh, actually, that goes through to outside.
Get on the ground now.
Open it. Toss a flashbang.
Copy that.
Got lucky with that one.
Bang's free.
Should have wedged it. Should wedge that one behind us, actually. It's kind of sketchy, but...
Down on your knees.
That's where we were in before, but we didn't clear the small room in that.
Suspect is bleeding out.
Lights stick away.
Medical aid.
Talk to element. Copy. EMTs and trailers are
Where's his
standing
gun?
by.
Don't move. Stay.
Oh, there it is.
I didn't do anything wrong.
Shut up.
This is talk.
Wait.
Copy. Move on.
Don't know what's up with that. Oh, it's probably like physics glitches or something that's causing it. Because it's really, like, inconsistent when it happens. I think it mostly does it on this level, too. Let's make sure nobody's crept in here behind us. There's still that guy there. Just check the room downstairs from here. Already cleared that, although somebody could have moved in behind, I guess. Oh. Oh. Don't mind if I do. A lot of shock and awe for absolutely nothing, but oh well. Mags are getting a bit low.
Move and clear.
Roger that.
Stay on me. Move in and clear it.
We're gonna clear that one. That's the sketchy room.
On the move.
Get down. I want to see hands.
See if this baits anyone out.
Hands up now. Drop your knees. Hands up above your head.
Provide support on me.
Coming to you, sir.
Provide cover.
Roger that.
Use the wall. Check the gun.
Roger that.
Fuck!
Police,
Air
hands
gun
up.
ready.
Hands up.
Piece of shit, where are you? Fuck!
Hands up. Drop your knees. Hands up. Do it.
Where the fuck did he go?
Get down. I want to see hands. Get on the ground now.
On me.
Roger. Coming to you.
Make him secure.
Okay, my guys are behind me. I think I can hear them. Yep, I'll move. Okay, go get him. Fuck!
Put your hands up.
Fuck you both. And anyone else in there.
Hands up. Above your head.
Fucking hell.
Talk to entry team. Roger that. Trailers incoming. Proceed with caution.
Move over there.
Moving out.
This is one you really want to play with actual players. It's a lot harder with the AI.
Officer unresponsive.
F for whoever that was.
Team. Notifying medical.
And F for my frames. Big F for my frames. Okay, that goes outside. Oi! Fuck!
We no longer have control of the situation. Fall back.
That's why we wedge doors behind us. That is why we wedge doors behind us.
Got cops coming.
There are a lot of guys in that one. A lot of guys in that one. Well, I've been going for 13.5 hours, guys. I did say earlier in the stream I was thinking of doing some Gunner Heat PC, so you know what? Fuck it, we'll do it. But just a little bit. Just a little bit. Not too much. And we'll maybe do some more Ready or Not in a future stream. Maybe with, like, actual people playing with us. so we can embarrass ourselves properly. And I will jump over to the other side of the screen, since there's actual like HUD elements on the left that you guys might want to see. So, yeet, back over here. Gotta go to sleep, it's 5 AM. Catch you later, man. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you enjoyed the stream. VOD will be up, as always. It will be in 2 parts though, because YouTube can't cope with 13-hour videos. Twitch VOD will be in a single piece. You know, that'll stay up for like 2 weeks or whatever it is. 2 weeks, or actually no, like 2 months at the moment, I think, so I've still got Prime running. What do we want to do first? Let's do Morning Misery first. And I need to change the game and title, which I forgot to do. Give me a moment, I'll just hit the pause as soon as we load in. Bet as well, I'll lift all your mods. That wasn't my intent, but I guess that's just how it worked out today. Yeah, it's it's nearly 7:30 in the evening here, but still light outside because, you know, daylight saving, so I kind of didn't notice. Next stream this week will probably be like weekend, or maybe even next week for Armour, just because when I do really long ones like this, it kind of takes a lot of energy out and also puts me behind in shit I'm supposed to be getting done. So 1 second please. Shit, that's not what I meant to do. There we go. Stutter because my PC is probably not happy about the fact I've been streaming for fucking so long. It's a little taxing on the system, as well as taxing on my fucking tiny brain. Oh shit! We've got planes of indeterminate type. I don't see them. And I should not get distracted like that when I'm trying to fight. Oh, there they are. Let's go have a look at what they are, actually. If I can find where they went. They might have flown off map already. Hello? Nope, there they are. Oh, baby. Pair of 23 BNs. What I'm going to do is orient myself this way. There's kind of a berm in front of us. I'll actually get up on the back side of that with the platoon, because they're about to push on us. It's BRDM wreck. Hello. Shit, because he stopped to engage me with a fucking Malyutka. Barely see him through the dust. There he is. Caught on the other guy's wreck. Oop, that bounced off me. Yeah, just a little bit. PC struggling a bit because it's been running so long. What's that one? I think that's all of them. That's where our friendly M113s are. Slash were. Let's go check them out with free cam, because they got a bit of a cosmetic upgrade. They've got luggage now, and they've also got MERDC camo, and they've also got their unit markings finally. So they're a little dolled up. They're probably all dead gunners from the overpressure and the shrapnel, but yeah, he's cooked. He is also cooked. The joys of 152mm artillery landing basically right next to you in a 113. Especially when you're the guy that's got his head popped out the top of it. But they look pretty. And there should be, here's number 4 over here, who also has a dead gunner. They all got toasted. Notice some of them have side skirts and some don't, like the rubber skirts. If we come over here to all the funeral pyres of the East German, what's that, company-ish, company minus, came over the hill. See where I hit them? I hit him high on his hull, just under the turret ring, because that's where that flame's flickering out from. They are planning on adding stuff like penetration holes that you can actually see at some point, so that'll be a thing too to watch out for. Don't know when it'll be in though. And this guy got hit pretty low on the side of the hull there. So you can see the flame coming out from between the road wheels. The BMPs, when they burn, they really fucking burn. Really, really fucking burn. And they stay like that for a while too. Case in point. He got hit high on the left of his, well, his left of the hull. Hey Redsy. Just wrapping up with a little bit of Gunner Heat PC. We've had a really long stream today. Did a little bit of just about everything. We did some armor, did some DCS, just a quick mission in that with some of the 345th guys. Was going to do some anti-Stasi in armor, but the server wouldn't cooperate, so I couldn't get in. Then we did some Ready or Not. And now we're doing a little Gunner Heat PC. Oh, we did some DayZ too, sorry. We did DayZ before Ready or Not, and now we're doing some Gunner Heat PC. I feel like they've adjusted the scorching overlays again, because they look even better than they did before. Maybe it's just because something's been changed with the shaders on the tanks or something. I have no idea. It just, something makes it pop more, like the scorching stands out more against the paint. And the M60, after it got the MERDC, it became a little less blatantly obvious on thermals, because the way that thermals work in this kind of depends on the finish, like surface finish of the vehicle, as well as the actual temperature and stuff. T-72 with its turret on, it's more likely than you might think. There's actually apparently a bug at the moment where the T-72 turrets are popping too easily, which has eluded the devs trying to work out why it's happening. Like, they should still pop fairly often when they cook off violently, but a lot of the time they're doing it even when they shouldn't, because they've got hatches open and stuff. I think that's it. Yeah, looks like pretty much our whole force. Actually, no, because there would be more than one tank. So where are the rest? There's one there. Oh, here's the other two. Yeah, they're missing their turrets. Pretty much most tanks are going to pop their turret if enough pressure builds up quickly enough inside the tank. Particularly ones with a lot of ammunition in the hull. It doesn't necessarily matter if it's in a carousel under the turret or in a hull rack like the Leopard. They are going to throw their turret and or just completely obliterate themselves when the whole rack goes up. Because the pressure is going to look for some way out of the tank. And if all the hatches are dogged down and the breach is closed in the gun, there's really only one place for it to go, which is up through the turret ring. And take the turret for a ride when it does so. Quite often as well, it'll burn for a while before it decides to do something like that. Like, there's quite a lot of accounts out of Chechnya of T-72s getting hit and burning for like half a day or something before it finally detonates. Or like the tank just eventually smolders. Daniel Lindo, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. The tail end of the stream, but welcome nonetheless. We'll hop out of free cam. We'll do a quick AAR run through on this. There's probably not a huge amount to see. Took me a while to land my shots on these guys because I was too busy looking for jets. Composite armor saved him there. Probably not for very long though. Will Driver survive a cook-off? If he gets out in time. Depends on how quickly it happens, how violently it happens, like how much ammunition's involved, and how quickly he can get out. If the turret's traversed over his hatch, probably not. Unless he manages to climb through the... There's a gap that he can get through between the turret and the driver's compartment, but it's very, very small, and it depends on the turret being traversed a particular direction, so... sort of. Like, it's possible, but it's not the most likely thing on Earth. True, I had a whole night's sleep in the meanwhile? Yeah, it's true. I was going to do like another stream later in the week, but probably it'll be a short one on the weekend or just wait until next week, because when I do these long ones it means I've got to take more time off to get shit done the next few days. Oh, this guy actually got hit by a Malyutka in the BMPs. It's us getting hit there. Sabo. Shot a fragment of it off behind us. Hit me in like the single worst part of the turret to hit. Not only did he get me on the turret cheek, but he also got it like... Even if it went through the turret cheek, it would have gone into the side array, so it would have just done nothing. The AI do make some pretty uncanny shots sometimes, especially like BMPs lobbing, PG-15s over tree lines or, for 2 kilometers or something like that. But the AI is not really as uncannily good as you'd think it is. Like, I think there's a bit of confirmation bias involved in some of the claims people make about the AI's shooting ability. Sometimes it will center mass you, like while it's moving and while you're moving from 2 kilometers away, but often it will kind of wing you with a shot, especially if you're looking at it. I don't know if the AI kind of freak out when they've got a gun pointed at them and it applies like some sort of accuracy malice to them or something, but it feels like there is something like that. I know the ATGM gunners will flinch when they're shot at. I don't know if the tanks do something similar. Still streaming, not for too long, but yes. I think we need an M60A1 mission. They're always fun. So, I could do a night one, but I've done a lot of... Actually, I don't know if I've done night infill on stream. May as well. I've done under pressure and deliberate destruction in videos, so might do night infill. Nighttime in the M60A1. This will be fun in a very masochistic kind of way. They're probably going to realize we're here in a moment. So I'm expecting to get popped with an Illurum round any minute now. And get them through 2 lines of trees, I might be able to sneak up. But there's also a friendly force kind of paralleling us on the road. So if they spot them, they'll start getting suspicious as well. ADHD streak again? Yeah, kind of. Okay, yeah, I'll push in through that bush, or through that tree line. Oh, there we go. Right. I think we'll just battle sight them, we're going to be super close. Ish. There are tanks down there to worry about. Just don't know where exactly. Pull these guys back into column for now as we move through the trees. Otherwise there's a fairly high chance they'll get stuck. Shit. It's low. Please die. Where? That's not right, my guy. That's a fucking tank. Shit. Let's see it. Is that his gun barrel? Yes, it is. Okay. Shit. Get that out. Kind of made a big mess of this already. Get some artillery on that, get some Illurum behind them. Let's push up slowly. Get a screen behind those trees, I think. I probably should have come in from a different angle. Hey, hello! You are a tank. Perfect moment for PG-7, yeah, tell me about it. Is somebody moving there? Don't know. Let's push up a little faster. We're missing 2 tanks. Probably caught on a tree. Hello. They don't see me, but I see them. What we're gonna do is just yeet all of that with 50 cal. Yeet you with 50 cal as well, although that's probably not going to penetrate him because the M85 has kind of shit ammo belts. Okay. Now we push in. That sounded like a tank shell. Why? Okay. I did not even see him. He didn't see me either, apparently. He had more pressing matters with all those M60s in front of him. Shit. Yeah, I'll just drop a flare here. You know what buddy back there saw? Something else escaping through that gap, I guess. Okay. They all appear to be dead. And the friendlies have moved into position to cover them, so let's head this way and see if we can figure out what ran over there. Get him into column. Get some restock. I think that might be it. We'll just keep pushing a little further, but that should probably be the last of their units. And we don't have any more illumination flares. Yeah, the BRDMs and M113s will engage tanks with their machine guns at the moment, which is generally a good way to get the tank's attention and get killed. But sometimes they will actually knock out your optics, which is very annoying. And if you get really close, like if you're dangerously close, you roll over a hill in front of like a 113 or something in a T72 or a T55, you might get a lucky 50 cal round down the coax. Or like down the gun sight penetration, and then you will not have a good time. It's happened to me a couple times. I've done it to the AI a couple times. I think we're clear here. Hey, Chocolate. I know. We're nearly done, don't worry. Go through the after action report quickly. There wasn't actually that many shots fired. Holy shit. I guess a lot of it was artillery. Nope. Exclude fire support does nothing, so actually the artillery did very little this time, apparently. The AI drivers still struggle a bit with the concept of tree lines. Wasn't actually much there this time. Oh, maybe because they were all running away already. wonder if they actually got away. Yeah. Yeah, even the music for when you win is a bit like, oh, you just killed like a shit ton of people. They're not even going to be getting like proper funerals. There's nothing left to put in the casket. Like, especially this guy. Fucking hell. Congratulations! Aren't tanks cool? It's pretty gnarly. Let's do... Let's do this one. See how quickly I can get my BRDMs fucking sniped by 50 cal again. Some of the missions will be a lot easier with multi-crew because you'll be able to have like just basically eyeball defilade over the top of a hill or something, rather than at the moment where you kind of have to poke most of the way up. Chuck some artillery down there just to try and get their attention, maybe mask our approach from some of their force. There's a 113. There's its tow team. He's seen them, he's probably going to light them up. He sure is. That got their attention. I'm not sure I'm happy about him getting their attention, but oh well. People posting US DoD stamp memorandums, don't see any release stamp. Oh, fuck, not again. God damn it. The ultimate form of snail brain. Putting yourself on a fucking CIA list because you wanted to win at fucking War Thunder. Right. Tell the other guy to stop, so if I get picked off, he won't also eat shit at the same time. Those 113s over there are going to be a problem. Hello. Ooh, okay, I see. By the bend in the road. Right, like there, I want to say. Didn't get their attention yet. Good, good. If I had reconnaissance troops, like infantry, I'd pop them out here and get them to just eyeball over the top of the hill for me. Okay, they have noticed me. I need to fall back before I get sniped. I would have liked to see the effect on target of that, but I'll have to pop up somewhere else and have a look. Still really exposed here. Give them another barrage right there. And just pop down behind the terrain a little more. Once that lands, we'll push in and hope for the best. Using that copse of trees there to screen us, and that one there to screen us from the 113s up on this hill. I might drop some arty on them too. Actually, no, I won't, because I need the arty for this second tow position. I gotta speed this up a little, because I don't want my tanks to drive into an ambush before I get rid of all these tows. A bunch of 113s there. There's a bunch of 113s there. Okay, there's the other one. Okay, I see the second tow position. Just suppress him a bit with these. Come on, come on. The fact I haven't eaten a tow yet is reassuring. It means I probably got the launchers killed or suppressed. We'll get one more burst of arty on that position. We're going to push up to this tree line here. There's more 113s in that town though, so I need to be quick. Oh shit, one of them's still up. Please, artillery, please, 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 please. Oh, come on. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, that makes me happy. Please don't shoot me in the back. What are you doing, you clown? He's trying to shoot the 113s on the other side of me. I'm a little worried about that. Oi! Fuck. Jesus Christ. That did not work quite so well as I'd hoped. Is that one dead too? Fucking hope so. Okay, we should be screened from the other 113s. Can you not attempt to mate with me, please? The BRDM drivers are a little over-enthusiastic. Oh, those are patterns. We'll deal with them in a minute. Don't get their attention! Dude! No! What I will do is I will pound the crap out of that part of town. We'll move into this tree line if he hasn't just got himself killed. And start spotting some of the other 113s in here. Come on, dude. There's another one there. I'm gonna trust no one, not even myself, if I pull the trigger now though, so turn a little. I see another one in the background. Let's drop that further back. How are you still active? Go away. Oh shit, there's one right there. Might not have actually been one there. Scary artillery. Fuck it. Send it. Yeah, it's awesome. Okay, there's some up there on that hill. There's some suppressing fire on them. Get in behind these buildings. Oh, you shit, he killed my driver. It's not really ideal. Where's Buddy? He's still good! Hell yeah, dude! Let's go get him. I think I called that Artie a little short. Oh no, that's probably their Artie. I can't tell. I'm going to do something very silly and charge them with this one. Tanks are coming in anyway, so we might have some fire support from them. Here, the T-72's in the distance off to my right. Hey, hey, friends! The AI doesn't have ammo selection logic yet, so they don't know to engage 113s with heat or HE, and so you'll see the tanks blazing through all their Sabo trying to kill them because they haven't hit the crew. It's a bit funny, but it will be fixed at some point as the AI gets incrementally improved. Enemy's been destroyed, really. Those M60s are probably still up, though. Oh, yeah, the M60s are still up. They are not happy. I'm going to take command of 1st Platoon's leader, 1st Platoon commander, and see if I can do something about these guys. I can't quite see him. Oh. We're not in a great position for this. Just push through the low ground on the left. Building should mostly cover us. And we will place some artillery back here on the high ground where those M60s are. One of them just took a hit. One of them's through there. Concerning noises, very concerning noises. Oh, bad, 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 bad. Very bad. Oof, Jesus. Yeah, he's bailed. So I see 3 accounted for. I don't know where the 4th is. I guess we're about to find out. Drop some more artillery on the left here, just in case. Just to suppress him. I think I saw the top of his turret for... Oh, there he is! Shit, hello! Notice how tall the M60's turret is? It means you can kind of snipe the fucking... top of it over a hill. Oh, unless you're a bad shot like me. That Artie's actually hurting me instead of helping me. It's concealing him. Catch that. That got him. Four M60s all accounted for. 3 burning, 1 bailed. And we lost 3 T-72s and the driver of 1 BRDM. That's not too bad, considering the ground we had to attack across, and they had those 2 tow positions there. And also they had their own artillery on call. I will definitely take that. It's one of the other platoons. That's, I think, 2nd platoon, and that's a company commander. And we're 3rd platoon. Oh, wait, we're 1st. 3rd is 1 guy only. So maybe that's 2nd and 3rd. And then the company commander is fuck knows where. He might have got tracked or something. Or he might have pushed up further, I'm not sure. Hey, buddy. Putting hours in the gamer posture? Yeah, of course. Not a true gamer unless you adopt the gamer posture. Not yet, Stretch. That might become a thing in the campaign, and possibly for the instant actions, I'm not sure, but most likely for the campaign, if it becomes a thing, it'll be in that. And there will also be a few changes as the supply situation dictates whether you get the best ammo or not, because at the moment everyone gets their best possible ammo. Well, for the East Germans, that's not saying much, but like the Americans won't have access to 833 every single mission. In fact, they might not have that much access to it at all after they shoot through their first battle or two and expend it. The way that tanks cook off in this game, that smaller bit of fire coming out from the top corner of his turret by the gun mantlet, that's where the shell went in. So that's the fire venting back out the penetration hole right there. And if we open the ammo overlay, you can see that he's fully deflagrated, so's he, and this guy hasn't lost any. That's why he's, you know, not on fire. But he must have been rendered combat ineffective in some manner or other because his commander's jumped. Possibly his gunner as well. I won't set it to show artillery as well, because that's going to be a clusterfuck. Same with small arms, there's just too many shots, so we'll just skip through the actual tanks firing at things. So by the time this is happening, I've already eliminated all 4 tow positions, both the 113s down there and pretty much all the 113s in the town. And the T-72 company is moving up. Like I said, you can see they don't understand ammo selection yet. So for the moment, they'll just fire through their ammo in sequence, starting with AP, and then they'll go, like, with Saber, and they'll go through Heat, then HE. That will be changed in the future, so they will know to shoot Heat at, you know, 113s and other soft targets, so they don't do this, where they just pin cushion them over and over trying to shoot the driver. So he lost power from that hit, but I'm not sure if that's what made him jump. There's our first loss. He managed to get himself stuck in a tree. They do that sometimes. But he was pretty out in the open anyway. Oh yeah, the ballistics in this are quite impressive. I suspect if you could like get a more complete picture of what exactly is going on than just colored lines, which are obviously there for simplicity's sake and to avoid having to render too much, you would probably see a lot of pretty involved stuff. Like, just something about seeing what happens after a hit gives me the impression there's a lot of stuff being modeled that people don't really realize. Especially when you get a non-penetration and you see spalling come off it anyway, or something like that. Boy1914, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Just going to do probably 1 or 2 quick missions in this, and then that'll be it for me for the day. I've been going for nearly 15 hours at this point, so need a break. But we've had a pretty good stream. It started out a bit disastrously, but you know, most of the good ones do, I think. Definitely would have tracked him. So that was probably the company commander back there. Or actually, no. I'm not sure. No, I think it is, because then that's probably 3rd platoon that got toasted. or second platoon, whoever it was. Third, I think, got toasted, and then the company commander was by himself. Yep, so white is the main projectile, or if it's a heat round, it's the heat jet once it penetrates. For a sabot, if it shatters or whatever, it's the main like remainder of the projectile itself. Yellow is high energy or large spall, like very large or moving very quickly. Orange is like medium energy spall, and red is low energy. And not just spall, but like fragments from hitting armor, or like if the round splinters or whatever, you get all sorts of pretty colored lines off of it. Or if you hit an ATGM gunner with a heat round, you get all kinds of red ones from all the low energy pieces of fucking meat flying around. There's a slight desync, so you can see it looks like it actually penetrated through the turret cheek into the gun sight, but that's because I was moving, and AAR desync is a thing. So that did actually hit the turret cheek, and the spalling, you can see the red stuff was contained within the composite layer. Fragments can damage other units? They can. They fucking can, yes. I have seen, and sometimes if you're really unlucky, a fragment will bounce back with so much energy it actually hits you, especially if you're making really sketchy shots from close range. It might not necessarily kill you, but it might break something. Or give you a good scare, at least. But yeah, you can absolutely get fragments from one hit killing something else entirely besides what they were aimed at. You also have overpressure killing exposed crew members. You can fuck up a tank by hitting the ground under it with a sufficiently large HE round. Mostly through spalling coming off the floor and then flying around the inside of the crew compartment. He was already decrewed, so that was just to make sure, I guess. Oh. Oh, we got lucky. One single piece. One single piece got through the textilite. Came whizzing out the side of the front plate. And, I mean, it's a low energy piece, so it might not have necessarily cooked us, but it's a good thing that that part of the carousel is empty. I've had a few pieces come back that were like, maybe 100 meters or so, and it was a pretty high energy piece, came flying back and hit me in the gun barrel or hit a side or something. It's relatively uncommon, but it happens. And then we have a particular piece of low energy fragmentation spore, whatever, that just went and fucked off over here. And a couple more shots left. That is the one that toasted me. So it just penetrated through the lower plate under the driver and shot razors into the carousel. Didn't miss that time. Sorry, my eyes are starting to get a bit bleh, and staring at a screen for too long. Oh, that's why his crew would have bailed. That would have probably killed the driver, or yeah, that probably would have killed him, taken his head off. And then they had a couple pieces go into the ammo rack, but didn't detonate it, so they probably got spooked by that. It seems the crew will jump if they notice something's hit the ammo rack, whether or not it actually starts a proper fire. Sometimes it will start a fire you don't immediately notice until the tank blows up like a minute or two later. And that was just me putting shots into him because all I could see was a turret. I didn't realize that he was his crew was bailing at that point. Looks like most of his crew didn't make it out anyway. Then that was the one that cooked the last guy. Let's do good old Silver Dart. Old Faithful. But before I do that, I'm going to have to pause it and go rinse my eyes out because it's starting to get a bit ouchy. Can't really do very good gunnery if I can't see what I'm doing. So I'll be back in a sec. Hey, Canton. Back in one moment. That's better, I can actually see now. Mostly.
Loader ready. Stable loaded. Gunner ready. Stable index.
Look at the terrain here. I'm actually going to swing out to the right. I don't want to really crest the hill in the middle there. It's a hard-learned lesson, that one. Hello.
Gunner table PC. Traverse right. On. Identified. Fire. Fire heat. On the way. Target. Cease fire.
Don't want to take too long to do this one, otherwise you get a nasty surprise, but at the same time you don't want to rush it too much, otherwise you get a nasty surprise. It's one of those kinds of missions. Hello! I don't like that he's shooting something to my left. He must see tanks in the low ground or something. Oh, he sees an ATGM in the low ground is what he sees. Shit. I see an ATGM too. Baron Francois, thanks for the follow. No shit, they do. Shit, the fucking smoke! Good thing I'm in a fucking M1. If I was in an M60, I'd be dead by now. Shit! Where the fuck did that come from? Oh, to my left. Fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. Grab this guy. Shit. That's why you don't want to take too long in this mission. Ah. At the moment, you kind of play all the roles, but they're going to separate the roles out so that when multiplayer comes, you can have one of your friends be the driver, one be the gunner, one be the commander. But at the moment, Like, you're kind of playing both the gunner and commander roles while also telling the driver what to do. Genius, T-72 over there. Alright, let's try this one again. This mission can be quite difficult, especially if you take too long. Yeah, it's WASD. There's also cruise control, so you can, like, maintain a certain forward pace. I'm hoping at some point they might add, like, a way to designate a point on the map for the driver to go to. I kind of want to say the ability to do berm drills autonomously as well, but I feel like that's asking for too much. It might be a bit ambitious. Oh shit! Speaking of berm drills, we're about to be practicing some.
Gunner, stable, tank, traverse right. Fire, on the way.
My buddy just got cooked.
Target.
And I'm tracked. Shit.
Traverse right. On. Identified.
Can't see him through fucking smoke. What range is that? About 2,000-ish? Shit.
Next target, gunner. Identified.
Barely see him.
On the way.
Oh, it's the track IR, because I use it to play flight sims, so I can, like, look around the cockpit just by moving my head. He wants me to hit the one below the ridgeline, who I can't see. We'll just lob one his way. Can't see it. Bro, I can't see it! It's behind a fucking hill. Yeah, he's fucked. I usually don't get killed in this mission this quickly, but here we are. Where the fuck it... There you are, you shit! Fuck knows what range that is. Call it probably 2,000? Yes, it was. Exactly. Where? Well, now the fucking Air Force is here. And I shouldn't have been looking his way. We're dead. We are very dead. Very, very, very dead. Not sure where the jets are. We'll pause it and go look for them. We'll see what they are. They might not even have flown onto the actual map yet. Oh, there we go. What's this? It's just about to leave it, actually. It's a 104. So the aircraft models are still work in progress. They're just there to decorate the sky at the moment. They will be engaging, though, once the art's done, the weapons are done, and the AI is done. So you won't be able to hide from them forever. It's a West German F-104G. And off he goes into the great beyond. Let's try again. I'm actually going to stay on this berm for a minute. Just kind of not probably the best idea, but we'll try it.
Gunner stable PC! Reverse right! Identified! Firefight E! On the way! Target!
somewhere next to him. I can't see it, so I'm going to engage the BRDM and it might scare him away. Shit. It's another ATGM. There you are. I think he's decrewed, but we're going to lob one his way just in case. And then, you know what we're going to do, buddy? We're going to fucking reverse the shit out of here because I don't want to get ganked by another company worth of T-72s. Although I'm going to kind of expose my side here. Whee! Hello.
Gunner, heat tank! Identified. Firefighter stable! On the way. Get it out! Next target! Gunner, heat tank! Identified. On the way!
Shit.
Target! Re-engage!
Ceasefire. There's one.
Gunner, stable tank! Identified. Fire! On the way! Target, ceasefire! Gunner, stable tank! Reverse left! Identified. Fire! On the way! Next target! Gunner, stable PC! Identified. Fire! Fire! Hit!
I'm gonna get pushed on the left here in a minute. I can already hear the gunfire.
Target, ceasefire!
Hopefully he's engaging them.
Reverse left! Target!
Oh, that doesn't sound good.
Target, ceasefire!
Oh, he's got one. I think that's targets on the right dealt with. Okay, let's push up here.
Gunner, heat tank! Reverse left!
Oh, fuck.
Identified. Firefighter stable! On the way!
Shit.
I got it lined up! Target! Ceasefire! Gunner, stable tank! Identified! Ceasefire!
We did it. We didn't even lose anyone, although he might be tracked from the way he's sitting still like that. This used to be one of the more sort of chill missions, one of the easier missions, but it's become one of the more terrifying ones, especially when that second platoon rushes you on the left flank. That should be everything dealt with. Just make sure there's nobody hiding over here, running away. Nope. Oh shit!
Gunner, collect anything! Identified! Fire! Following! They're gonna find out! Re-engage! Target, ceasefire!
Now we're done. See what kind of condition this guy's in. Yeah, he's... Oh, he is not doing too well. He must have taken a hit in the side from one of them. Guess he's got enough power in the battery still to run the thermals, but no fire control computer. Do I think the Starfighter bellies are painted silver? Is it because of the spicy egg? That was what killed his driver. That was a ATGM hit. Didn't go through. In fact, it didn't even get close to going through because it hit the strongest part of the tank's armor, but it yeeted a bunch of fragments down through the thinnest part of the fucking tank's armor, straight into the driver. Then we hit him. So where was that ATGM? There was one next to him, apparently. Or close enough that it called gunner coax anti-tank, and then like slewed me in his direction, and I saw him, but I didn't see the ATGM, so I wonder. Well hidden, apparently. Snuck a heat round down the side of the gun trunnion. Straight into the turret. As you can see, the T-72M1's turret cheeks can in fact stop M833 from, like, nearly 500 meters, depending on the angle of the hit and how unlucky you get. You know, luck being kind of subjective, I guess. So after this guy had already lost his driver, he then got, like, properly immobilized, lost his power because his engine got hit. Managed to get a shot back at the guy that hit him, though. He's still engaging the whole time. And that's me. That looks very impressive until you realize none of that made it through the armor at all. So all I did was mildly annoy him by doing that and break his IR spotlight. And maybe damage his gun barrel. Oh, he got fucking lucky there. Very lucky there. Might do 1 or 2 more missions, and I think we'll call it, since it has now been very nearly a 15-hour stream. Don't expect me to do this too regularly, but sometimes it happens. Let's do a Ridge Raid, and then we might do a Bradley mission, maybe. We'll make it 3 more missions. This, one of the Bradley night missions, and then we'll do maybe an M60A1 mission, because the M60A1's just fun, because it's so miserable. Actually, I kind of feel like doing a T55 mission. I might do M60 Wave. Been a while since I've done that one.
Loader ready! Sabo loaded! Gunner ready! Sabo index!
Our objective is up that hill. We're going to cause a bit of a traffic jam here, but it's fine. Hunting Goliath? I could do that, actually. War Thunder get a new update. Yeah, right. No artillery? Oh, right, because the guns are already firing. We're in an M60A3 here, so it's pretty much easy mode. I'm going to switch to the battle site now, or to the orc site now, so that because we're going to be fighting super close range over the top of a hill, I would rather have that up than be zoomed all the way in with my day sight or using the thermals. So I'll use the thermals to spot stuff over the hill because it's higher up on the tank, and then I'll use the orc sight to make sure I'm clear of the berm before I fire. Okay, I still can't get the arty because it's still firing on its pre-planned mission. Oh, we need to speed up. The 1-on-3s are going to get that before we do. That's bad, no. It's taking things too cautiously. We might have done a fucky-wucky here. Shit. That's not what I wanted to do. Oh shit. That was a good ambush. We could have done that a lot better. That wasn't a very clean run, but oh well. Mission accomplished for the loss of 1 M60 and... no, 2 M60s. Fuck. It'll be nice when the commander and gunner roles are separated out, because I won't have to like panic mash the switch weapon button anymore and accidentally switch to 50 cal instead of the coax or the main gun when I'm engaging ATGMs. And when it actually has a commander sight for the 50 cal as well, so you can use it accurately against ATGMs and stuff like that. Catch you later, Alush. I will be heading off myself shortly. For real this time. Well, we now own the high ground. So that was the first shot. That was the ATGM, and it absolutely skull-fucked that guy. So that was our first M60 loss. Then the tanks started bullying the 113s, but one of our wingman tanks got them. Well, got him. There's a single T-72 up there. And then the second M60 loss will be here in a second, right there. So that was me getting completely smashed by the BMP. And that was him getting killed by the AI. It's a pretty quick mission. It's over really fast, so... nice short one. We will now do Ridgeline Recon, I think. Actually, let's do Ridgeline Recon. So this will be nighttime with the Bradley. And then yeah, we might do Hunting Goliath actually instead of M60A3 Wave. Oh, yep, okay. There we go, nighttime. My brain temporarily malfunctioned. I was like, oh, it's a night mission. Then I remembered, of course it's a fucking night mission. This is always a night mission. Okay. Can't make out what those are. Something there too. Those are tanks, for sure. We're probably out of range for tow shots. Actually, the tow's got quite a long range, so we might not be. I can use illume flares to make it daytime, but, you know... How dark is it, actually? Pretty dark. I can just make them out. I can actually see their convoy lights, so they're slightly left of the town. You'll notice that we've got not quite thermal crossover, because the tanks are still pretty, like, glow in the dark. But we have almost thermal crossover, because the fucking buildings, I can't see through the thermals. I have to go to the day site and just make out the color of the roof tiles from here. Because the thermals can't see them. What is that? Oh, it might be a BRDM or something hiding in the tree line. Yeah, I know, G-Man. Nearly done, though. Gonna head off shortly. What distance is that? That's 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers. It's about, like, 1.5. Actually, no, it's probably more. It's like 18. Don't really want to shoot through trees. You can get away with shooting through trees with ATGMs in Gunner Heat PC at the moment, but I don't know if they're going to change that, because it'd be kind of difficult to code it to actually simulate what really happens if you do that, but wires could get tangled on a tree, which is bad no-no. The wire could snap. The wire could short out if it drapes across, like, a building roof or a tree, or, God forbid, it touches water. Like, there's all kinds of situations you would not actually fire a tow. Oh, fuck, 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 fuck. What? Bro. Yeah, let's not waste a tow on him. I'm working on it. Running up to the tanks. We're going to need to do a restock here. Okay, what we're actually going to do first is we're going to pop 2 of them, and then we're going to go for artillery on that hillside again, which might get the BRDM. My commander isn't calling orders on these guys because he can't see them. The commander doesn't have thermals. All he has is his normal night vision headset when he's popped out of the fucking turret. And I think he has the gunner sight extension, but I don't think he actually looks through it at the moment. Okay, one of the 72s is running. We're going to hit that tree line again. And I'm going to push up a little. I see bad no ATGMs over there. So I remember they're there and deal with them. Come on, come on. Got a hit on something. He's burning, I think that's a BRDM, I can't tell. One of the 55s or 72s, I can't even tell what type they are. One of the tanks fucked off into the forest. Fire one more tow, and then I'm going to do a reload on my AP as I call in artillery on that ATGM pair. This is kind of a sketchy shot, it might not connect. Did connect. Alright, let's go back to AP, toggle restock. It's really hard to gauge the position those ATGMs are in, so I'm just going to guess it's slightly to the right there. Friendlies are going to start pushing up here in a sec. From wherever they are. Behind us, I guess. They're going to come through the trees. Kool-Aid Man through the tree line and start engaging. There's the Artie hitting. Push up a little. Just for an idea of what the ambient lights are like at the moment, this is what we're working with, so it's pretty hard to see. I can kind of make out, like, I can see the buildings, I can kind of make out the forest. I can't really see any vehicles except the ones that are, you know, on fire. They're pretty easy to see. There's a tree line or something blocking my view of that. That's not ideal. hit a little further to the right and a little closer with artillery, just in case. I don't actually know if I hit those ATGMs or not. There they are. What we might do is we'll lob some HEDP their way. Abrams are engaging them as well, which is good. At least I think we're working with Abrams here. Accuracy on the Bushmaster at more than 2 kilometers is pretty fucking miserable. You can do area fire with it, but that's about it. And 25 mil is not the most powerful of ammunition, let's be honest with ourselves. New effects. Looks pretty now. Let's go back to AP and start pushing on the tree line over there where those tanks were. They're still engaging those guys though, that's concerning.
Gunner missile anti-tank. Reverse right. Identify.
Shit.
Fire. On the way.
I guess we'll just keep engaging them. Okay, got him. There's our Abrams. Infantry's not in yet, but I'd say they're probably coming pretty soon. I have a deep suspicion they'll be coming within 1 or 2 major patches. In at least some form. So there's another vehicle up there, probably a BMP, excuse me, probably a BMP, that just fucked off when we engaged. Yeah, that's a BMP wreck. Oh, he's behind a berm, the cheeky little shit. No wonder I couldn't fucking see him very well. The other one's fucked off into the forest, I think, and so did one of the tanks, which is great news, because nothing makes me feel more comfortable in a Bradley than chasing a tank and a BMP into a fucking forest. Even though there's not infantry in it yet. I have a distinct feeling it's not going to end well for me, but we'll do it. Because I want to make sure I get them. Just for good measure, we will pound that hill again, just in case one of the ATGMs might still have some idea of not being dead. Although I'd say they are by this point. The Abrams will focus firing them as well. That's a turret. Okay, those are 72s. That's a T-72 turret. Looks like, I can't tell if it's an M or an M1. I think it's an M1. No gills, or they have them but they're folded. Okay, let's tell our buddy to get into column. This is going to be such a bad fucking idea. I can't wait. We'll just scan down there and make sure he hasn't booked it downhill first. And we'll creep up here. He might actually be, like, in the tree line somewhere, I don't know. We'll sweep around the back of their position and check in here. And if he's not there, he might have run downhill back behind us, in which case we'll try and get into a position where we can overlook that. Terrible idea. I'm going to illuminate myself and all my friends, but oh well. That's the moon. The flare hasn't dropped yet. Oh, there we go. There's the flare. There's that BMP rack. What in the fuck? Who's dropping fucking Artie over there? What are you doing, son? There's one of the ATGM tubes. We now own this position. But I still have no idea where those other guys are. They might be falling back by now, so we're going to skirt the tree line. We'll hang a right here and skirt the tree line and get on the other side of this slope. See if we can spot them from there. I think they might have already fallen back off the edge of the map or something. My buddy's a bit far behind there. Might have got stuck on something. The AI drives about as well as I do, which is to say fucking terribly. But they are improving steadily. Slowly and steadily. And we're pretty close to one edge of the map, so there's only so far they could have gone without going off the edge. But I'm not going to drive all the way to it. So if I can't see them from here, we can safely assume they're no factor now. Here comes Buddy. I think. Is that his engine I can hear, or is it me? No, there he is. Hello, Buddy. Hey there. I just see something over there. Lord. The Bradley's turret traverse is actually this fast, by the way. It's fucking psychotic. So there's not going to be much from us without showing the artillery hits. This was our buddy there. He actually wounded the driver pretty nastily. I'm surprised he was still driving the thing. Oh man, he really wasn't having a good time. Fucking hit me ass as well. That was a toe hit. Another toe hit. Oh my god. Driver soup. What was that? Did I actually... Wow, okay. Apparently I fired a toe at a dead tank. I must have mistaken his thermal signature for the BRDM after it ran away. I'm not sure. I was going to say I might have been firing at something moving behind him, but I don't see anything behind him, so... Such is life when you're working with shitty first-gen thermals at night. You can't just switch to the day sight to confirm what you're shooting at. Decent hit on him. He was hiding behind a berm. Sneaky bastard. The other one was over there. And that was it for our recorded shots. So I'll do Hunting Goliath, which is a T-55 mission against Abrams, but we have a slight ace up our sleeve in that they're distracted and they don't know we're there. And I think that will do us for the day. Finally, at 15 hours and however many minutes it takes me to finish this. Gonna battle sight it to fucking, I don't know, 600 meters. See how we go with that. We're going to drop artillery in that low ground where the contact report is, because I don't like forests. Fuck those trees and everything hiding in them. This is where the fun starts. We'll give them a minute to get past us. Sorry, dude. We got our T-72 who was providing a distraction, but if I charged him to save him, I would also be dead. Oh, fuck. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. I can't see through the smoke. I can't see through the smoke. Shit. Okay. We're just going to battle sight this at 0 because we're so close to them. Okay. These two haven't seen us yet. We're going to push it out to 60, oh sorry, 600 again. Platoon mate's getting some work in. He's hit. Shit, he's looking at us. Can't see where I'm hitting. Shit. Are you? Oh! He got me. And he's probably gonna get this guy too. Okay, I'd say he's down or his load is down. Either one will do me just fine. He's not down. Trying at least his fucking gun. Give me some BR-412 for these 113s. Oh yes, look away, look away, look away. Get that in ya. It's gonna be difficult to hit with HE at this range while they're moving like that. Yeah, we're short. And I need to do a complete restock. The kind of stopping and starting while reversing is a bit of a quirk of the AI driver at the moment, because you're not actually driving the tank directly, you're telling the AI what to do. That's the way the driving system in this works at the moment. And they can get a little confused at times. Drop another bunch of artillery in that, just in case. I burnt through it. Pretty sure. I think I shot all my BR-412. Yeah, we got some left. Okay. We'll let it restock that HE. Hey, buddy. You stuck there? Short. much better. Oh, no, we want 412. Okay, I think he's out of commission. We're going to wind the range down, because I'm half expecting to drive into a immobilized Abrams or something down here. Okay, he's jumped. His hatches are popped. He's active. 5, 6. Oh no, it didn't penetrate. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Please, sir. I don't want it. Fuck. One of the 113s made it up. Alright, let's try again. Actually, we'll try and pop this guy, and then I want to see what I did to the other Abrams. So that's, what, 2 accounted for? 3 accounted for. Where's number 4? Whoa, fuck, that was a cook-off. He's down here, isn't he? I'm gonna drive into my own artillery like a dipshit. Do they only have 3? Oh! No, you know what? The thing that made it to the objective is probably the fucking last Abrams. That's probably what happened, because we got all the 113s, I think. Yep, that'll be it. That's the last Abrams made it. We'll, give it a quick look at the after-action report. We'll do another attempt on it. That's a pretty good cook-off. That went through the blast shields. So, the blowout panels on the Abrams only help if the blast doors are closed and the blast doors are not penetrated. As soon as those blast doors are either open or something goes through them, the tank's fucked. So, we got a crispy critter about to happen here. Big crispy critter situation. However, his hull rack might not actually cook off. So he might not burn out fully, but he's certainly going to have a bad time. He's still active. So I cooked his fucking ammo, but he's still up. Yikes. He just hasn't noticed me. Well, you know what? We'll, Hey there, bud. That was a bad plan! And I don't think I have anything that'll actually kill him at this point. Maybe I can hit his gun barrel. Stop him from returning fire, at least. He might still have one up the spout. Do I have anything in this? No, I don't. Oh my god. I don't think he can return fire at this point. His barrel's probably broken, or he's fired the one round that didn't cook off. But still. Okay, bud. What is your gun barrel doing? You're okay there, champion? Oh. Magic! Hey Barry, cheers to the follow. Magic! That was... Okay, so that was the last tank. So how the fuck did they reach their objective? Unless... No. Okay, so one of them made it, but that was enough to make them retreat. So the last Abrams, he'll be up there on that hill somewhere, is probably falling back at the moment. Let's look at the after action, and we'll try it again. We'll try not to, like, fuck it up. As difficult as that will be. A lot of shots fired here. So that would have disabled his gun right there from the T-72. Then he gets tracked. Then he gets fucked. That was what cooked him. Oh! Oh, it was just a tiny bit high, and if it was just a little, like, a little bit lower and to the left, it would have got him in the turret ring, and it would have actually killed him. Unfortunately, you don't get points for trying. Or for nearlies. See, that's what I wanted right there, except maybe just a little higher through the ring. I know, right? I have no self-control. Please send help. So he's already knocked out at that point. I'm just pumping shots into him to make sure. That went high because I didn't have my sights set correctly, because I was just guesstimating the range and I got carried away. I was going to say he got lucky, but we know how this ends, so he probably didn't. That would have disabled his gun. And then his buddy just fucking deleted him anyway. Then I got deleted. Lucky bounce. Not so lucky bounce. The gun trunnion stopped it. Otherwise it would have gone straight through. And that was what got him to cook off. And you can see... Oh, actually the doors weren't penetrated. Interesting. So yeah, that was the one that that I had to finish off. So yeah, his blast doors were closed and nothing got through them. That was a 412 that detonated under his floor. That was an HE that detonated inside of him. Oi oi. See, that went straight through the door at the top, and that was what roasted him. And then the other one... Oh, and that also probably didn't help him. Oh no, this is the last guy, so this is the one I had to finish off. So that was my HE shot. Didn't do anything to his gun barrel, but didn't matter anyway, because his gun barrel was already wrecked. And then right under the turret ring. That's why you aim center of mass. You will, even with a T-55, kill an Abrams if you hit center of mass. Now, getting the hit where you want it is a different matter, especially on a hillside with a tank that doesn't do cant correction, but if you can get him in that turret ring, or just under it, in the side armor, or if you can get his driver's episcopes from the front, or if you can snake a shot under that gun mantlet and hit him just under that, you will fuck him up in one shot with a T-55. It can be done, it's just difficult from longer ranges. Doing a little bit of Gunner Heat PC. I'm just about to finish up, so this is our last mission. I just want to actually, like, win it. And then I'm going to be done. I did a bunch of stuff today. I did armor. I did one quick DCS mission with the... Oh my god. It's night. Oh, this is terrible. Oh no. Oh god. And we don't have Illume flares. Oh, please kill me. Well, I'm sure they'll oblige. Yeah, did a quick armor mission with the boys. Then did some DayZ, did some Ready or Not. And now we're doing this. And it's going to end fucking horribly, I can already tell. Yeah, not only is it night, it's fucking pitch black. There goes the T-72. Should be able to see them crossing in front of me, I think, once they get further out. Maybe pop them as they cross over this berm here. Oh, this is terrible. I don't even think I've done this mission at night before. I certainly don't think I've won this mission at night. There's an Abrams. Oh my god, it's so bad. Fuck. I can't fucking see what I'm doing. Fuck. The dust just reflects the fucking IR lamp back at me. Come on. Oh, that's a fucking 113. I know you're not supposed to leave the Luna on for extended periods. I do not care at this point. Absolutely past caring. Fuck, dude. I cannot see what I'm doing. I'm shooting too high. I don't know how any of us have survived to this point. Save me, BR412. Oh, fuck. Okay, they're still angry. Whose smoke cloud's gonna clear first? Yours. Crushed by impact. Shit. Hey, hey, hey! I don't think that made it through. We're fucked. Give him one final shot. And our main gun is inoperable. We can call this one a defeat quite safely, I think, guys. We're just gonna... just drop artillery up there, because I think that's where they're trying to go. Notice the glow of the lunar lamp, by the way, when it's on and off in, like, the visible spectrum. Well, that went fucking horribly. Oh, this guy was running away as well. I mean, to be fair, I don't blame him in the slightest, but... Alright. Let's see if we did anything useful there, and then we'll run it again, and with maybe daylight on our side, we might be able to get some effective hits in. Like, I couldn't even see what I was aiming at. I could vaguely tell I was aiming at something that was probably an M1, and I couldn't tell where on the M1 I was aiming. I got his loader, that's probably why he was so slow at returning fire. Holy shit, that was a bad bit of luck for the loader. That was me getting domed. This is BR412. Actually got in through all the nearer arrays and blew up against the backplate. Alright, let's try again. I can handle night in the packed tanks when it's a moonlit night, but when it's like pitch black, no moon, clouds, whatever, it's just... Let's hit the forest down there. And let's make sure we're in line formation. Probably going to crest a little prematurely here, but... Oh. We'll make sure these guys catch up to us as well. I don't want to be the first thing they see. T-72 just got cooked. Good noises. Please don't see me, please don't see me, please don't see me, please don't see me. We're going to dial back to 400. There we go. Get fucked. He probably still has one up the spout, though. I don't think that would have gone through the doors. Yeah, he's still up. And his friend is too. Shit, so's he. Bad noise. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, shit. There goes his ammo rack, at least. I'm gonna hope he's down. Not that I can tell. What? Missed. Oh, he stopped, that's why. Yeah, quick stream. I know, right? Very quick. I'm tracked, right? Engine damage and tracked. God, I hope those fucking Abrams are down. Oh, bro, can you just die already? They're gonna get through to their objective, I'm pretty sure. Well, that cooked him at least. The other one's just behind him. Please cook him as well. Yes! Yes! Finally! There we go. BRDM did the last little bit of work there. Shot through our entire complement of ammo to do that. But we did it. Just for completion's sake, hey buddy. It only cost us 2 T-55s and a T-72, and I think that's it. So one of them jumped, and one of them cooked. Did we kill anything in here with the artillery? Probably not. I don't think the artillery tends to kill anything before it gets out of that little gully there. Speed the camera up a little. So he's got patches popped, so he probably actually had that flashback into the crew compartment. That, or I got his driver and then the commander decided to just fuck off, I don't know. What else we got over here? Camera's getting a little laggy. My PC's been running like hard for the entire day, so I was probably not real happy about it. He just jumped. Don't know what I did to him. Probably like skewered a bunch of the turret crew. And this guy's, oh my god, he's a crispy critter. That's rare to happen to an Abrams. You don't usually see them completely burn up like that, but it happens sometimes. He's a fucking crispy critter. Absolutely fucking cooked. That is a pretty uncommon sight. Does he have anything left in his hull rack? He does. Okay, so it's just from the turret rack cooking. Flash straight in the crew compartment. And then we got these guys over here. They're also cooked up. And then BRDM our hero of the Soviet Union, who kept the Abrams' attention for a while so we could finish him, and also bagged those 113 so we didn't fail the mission. Quickly go through the AAR, and then I'm fucking done for the night, guys. Streaming since fucking 6 AM. It is now 9:30 in the evening. 2 months from 24-hour airsoft season, which means upper middle class and Gen 3 plus night vision, and me getting banned from sites for setting up